at 8-4 and a 2.48 ERA.
Well, speaking of struggle, Jeremy, these two teams are doing just that. The Dodgers, in a series over the weekend against the Diamondbacks, they had 3 at home in Chavez Ravine against Arizona. They were in first, the D-backs were in second. If the Dodgers could have taken 2 out of 3 or even swept, they might have been able to put the NL West away. Instead, they got swept. So now the Dodgers are at 73 and 53. The D-backs only half a game back after the sweep, so Arizona's rolling, and LA has really hit a bit of a snag here in mid-August. The Cubs are in a similar spot. They've also been not playing so well in their last couple of games. They're only 4-6 in their last 10. They did win yesterday against the Blue Jays, but the Cubs are also struggling. So it's 2 of the best teams in the National League, but neither one of them is playing their best. So it's going to be a really interesting series here at Wrigley. They're going to be playing 3 games. We have all 3 of them right here on ML Bot Ball, as we're going to get set to take you out to Wrigley Field just in a moment.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll be on the drums. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
All right, as we welcome you inside Wrigley Field on what appears to be a beautiful evening, as it's the Chicago Cubs hosting the Los Angeles Dodgers in a rematch of the NLCS series in both 2016 and 2017. Javier Baez and the Cubs taking on Jorge Soler and the Dodgers. I'm Eddie McCarthy, joined by Jeremy Goldstein, my right hand today. Jeremy, Jose Quintana, he'll toe the rubber first. What a year this guy has had, really come out of nowhere.
Yeah, again, 2019, in part of that season where the Cubs failed to make the playoffs, Quintana was one of those weak spots in that starting rotation, but has really emerged as sort of an ace-type arm for the Cubs. They're a left-hander at that. But with some good bats, lefty-wise, in the Dodgers lineup, like Cody Bellinger and Corey Seager, that might be a good tool for him to use. But I want to see him attack these righties inside, especially guys like Mookie Betts who like to hit it the other way.
Well, it's certainly quite a tough lineup, especially for a left-handed pitcher. Dodgers are starting predominantly righties today. They got 3 lefties on the bench, 6 righties in the starting lineup. Only 3 will hit from the left side, as Quintana deals a first pitch strike to Mookie Betts at 3:32 p.m. Eastern Time. And we are off and running here at Wrigley Field
First pitch, 7:06.
on a beautiful night in Chicago. Quintana against Betts to start us off, and that one misses inside and low, and it's a ball and a strike. Jose Quintana throwing to Wilson Contreras, his catcher. Across the outfield, Kyle Schwarber is in left. Albert Almora Jr. patrols in center, while Jason Hayward handles fly balls in right. Bit of a cold night here at Wrigley, 59 degrees and partly cloudy, with 8-mile-per-hour winds blowing in from right field.
That's that Chicago weather. Mid-August. You might see below 60 temperatures, and that's what the Cubs are seeing.
That is fair and down the left field line. A good start for the Dodgers. Betts will dig for second, and he will get there. A leadoff double for Mookie Betts.
Second, the first baseman.
Yeah, Eddie, I was going to say before the game started, you mentioned how the Dodgers got swept this past weekend, and they've been struggling. I wasn't really concerned because of the bats they have in this lineup, Mookie Betts just being the highlight. With the additions of guys like Jorge Soler at the trade deadline as well, I was convinced that they weren't going to be in a slump for this long, and Mookie Betts gets the Dodgers off to a hot start.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, Jeremy. These guys are always going to hit. 1 through 8, I would say you have at least 6 or 7 players in this lineup who, if they were on any other team, would be hitting somewhere 1 through 5, especially guys in the bottom half of this order who are only hitting in the bottom of the order because 1 through 5 in this lineup is so good. And here's Max Muncy, another guy who's having a very nice year. 266. Go ahead.
My bad. Yeah, Max Muncy's underappreciated, I think, with the superstar all-star guys like Bellinger and Betts, Turner. Muncy sort of was a late bloomer with the Dodgers in terms of emerging to the top of the lineup, but he's really hit some big balls for this Dodgers team, and I think he's just underlooked by a lot of Dodgers fans and people around the league.
0-2 to Muncy. will foul off a curveball to stay alive from Quintana. We gave it the outfield, now time for the infield. Chris Bryant's at third, Javier Baez, Nico Horner, the rookie. They turn it up the middle. Anthony Rizzo fields ground balls at first. Defense around Jose Quintana, they are ranked third in all of baseball. Collectively a .990 fielding percentage. Betts at second after the leadoff double. 1-2 to Muncy. He struck him out. And Quintana's got his first K as Muncy is gone. 1 out.
Impressive curveball. Keeping it in the zone and still getting a swing and a miss is a very impressive feat. Quintana able to put enough break on it to the extent where it doesn't hang, but it still drops at the knees. So, big first out for Quintana and the Cubs.
So Quintana retires the first lefty he sees, and now for what is probably the most dangerous hitter in this Dodgers lineup, if not the most dangerous hitter in the entire National League. Here's Jorge Soler. And I don't even know where you want to start with this guy. You could talk about hits. He's tied for first. He's got 159 of those on the year. Also leading the National League in RBIs. He's at 120. No one is even over 100 yet. Soler miles ahead of the pack. 1-0 from Quintana.
Nope, that's the ball.
And Quintana trying to stay away here from Soler. He's run a 2-0 count.
We thought potentially when he broke out with Kansas City last year that might have been his ceiling, but he just really improved on top of that in this 2020 campaign. And it was good that he got traded away from a team very out of contention in the Royals, and now is automatically in a World Series contending team with the Dodgers. So Soler had 3-0 and might see him take here. That'd be my guess.
A homecoming for Soler. He spent the first 3 years of his career in Chicago, and he drives this one into center. Back is Almora, who will make the play. And Soler smoked it, but just did not get it high enough. Not enough of a launch angle to knock it out, and that's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, he nailed it right on the head, just not in the gap, and Bellinger didn't have to move. Well, not Bellinger, excuse me. Almora didn't have to move too far to make an easy catch.
Bet still at second after the leadoff double. Here's the cleanup man, Cody Bellinger. And he takes a strike from Jose Quintana. Bellinger was 2 for 5. He doubled and scored a run in yesterday's defeat to the Diamondbacks. Dodgers would lose 9-5. As we've mentioned a couple of times already, they got swept at home in a 3-game set. 0-1 to Bellinger. And Quintana misses down on the fastball, and it's 1-1.
Nope.
Little bit off the plate that time. Quintana trying to feel out the strike zone. Where is he going to get the extension? Where is it going to be squeezed a little bit? Bellinger rips it, but it's foul.
He's alternating between that fastball and sinker. Both just landed the sinker out of the zone low a little bit, and that fastball ran inside. So I wonder if he's going to use the outer half now.
A strikeout to Bellinger. And that will end the first. Quintana works around a leadoff double. And the Dodgers throw up a donut in the top of the first. Middle 1 in Wrigley. Chicago to bat for the first time when we come back. As we welcome you back to Wrigley Field, it's Julio Urias' turn to take the mound. His 25th start of the year, a 10-5 record. Jeremy, we talked about it in the open. Urias is a guy who was predominantly in the bullpen last year. This year, back full-time in the starting rotation, and he's been very good for Dave Roberts.
Absolutely. I mentioned how he came up when he was a teenager. That was his big highlight when he first emerged from the minor league system. He was signed at a very young age by the Dodgers. And then since he was unable to find really a dominant feel in the rotation, he sort of came into his own in the bullpen, and once he became comfortable there, Dave Roberts felt comfortable bringing him into the rotation. He's been super effective for this lineup.
Bryant takes low for ball 1. Had to be one of the most productive scouting trips in Dodgers history. The Dodgers scouting department discovered both Julio Urias and Yasiel Puig on the same scouting trip and would later sign them both. 1-0 to Bryant. High fastball called for a strike, 1-1. And that's the difference between Arias and Quintana. Quintana's a guy who locates and really relies on changing speeds. Arias, however, he can hit 96, 97 when he has to.
2-1.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, Urias, his velocity is his main weapon, and what that means is you're going to rely on the strike zone a lot more since you're not going to really throw fastballs out of the zone commonly. So that is a great point. The difference between these pitchers is very immense, and it worked for Quintana in the first. Let's see if Urias finds success with it here in his bottom half.
Chris Bryant, who doubled and scored a run yesterday. A 2-2. Blew it by him. And that's out number 1. Arias looked dominant in that.
Well, Eddie, he made you look smart right there. Fastball at the belt, swinging a miss. Quick out number 1. Chris Bryant, who's been such a great leadoff hitter for this Cubs team all season, goes down quickly on strikes.
So here is Anthony Rizzo. Tough matchup with the lefty Urias today. He fouls off the first pitch. Urias seems really pumped. Thrown a couple of fastballs so far. All of them have been 95 or higher. The 23-year-old fired up for what he knows is a big series. There's another fastball, 95 again.
Urias specifically dominant more against the left side, which is a given when you're a lefty pitcher facing lefty hitters, but he just takes it to a whole other level. He uses the inner half on the plate really well when it comes to facing lefties, and I expect him to use it against Rizzo right now.
That one was 97, and Rizzo was behind it, but got a piece. Now it's 1-2. Rizzo will take outside. A good 1-2 pitch from Arias. Slider just slid a little bit too far outside. Now a 2-2. Rizzo is gone. Back-to-back strikeouts is how we start the day for Julio Urias. Good start.
I want to give Urias credit here, but it's really hard. That slider was shanked out of the zone, yet Rizzo, like Matt Vasgersian says, he couldn't hit that with a north. So very poor at bat for Rizzo. Let's see if Baez can back him up.
Count 1-0.
Urias starts Baez with a high fastball. It misses. 1 ball and no strikes. Urias throwing to the rookie catcher Will Smith. He's calling signals today. In the outfield, Jorge Soler's in left. Cody Bellinger in center with Mookie Betts patrolling in right. As Urias finds the zone on the fastball, it's 2-1. Justin Turner's at third. Chris Taylor gets the start at shortstop while Gavin Lux is at second. And Max Muncy plays first. As Baez did go around that time. A very fastball-heavy first inning for Julio Urias. This will be pitch number 15. And Baez on the curveball, but shoots it foul down the right side. Bit of a hanger that time.
Yeah, I think he was sitting curveball as well, so Urias is very lucky he wasn't able to punch that the other way like he was intending to do.
Baez not going down without a fight. He's fouled off 2 straight 2-strike pitches from the Dodger left-hander. Another 2-2. And Baez in the air to center, and Julio Urias a good start to this one. A 1-2-3 bottom of the first. And it's a scoreless first inning overall as the second inning rolls in here at Wrigley. No score in Chicago. Justin Turner leads off for LA to start the top of the second. It'll be Turner, then Chris Taylor, and Gavin Lux. 5, 6, and 7 for the Dodgers. Second inning of work for Jose Quintana begins. He needed 18 pitches to get through inning number 1, and he starts off Turner with a strike.
You see the graphic? Turner 2 for 10 off Quintana. Not the biggest sample size, but it's big enough to the point where these guys have faced each other enough times for Quintana to understand where Turner likes to hit it, and for Turner to understand where Quintana likes to locate.
Dodgers exploded yesterday. Rather spectacularly on the mound, Alex Wood would only last 1 2/3 innings. And the offense would put up 5 runs, but they'd lose 9-5 to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Wood went 1 2/3 inning, gave up 5 hits and 5 runs. David Price, who followed, wasn't much better. He gave up 4 runs. As
Yeah,
Turner
dude,
pulls one foul.
It's been a strange one. David Price coming out of the bullpen for this Dodger team when he was such a vital addition to that rotation coming up that trade, but it looks like the Dodgers feel like they have enough weapons to last without him in there.
And he's had a really rough year, especially in his
Definitely.
tenure with the Dodgers. He's made 17 starts with LA, but now they've kicked him to the bullpen. That ERA at 5.34, really struggling to find himself in that bullpen role. It's full to Turner. Tied him up, struck him out. And the third strikeout of the day for Jose Quintana is how we start the second.
We're 7 outs into this ball game, and we have seen 5 combined strikeouts from these 2 pitchers. So both of their repertoires have been quite effective so far. This game might be a pitcher's duel, and it might come down to who's going to be able to figure out the other pitcher first, which is a given.
Who can figure out the other pitcher first? Who can execute? David Ross, Dave Roberts, both guys were scrappy big leaguers in their careers. They had to do all the little things right to stay in the big leagues, and that's carried over in their style of managing. They both like to play the small ball game. Nothing in 2 to Chris Taylor. Bouncer and through. A seeing eye single for Chris Taylor. Second base runner of the day for LA, and they have a 1-out hit.
Eddie, I talked about Max Muncy's underappreciation with this Dodgers team. Chris Taylor just takes that to a whole other level. This guy's been productively and consistently in this Dodgers lineup over the past 4 to 5 seasons. Can play almost every position in the field and can hit for contact well and steal bases. So him hitting at the 6th spot is very productive for this Dodgers team. And he's a lot more, there's much more of a necessity than him than people probably imagine.
You have to be so impressed with Taylor. The deck was pretty much stacked against him to be banished to the bench, as this one is into left center, and this is going to get into the gap. A double for Gavin Lux, rounding third. Taylor's going to try and score, and he will. The rookie Gavin Lux comes through. It's an RBI double, and first blood belongs to the Dodgers.
And what we're seeing from the early career of Gavin Lux being called up last season in September is he loves to go the other way. Very rare feat from a lot of young lefties nowadays, but using that left center field gap to the best of his ability, and then using Taylor's speed to be able to come home from first. 1-0 Dodgers on a very nice piece of hitting by Gavin Lux.
The 27th double of the year for Gavin Lux. And in this Dodgers lineup, 1 through 5 is where all the firepower and all the all-star power is. Betts, Muncy, Soler, along with Bellinger and Turner. But it's the 6 and 7 hitters. That's Taylor, who started it with a single, and then Gavin Lux with the gap shot to knock him in. That's where the runs have come from. 0-2 to Will Smith. And Quintana misses high. It's 1-2.
2 strikes.
Will Smith they've been using a duel of catchers, Will Smith and Austin Barnes. They've been splitting time. I wonder how long it's going to take Dave Roberts to find his everyday catcher every day.
Well, Jeremy, I think he might have found it, because you're right in the sense that they were splitting time at the start of the year, but Smith has been so good that Barnes has been pretty much relegated to the backup position, which is really unfortunate because Barnes is a terrific defensive catcher.
Exactly my point, and you love to have offense from your catcher, and I think that's very important because it's so rare in the MLB today. But you also need defense, and if you have a catcher who lets a lot of pass balls and while pitches get by him, it makes a much bigger difference in a game than people might think.
Smith left side, and he's got a base hit. 3 straight hits for the Dodgers in the second, and they're at the corners with 1 out for the pitcher, Urias.
You will see a bunt from Urias here. I think there is only 1 out, yes, and there is. So maybe a squeeze attempt.
Maybe a safety squeeze? Urias not bunting. He takes outside for ball 1. Urias hitting .220 this year, a lifetime 195 hitter.
Isn't that poor for a pitcher, to be honest?
It's not. He's 9 for 41 this year.
That's down.
And he's got himself at a good hitter's count. It's 2-0. And Quintana, who only needed 18 pitches to get through the first, this is going to be pitch number 20 of the second right here.
I'm shocked Quintana's not attacking him right out of the gate because it's harder to pitch from behind regardless if you're facing a pitcher or not.
One strike.
Arias unloading on 2-0, surprising, and he's way behind it. First and third, Gavin Lux at third, Will Smith at first, 1 out. Quintana gets a friendly strike call, and it's 2-2.
That was more of a strike 3 pitch we saw from Quintana there, painting the outside corner, locking him up to make it a 2-2 count, so he's back even. It doesn't make sense for him not to attack Arias here because he proved he was well behind on the swing and he didn't see that last strike well.
2-2 from Quintana.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
That time it's a little too far outside and the count is full. The one thing you don't want to do is walk Arias and then load the bases and basically set the table for Mookie Betts.
I think if Arias swings here, it's got to be a defensive swing to try to maybe wait for a ball to come your way.
Arias into center. Is it deep enough to score? Good speed at third by Smith. He will not try it.
Now batting.
And that makes definitely a lot of sense because Almora's got a solid arm. He's very good defensive center fielder, and he's closer to the base than he is to the middle of the outfield, excuse me. So much better decision to let Mookie Betts try to hit with 2 outs.
Mookie Betts, who doubled down the third base line his first time up, has 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position. First pitch to Betts. A swinging strike as he was fooled by the first pitch fastball of Quintana, who's already up to 24 pitches this inning. That's the 6th man the Dodgers have sent to the plate. The 0-1. Chases again, and it's 0-2.
That's down early. 0-2. I wonder if Quintana will still attack or go with the waste pitch. I think it makes more sense to try to waste one here to see if Betts is going to chase.
Contreras, the catcher, has got to be on his toes for something in the dirt. 2 strikes from Quintana. Curveball that's down. He was thinking right along with the both of us.
And that wasn't even the worst waste pitch either because it started somewhere near the knees and it could have easily drawn a swing from a subpar hitter.
This time he got him. And Quintana gets out of trouble, but not before Gavin Lux. An opposite field double in the gap. And the Dodgers lead it 1-0, middle of the second in Chicago.
Leading off for the Cubs.
Wilson Contreras leads off the bottom of the second for the Cubs after the Dodgers stranded 2 runners in the top of the frame. They did, however, manage to push 1 run across as Arias steals a strike. Contreras, Schwarber, and then Nico Horner. 4, 5, and 6 for the Cubs. As Arias got through the top 3 in the first with only 17 pitches. 0-2 to Contreras. Right side, easy play. Lux makes it, and it's the first out.
I know it's very early, Eddie. It's the bottom of the second, and Arias has only faced 4 batters, but he's done it very, very well. Very quick at-bats on both sides. Now he's facing another lefty in Schwarber, especially with his new lead. I think Arias is just pitching with a new whole level of confidence coming off of his last few starts.
I was about to say another first pitch strike, but it seemed that one missed a little bit inside. So Kyle Schwarber, you see the heavy shift that they have on him.
It looks like this umpire is calling more outside strikes and then giving the inside half the benefit of the doubt of the hitters here.
You know, I say it every time that I see one of these heavy pull hitters. If he were to bunt down the third base line, he could walk to first.
Oh yeah, absolutely, you're correct. But I think with guys like Schwarber who hit for immense power, their ego gets in the way and they want to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Which makes sense because they can do it very effectively, but getting on base is what's more important, I agree.
How the game has changed. God, I sound old.
I'm with you on this one. I'm on your side.
1-2 to Schwarber, and he's gone. Third strikeout for Quintana, and he's retired the first 5.
Batting fifth.
You're right. Reese is getting in a groove, and I think something along the lines of a bunt against the shift is what would get him out of this groove, because he's just dominating hitters. That's something that would throw a pitcher off. Now with a guy like Nico Horner, who doesn't really have a shift on him, Reese is going to have to get him like he's gotten everybody else, which shouldn't be a problem for him.
Realized I said Quintana instead of Arias. Don't mean to disrespect the effort that he's put forth so far. It's Arias who's retired 5 in a row and's been dominant while doing it. Nico Horner, that was 1 for 5 yesterday. Cubs would win 9-2 in Toronto. Exploded for 12 hits in that one.
No strike.
Going to Nico Horner, I think it was perfect timing for the Cubs. Ben Zobrist retired, opening the door at second base for Nico Horner, who was their big prospect second baseman for a couple of years down there in the minors. So he should be playing every day for the near future.
Yep, they have Ian Happ and David Bodie who platooned to start the year, and then once they thought Horner was ready for full-time competition at the big league level, they've brought him up, and he's been playing pretty much every day.
Well, that's the good thing about David Bodie. He plays third base, and so does Chris Bryant, but both of them can play the left field position as well, so they can split time there. And then you have Ian Happ, who also can play his fair share of some outfield as well. So they have a lot. These guys can be mixed around in the field, which really helps benefit the playing time of all these young studs.
Right side, how about this start for Julio Arias? 6 up and 6 down. Go the Chicago Cubs, and we're through 2. Los Angeles has the 1-0 lead. Back here at Wrigley Field for the top of the 3rd, Max Muncy will lead it off for the Dodgers as Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. Link should be in the Twitch stream. Max Muncy, Jorge Soler, Cody Bellinger. Watch out. A lot of home runs, a lot of money paid to those 3 guys. 2, 3, and 4 combination for the Dodgers.
Eddie, do you know when Bellinger's next, when he becomes a free agent, needs to be extended or no?
I don't.
Mac.
But they better be ready to break the bank for him.
And because I know with players like Judge and the Yankees, Judge is not eligible for a free agent contract until he's 32, so I don't know how long Bellinger is going to be held in Dodgers possession for.
Muncy tomahawked that first one, but was just a little bit out in front. As Quintana starts inning number 3.
0-2 is the count.
Good pitch that time. Muncy behind the fastball.
We've seen guys, though, like Ronald Acuna, Ozzie Albies, and Luis Robert get extended for very long times despite their lack of playing time throughout their career. So I wonder if that'll be a new trend we'll be seeing from a lot of good young up-and-rising players in this league.
That does seem to be the new trend. If you find a guy that you think is can't miss, lock him up for as long as you can. And Luis Robert is Exhibit A of that.
It's only a matter of time before we see that come down to bite a team, so who knows?
1-2 to Muncy. And he strikes out for the 2nd time. That is number 5 for Jose Quintana.
The left fielder.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think we've been seeing a lot of in-play outs, but that's just because the stuff from these pitchers has been electric, to say the least, getting a lot of swings and misses. Not a lot of strikeouts looking this far.
Here's Jorge Soler. He takes high and in for ball 1. Well, what a year Jose Quintana is having. A guy who was 13-9 last year in 31 starts, but had a 4.68 ERA. Always been a very reliable left-handed pitcher, but never been someone who topped the charts, which is what he's doing this year. And he jams Soler right here. He's got 2 outs in the 3rd. Quintana, the ERA leader in the National League at a 2.48. Walker Buehler is right behind him, somewhere in the 2.6s, I believe.
Sort of insane how Walker Buehler has immediately emerged as the heir apparent to Clayton Kershaw, and Clayton Kershaw is not even 33 yet. So the Dodgers don't have to worry about pitching for quite a long time.
Still a terrific 1-2 punch.
And you got Urias in there.
Yes, you do have Urias. You can't forget about him. And they picked up Yu Darvish, or rather the Cubs picked up Yu Darvish to supplement their rotation. I wanted to talk about that as well. There's a team that really has not had a true number one. And Darvish, who has had an up and down year, he and Quintana have been kind of the closest thing they've had to a 1-2 combination, with Quintana being the undisputed number one starter.
We also forgot about Dustin May with the Dodgers as well.
Yes, Dustin May. Point, Jeremy. Forgot about Dustin May. He's been good.
You're correct, though, with the Cubs. John Lester is really starting to become past his prime, age 37. It's really sort of time for the Cubs to struggle in a different direction, because they got a lot of veteran arms, but they really don't have anybody who's young and fresh from their farm system who can be a dominant arm for a while.
Bellinger strikes out, and that'll do it for the top of the third. So the heart of the Dodgers order goes down 1-2-3, scattering 2 strikeouts. Still 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. Jason Hayward leads off the bottom of the third. The Cubs still do not have a base runner. It'll be Hayward, then Albert Almora, and Jose Quintana.
Hayward, formerly a Cardinal and Brave, big-time Braves prospect, but eventually got dealt to the Cardinals and then signed a big deal with the Cubs.
Isn't it hard to believe he's only 30? I feel like he's been around for like as long as I've been watching baseball.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. Came up in 2010 at the age of 20, and came up at that age because he was that big of a deal. Was expected to be Mike Trout level good, but really never was able to make that big leap. Struggled a little bit defensively, and just didn't live up to anybody's expectations. I think that's why he's so overlooked right now.
Yeah, I'll tell you something.
Player.
He and Giancarlo Stanton started a trend with that jaw protector on the exposed side of the helmet. Both of them had scary injuries, and as a result, you've now seen that really come into the league. I'd say around 50% of all players, maybe more, are wearing that face protection right now.
Eddie, you know the unwritten rule of baseball. If you put padding on a body part, it's never going to be hit.
That is unfortunately very true. Lots of guys can attest to that, especially the catchers.
Absolutely.
Ball somehow always manages to find the one spot where the catcher isn't wearing protective equipment. It's a rough job. Full Hayward. And he fouls it away.
And if you have a hitter who's wearing a shin guard facing the pitcher's mound, you know he's going to foul it off on the other shin. It's that kind of luck.
Sad but true. 3-2. Hayward behind it, and he goes down. Strikeout number 4 for Urias. That's 7 in a row.
The center fielder, Albert.
Yeah, 4 strikeouts for Urias. Sort of took a break from the strikeouts last inning. Only had 1. His defense helped him out a little bit, but now he's really coming into his own, using that fastball again, mixing with the curveball, and getting a lot of swings and misses.
1-0.
Urias, the guy who only had 8 starts last year, like we said earlier, mainly a bullpen guy. Had a good year, 2.49 ERA in 37 regular season appearances. It was ravaged by injuries in 2017 and 2018, which was the main reason for him taking it slow in the pen last year. Back in the rotation this year, and helping the Dodgers be very, very good. One ball, 2 strikes to Albert Almora Jr. And he stays alive. Changeup from Urias is foiled.
When we talk about web gems that come from center field, I think names that come to mind are Kevin Kiermaier and Kevin Pillar. However, Albert Almora has his fair share of them in center field as well, making a lot of nice plays, whether it's robbing a home run or just diving at a ball near the track.
Batting ninth, the pitcher.
Makes web gems, but Urias made him look pretty foolish right there. Back-to-back strikeouts for the Dodgers starter. Here is Jose Quintana, the pitcher. You were talking about it, Jeremy, before the game. The Cubs, a team that likes to hit the pitcher 8th. Interestingly enough, though, Quintana batting in the 9 spot today.
Well, Quintana, obviously we're not expecting pitchers to hit like a normal position player does, but Quintana not one of the better hitting pitchers in this league. As
Say
you
what?
know. As you know,
What was that?
This is the story of my ML baseball broadcasting career. I'll tell you this. I was doing a Mets Nationals game with Big Funds, and I just said Alonso, poor start to the year, and he hit a 450-foot moonshot to left. Like I think these players would want me to say bad things about them so they can sort of get their bat heating up a little bit.
So the opposing pitcher breaks the no-hit bid for Julio Urias as it's Jose Quintana, only his 7th hit of the year, to bring that average up from a whopping 146 to probably somewhere in the 150 range.
I'm sure he's very happy with that too.
That he is. It is a cold night in Wrigley, 59 degrees at first pitch. You see Quintana wearing the jacket at first. Chris Bryant now with the chances. The lineup turns over for the first time. Bryant, like 5 other Cubs through the first time through, struck out against Urias. And he's behind that one, and it's 1-2.
Look for him to go change up here. He started up with it on the inside corner for strike 1. Maybe he'll use it in the outer half.
Oh, that's out.
Just, and I mean just, missed right there.
That was a fastball. He was obviously trying to paint the corner, but Bryant, very disciplined hitter, with a good take.
2-2 to Bryant. That time he got him. Another fastball, 96 this time. And it's another strikeout for Julio Urias. He's got 6. We're through 3. 1-0, Dodgers.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Justin Turner will lead it off in the top of the 4th for LA. Dodgers would score in the 2nd, but went 1-2-3 last inning. And we start inning number 4 for Quintana, and it's a swinging strike to Justin Turner.
I wonder when Turner's time's going to be up. He's above the age of 35, almost there. Still a very productive hitter, Eddie, don't get me wrong. I know the Dodgers have a lot of young infielders on that bench waiting to get their shot.
Inside, ball 1.
And it might be a matter of time before Turner decides to hang them up or maybe just finds a new team.
I gotta say, Jeremy, as 2 New York area guys, which is what we are, you can talk about Bobby Bonilla and the contract mistake the Mets made there, but letting go Justin Turner, not re-signing him, I think the guy wanted like $700,000 extra. They wouldn't give it to him, so he decided to offer his services to the Dodgers, and now look.
Well, as a Yankee fan, I'm very happy I didn't have to endure that pain, but at the same time, I wouldn't maybe blame it on that. I think Justin Turner's change of scenery might have been what emerged his great talent, because I don't think the Mets were just a good place for him. He wasn't playing every day, and he wasn't getting the chance to hit productively, and that's what a lot of hitters need, the chance to play every day to sort of bring out their best potential.
Well, I must remind you, of course, this is a national broadcast, so there are no allegiances allowed. We must be completely unbiased in the broadcast booth. That was Quintana's 7th strikeout, by the way, as Turner went down for the 2nd time, while Jeremy was rambling on about how lucky he was to be a Yankee fan.
Not the first time.
0-1 to Chris Taylor. And he swings through a good pitch from Quintana. 0-2. Taylor pinch hit yesterday. He was 0 for 1.
Ball 1.
Base hit his first time, and he watches high 1-2. Slicer, that is fair. Inside out from Chris Taylor, and he's 2 for 2.
A very nice jam shot the opposite way. That was low and in on his hands, and he just punches it down that right field line for a hit. Way to keep the inning alive for the Dodgers with only 1 out. And now Gavin Lux is in the same scenario he was back in the 2nd, and he has a very good opportunity to bring in his teammate for the 2nd time.
That looks like that Novak Djokovic slice that you could see in the U.S. Open.
Very good.
As Gavin Lux will take a strike. A guy who has to be in the conversation for the NL Rookie of the Year. As a rookie in what is a very talented lineup, he is playing in his 118th game today. He's been a rock for the Dodgers at second base.
1-1.
And if Dodgers fans better get used to seeing Lux there. This guy is a very special lefty talent. He can hit to all fields, hit for power. And he's just another one of these great farm system players that Dave Roberts is going to help develop into an everyday superstar for this Dodgers team.
I got 2-1 the count.
And we saw it his first time up. That was some impressive hitting, that double into the left center gap, which has driven in the only run so far. 1 through 5 for the Dodgers is a combined 1 through 10. 6 through 9 is where the offense has been happening. 2-1 to Gavin Lux. Lux drills it into center. Back is Almora, still back, and he'll settle under it right in front of the warning track. Second out of the inning, but Lux gave that one a pretty good ride.
And it looked like it was only going to just die in the middle of the outfield, but Almora kept having to chase as maybe the wind was drifting that back a little bit with the chilly air in Chicago here tonight, but thankfully for the Cubs' sake, Almora was able to make a play on that and get the second out of the inning.
Yeah, it was interesting. You're right. It looked like Almora had a beat on it and knew where it's going to be. As here goes the runner. Taylor is out at second. The cannon from Wilson Contreras is how we end the top of the fourth. Bang! 1-0 Dodgers.
Incredible throw.
Leading off for the Cubs.
What a throw from Wilson Contreras. Let's see if that can spark this Cubs team, who aside from Jose Quintana, they have not recorded a hit yet. 1 through 8, all the skill players, like they say in football, the guys who are supposed to be getting the hits, they're 0 for 9. They've taken one turn through, and then Bryant had his second at bat last inning. So here's Rizzo. Heart of the order this inning for the Cubs, it's Rizzo, Baez, and Contreras.
The count 1-1.
Took Urias 52 pitches to get through the first 3. And Rizzo, a slicer. It's going to curl foul.
I think it's in his head that the only base runner he surrendered is to the pitcher.
It might. I would think it certainly could, but then the way he came back and struck out Chris Bryant the way he did, I think once again he asserted his dominance out there on the mound. 2-2 to Rizzo. This is off the end of the bat and caught. Nice play by Max Muncy, who's back at first after playing some second yesterday.
I think all it proves is that maybe you get a little more lax when you do face the pitcher, but nonetheless, no worries from the Dodgers here. Urias is back to his old dominant self after surrendering that single up the middle, so no concerns.
So here is Javi Baez, the man they call El Mago, the Magician. One of the better nicknames. I think him and Frankie Lindor out in Cleveland have the 2 best nicknames in baseball. They call Lindor Mr. Smile. I've never seen a game where they've panned the camera over to Lindor and he's not smiling. And Javier Baez, the things that he can do with his hands and with the bat certainly look magical. And Baez hits this one into left, and it's going to drop in there for the second hit of the night for the Cubs, just in front of Jorge Soler.
Going back to Javi Baez, I don't know if you watched this, Eddie, but I think the most impressive baseball I've ever seen from Javi Baez, believe it or not, was in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. That was an incredible display of defense, high-octane offense. Just that was the most complete set of baseball ability I've seen from a player of Javier Baez in Puerto Rico.
That was an impressive tournament. It was something that everybody kind of just swept under the rug at the beginning, like it's the World Baseball Classic, February baseball, and into March, who cares? But people really got into it. Some very high profiles in there, and they put on a show.
Absolutely, and I was very upset that it was canceled. Obviously, it needed to be, but Hopefully they can play it in the next year or two, and because I love that. I love when these teams compete. I think it's great for the national stage of the game as well.
Oh, it totally is. As Contreras goes down on strikes. That's number 7 for Urias for the second out of the 4th.
The left fielder.
Going back to that fastball up and in this time on Contreras and whiffs right through it. I'd say Urias is one of those rare pitchers who can use that fastball as a put-away pitch, so I wonder if he'll continue to do so second time through.
So here's Kyle Schwarber, who struck out his first time, got jammed on the first one and fouled it to the screen. Schwarber, 27 years old, product of Indiana University. Good speed at first with Javi Baez, who will trot back on the pickoff attempt. Baez has 7 stolen bases on the year. Of course, if he doesn't decide to run anything that's in the gap, he should be able to score, especially since he gets the head start with 2 out running on contact. One to Schwarber. Good pitch from Urias. Runaway slider, and it's 1-2.
Schwarber, obviously much more power against the right side. Doesn't really pull as well against lefties. So I think he's just going to try to hit for contact in this one. That's my guess.
Just missed right there. So far, Baez has not moved at first. His face is cut off, but I think that's the manager, David Ross, who's blocked by the railing. 2-2 to Schwarber. That time, the slider's a little too far away, and the count will be full, and Baez will get an early start. Nico Horner on deck if Schwarber can continue. It's full, and Schwarber will parry, still 3-2.
I apologize if you can't hear me. It's torrentially raining outside right now, but I really? Yeah, it's incredible patience by Schwarber at the plate right now. And it comes to his benefit.
Excellent patience, as you said, Jeremy. An excellent plate discipline from Kyle Schwarber. So it's a hard-earned walk in there at first and second. The first time that the Cubs have had a man in scoring position all day, and it's going to be for the rookie. That's Nico Horner. Ross stripling David Price, doing some light tossing in the bullpen. First time we've seen anybody up out there. But I have a feeling this is Urias' game until he can't go anymore. He deserves that much with 7 strikeouts and only 2 hits allowed.
And I'm blown away that David Price is back in the bullpen after pitching yesterday and pitching poorly.
It is rather shocking, I have to say. 1 strike to Horner. Good pitch. Urias got him to chase on the fastball, and it's 0-2. Horner playing in only his 11th game of the year this year. Up in a big spot in the bottom of the 4th. And he just caught up to that one to stay alive. Urias has needed 22 pitches to get to this point in the inning. He's got a chance to put away Nico Horner right here and get back to the dugout. He got him. A dead red fastball, and Horner leaves the bat on his shoulder. 2 runners are stranded. 1-0 Dodgers as the 5th inning comes in.
Leading off for the Dodgers.
Bullpen hot for the Cubs as well, yeah. So my bad, you go.
No, all good. The Cubs strand 2 in the bottom of the 4th. Now it's the Dodgers' turn once again in the visiting half of the 5th. No surprise, Jose Quintana right back out there.
Ball 1, no strike.
Alec Mills, Adbert Alzolay, who I'm surprised to see up. He was terrific yesterday. Pitched 3 innings, did not give up a run and a couple of strikeouts. As Smith left side, he's got himself a base hit. How about this bottom of the order for the Dodgers?
Crazy because we've seen the righty shift so commonly where the infield would go 3 to one side. And if they did that, they'd retire Smith both times. But That's the second time in a row where Smith has been able to punch a single through that left side. So, an opportunity for Urias to bunt, and he does.
Urias will sacrifice, and it's disastrous.
Hey,
Fortunately, Urias beats it out, but that was way too far up the line, and essentially a ground ball that was handled by Rizzo.
It just hit too hard down the line, and he almost kind of wishes it goes foul because bad jump from Smith, who doesn't have all the speed in the world at first base, unable to get to second, and Urias is very lucky that he was able to beat that out right there.
So here's Mookie Betts, as this vaunted top of the order for the Dodgers will come to the plate for the third time. The top of the order 1 through 5, they're 1 through 10. 6, 7, and 8, a combined 5 for 6. That's where the offense has been. It's been provided from Taylor, Chris Taylor, Gavin Lux, and Will Smith, the catcher.
Don't forget, Betts was stranded on second after a leadoff double in the first.
And Betts is going to get another one down the left field line. This time it's going to be cut off, and everybody will go station to station. So now first and second, the Dodgers are threatening again.
And that kind of hung there from Quintana, changeup that just stayed at the belt. So he's very lucky Betts didn't blast that over the left field fence. But we get another productive at bat for Mookie. And now Max Muncy, he did strike out twice, but he can redeem himself here with a nice base knock that'll bring in a run.
Max Muncy, like you said, he's struck out twice. Went to Baylor University. Was a 2012 fifth-round pick by Oakland. But they decided that he did not have what it takes, and he was tossed into the scrap heap. During spring training in 2017, the Dodgers decided to give him a shot. Look how that turned out for them. Now he's batting second on the team with arguably the most high-powered offense in all of baseball. He's an instrumental part of that.
Responsible for their only World Series win in 2018.
Yes. Boy, that was a marathon. I slept from the 11th to the 15th and didn't miss anything.
Yeah, lucky break.
That was a marathon. Speaking of marathons, did you see the hockey game the other day that went into 5 overtimes?
Yeah, and I think the Hurricanes had to cancel their game. They had to postpone it to the next day. Imagine being a team, I don't care what sport you're playing, you're gearing up for a playoff game, obviously
especially
a lot of training.
In game 1.
Especially a lot of training going into that. A Hurricane team that just swept the Rangers to get ready for that series, and all of a sudden, you're not playing today anymore. You gotta play tomorrow.
And then they made them play at 11 a.m. the next day. Those guys probably hadn't played at 11 since they were like 5. It's not usually especially for a hockey game, even a baseball game, it's not a standard start time.
I don't know how good this is, but I would compare this to a starter getting ready for a start.
Left side base hit. Quintana will come to the plate. The throw's cut off. And Urias, will score for the Dodgers, and it's 2-0 as Muncy delivers.
Let me go back to what I was saying after that phenomenal hit, but Max Muncy did interrupt me. I would compare that Hurricanes issue to a scenario where a starter is preparing for a start over 4 days, and he's getting ready to pitch, and then thunderstorms come in and his game's postponed.
Yeah, and it happens more often than anybody would like, or when a starter can only pitch 3 innings and he's cooking and then the rain comes and they have to take him out of the game because the delay's too long, and when it comes back, you can't rewarm the arm again.
I don't know if you saw that, but that happened to Trevor Bauer in his Momentum vlogs he's been putting on YouTube called Inside the COVID Season. Very interesting videos to check out if you're a baseball fan and you want to get a deep look into what's going on. It takes through what the Reds go every day.
Check it out. 2-1 here to Soler. He was on that one, fouls it away, and it's 2-2. So the Dodgers scored off of a double in the gap by Gavin Lux, which plated Chris Taylor back in the 2nd. Now they've scored again here in the 5th on the RBI single by Max Muncy. Dodgers have lost 4 in a row. looking to snap that skid here. 2-2 to Soler. Chopped. Foul. We'll do it again.
Remember, I did the broadcast with Tim Moore for Jorge Soler's first game in a Dodger uniform. He lost to the Brewers, who have been struggling big time, but he just calmly hit 2 home runs in that game.
Very calmly. Yeah, anybody who gets Jorge Soler, it's that they get a nice 52 home run boost to their team statistics, and the team batting average increases exponentially. Count is full here to Soler. Ripped and bobbled by Rizzo. They go to second, where they will get Muncy, and that's all. Bit of a weird play, as that was hit so sharply that Rizzo could only knock it down.
And I don't think Rizzo made the right play there. I think he had time where he could tag Soler, because he was already on the line at that point, and then get the out at second and get the tag. I don't know if I'm wrong or I misinterpreted that, but it looked like the double play was doable for Rizzo, in my opinion.
I think you're right. It certainly seemed like he had time to step on first and then get the tag play at second. Remember, Javi Baez, who was covering tags better than pretty much anybody in the game.
Absolutely.
So I think it certainly would have been doable, and we'll see if that comes back to bite the Dodgers.
Well, at the same time, the
Bite the Cubs.
adrenaline's insane, because you're just thinking getting out. And obviously, you don't have that much time to process it when the ball is hit 100 miles an hour at your glove.
Bellinger will stop it in time. Surprised they didn't ask. And now it's 2-1.
I think nowadays you always got to ask, because you never know when you make something wrong.
If you look to your left of the screen, you'll see the next game on deck. That's the Indians and the Athletics. Jaden Becker, P. Mr. 3 on the call. Scheduled to start at 5:15. And then the Broadcaster League tournament, Jeremy, that's tonight. I think we have 2 games.
Yeah, I'm not playing today, but I'm in a bit of a cold slump. I'm 9-6. I'm in about 6th place. I need to go up 2 spots to get a playoff spot. I got to start winning some more games.
Who's pitching next?
I think I got to go with my new 99 Greg Maddux. I won the Broadcasters tournament, which was a very fun feat for me, but I know winning the league would be a whole other level of accomplishment.
Bellinger walks and Quintana's in trouble. The bases are loaded up for Justin Turner, and a chance to really make an impact on this game right now.
Yeah, Quintana was pitching so smoothly despite giving up that 1 run.
Oh, wow.
Oh, now he's getting tagged. Wow.
Quintana not pleased. You can see him kind of glare back at David Ross, and he flipped the ball, which usually guys will wait till the manager's out there. But instead, he just flipped it to him, so Alec Mills is going to come in. Quintana not able to go the full 5, only lasts 4 2/3. And it's another not great start. Remember his last outing, he only went 5 1/3, but gave up 5 runs on 4 hits and took the loss against the Reds. And in line to take the loss today if nothing changes. Also still responsible for the 3 runners on base. So Alec Mills, making his 55th appearance, asked to bail out the starter. Turner left side. This is Baez. And a good strong throw will end the inning. So Mills throws 1 pitch and bails out Quintana. We are halfway through in Chicago. 2-0 Dodgers.
You're looking for a rain update. I can't see out my window anymore, so this is really something else.
I gotta say, over here in Jersey, it's nice and partly cloudy. It's been a beautiful day so far.
Well, I'm scheduled to go back to Ithaca hopefully sometime next month, and it's perfectly sunny over there. So maybe it's just a Westchester area type thing right now.
Or it could mean that it's coming and it's gonna hit my area. Time's 4:28, so it looks like it maybe in an hour or so. As Urias is also done. Wow. So here comes Ross
That
Stripling.
is shocking. Wow.
And I think when we came back from break, I thought I saw Urias on the mound. So maybe something happened in his warm-up pitches, because I could have sworn I saw him walk out to the mound and stand on the rubber. But here's Ross Stripling, so Urias' night is done.
Oh, that's low.
As Stripling deals outside for ball one, so both teams will go to the bullpen early. As Urias, who pitched 7 brilliant innings last outing against the Giants, only allowed 4 hits. This time is yanked after 4. Rather surprisingly so, though, because he'd only given up 2 hits on the day and walked 1. He'd struck out 7. Interesting move.
Stripling is very capable, though, Eddie, of giving them a lot of innings. So don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if he pitches productively until maybe the 8th. This is the guy who almost no-hit the Giants in his debut.
Stripling's got 77 innings pitched this year, which is the most out of anybody in that Cubs bullpen, with the exception of David Price, but he spent time as a starter, so you can't really loop him in that area.
I'm just shocked that Price is throwing bullpen right now after his outing yesterday.
You and me both. 2-2 to Hayward. And he bounces foul to stay alive.
Crazy, because it feels like the Cubs have been getting outdueled this entire game. They're really just a bloop and blast, as everybody says, from tying this game and getting even.
Good start for Ross Stripling as Hayward strikes out for the second time. And it's the first out of the bottom of the 5th. Final line for Julio Urias. 4 innings pitched. He gives up no runs on 2 hits. Walks 1 and strikes out 8. But he leaves after 4. So here's Albert Almora,
Off the plate,
who
ball
struck
1.
out his first time up. Here comes a 1-1. Left side, it's going to roll foul, and it's 1-2.
Amora looks a little bit lost, very out in front in that pitch right there. I wonder if he's going to sit fastball on a 1-2.
That's out.
Off speed from Stripling, Almora will lay off it. Knuckle curve. It's a pitch that Stripling likes to throw. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Just got a piece of it to stay alive. High heat from Stripling.
Wow.
This time he got him.
Really toned down the fastball to 92 right there. I don't know if Almora was sitting anywhere near that velocity.
Big time start for Ross Stripling. Big time pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts start the inning, and Almora has struck out in both at-bats here in this ballgame, and now we'll get a pinch hitter, and it's going to be Ian Happ. Happ, the first man to come off the bench for the Cubs. Guy who was a 10th overall pick for Chicago back in 2015 after playing ball at the University of Cincinnati.
Happ, I would define as a muscular power hitter. He can hit from both sides. I would say the left is his best. So this is definitely a guy who can play every day. Just had a really slow 2019.
Right side base hit. The pinch hitter delivers, and Happ has got himself a 2-out single. And that'll bring the top of the lineup back up.
Just like I said, small hit and a homer away. Tying this game up, and Chris Bryant's very capable of doing that. Obviously, 25 home runs, 298 average. He's hitting at the top of the lineup because he's more of a contact hitter this season. But don't let that make you think he cannot hit the ball out of the ballpark. So, Dodgers definitely not out of the woods yet. It's only the 5th.
Bryant, the tying run, bats for the 3rd time. He has struck out twice, swung and missed in the first, was frozen in the 3rd. Dead red fastball, and he missed it, and he knows it. Check on Happ, and he's just back in time. That was closer than I think Dave Ross, the manager, would have liked.
Yeah, if I'm Happ, I'm gonna not try to take too big of a lead right now. I wouldn't be stealing a base with the current situation you're in. And
That's in the dirt. There goes Happ.
Well, there you go.
And Happ down to second.
don't have to say what I was going to say anymore. It has no meaning. Now that Haps at second base.
Looks like a tough break for Will Smith, Jeremy. It seems he did everything right to smother it, but it just popped a little bit too far after that chest protector, and now a runner in scoring position. Only the second time that a Cub has been at second base today, and now it's 3-1. Or beg your pardon, I think it's 2-1. No, it's 2-1.
The 2-1 is the count. Bryant ahead. I wonder if he's going to test Stripling's patience, because I think Stripling's kind of facing more of the pressure here with his very short lead on the mound and a runner in scoring position.
Bryant, bouncer, and inning is over. Chris Bryant is 0 for 3. The Cubs strand a runner at second. We're through 5 in Chicago. 2-0. Favor the Dodgers.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Chicago Cubs.
Rowan Wick will come on now, becoming the second pitcher that the Cubs have used. So how's this for a day for Alec Mills? Throws one pitch and that's all.
The shortstop. Chris.
If he was brought in at the beginning of the inning, he'd have to face the 3-batter minimum. So when there's an inning change, that batter rule doesn't apply, because obviously you just start the inning with a new pitcher.
So Chris Taylor hitting in the 6th slot will lead it off. It'll be 6, 7, and 8, which is where all the offenses come from. That's Taylor, Gavin Lux, and Will Smith. Taylor will foul that one left side. Little bit out in front, and it's 0-2. Rowan Wick in his 52nd game of the year, a 3.42 ERA. And he's got Taylor. First out of the 6th is a strikeout for Rowan Wick.
Gavin Lux.
Rowan Wick, what a way to enter the ball game, getting a guy like Chris Taylor, who's such a heavy impact on this Dodgers offense that is. Cubs can get through this lineup, and they've been starting to get some base runners on base. I really would not count them out of this game yet.
You can't count either one of these teams out. They have too much offense. Gavin Lux, another one of these guys. He's hit the ball hard both times. Gap shot to left center for a double that brought around the first run in the second. And then he smoked a ball into center that was caught by Almora. That was back in the 4th. This time he pops it up and he didn't get it. Bryant settles under it and a quick 2-out for Wick.
Sometimes I feel like pop-outs are so satisfying for the pitcher because they don't have to work as hard. But very important out for Wick as he gets the top 2 in the order. Now we have to face the 8th hitter, Will Smith.
Will Smith, who has 2 grounded singles, both of which found a hole in different parts of the infield, and he takes inside for ball 1. Smith went undrafted in 2013 out of high school. Entered the draft, no one took him, decided to go to the University of Louisville instead, and then the Dodgers realized that this guy was a pretty good player, so they selected him in the 1st round in 2016, blasted his way through the minors, and appeared for the first time with the big club last year, and now full-time and the starter behind the plate here in 2020.
And yeah, I wonder if we're ever going to see a matchup between Will Smith the catcher and Will Smith the pitcher.
How about Will Smith the actor? No, I guess that's a little bit more unlikely.
Yeah, well, maybe they'll be in movies together.
Smith takes a strike. You know, I have to say, I think I may have seen one. I had a Cubs and Dodgers game a little ways back, and I think, I'm sorry, I had a Cubs Braves game.
The Dodgers Braves, I think you're referring to.
Yikes, Dodgers and Braves. Hey, that one only took 3 tries and some help. 3-1 to Smith. Up the middle. And he's got his 3rd hit of the day. 3 for 3, 3 singles for the Dodger catcher.
Well, that's a way to continue to convince your manager, play me every day. 3 ground ball singles for the catcher, Will Smith. Maybe impressing one of his counterparts, but nice 2-out single for the Dodgers.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your
So the
attention,
first
please.
pinch hitter that the Dodgers will use will be Corey Seager,
Number 5.
who has now found himself banished to the bench because Chris Taylor has just been better and they've been playing him at short.
Pull, that's inside.
Seager pinch hit yesterday and was 1 for 1.
Very shocked, Eddie, that they took out Stripling, who can go distance so quickly. Let alone, if they were going to use him, just use him after the pitcher spots up, because that's somebody you can get productive innings out of. I'm just blown away by that decision.
It is surprising,
Pull, that's
as that
inside.
one is outside to Seager, and it's 2-1. Will Smith at first after his third base hit of the game, with 2 out for the pinch hitter Corey Seager. Just missed that one. Fastball that was left up, and Seager was all over it, but a little bit out in front.
He was expecting an Aroldis Chapman fastball, but he got a Rowan Wick fastball.
2-2 now. Seager, that is fair. And off the sidewall, which might save extra bases, and it will. So a long single for Seager, and they're at the corners now for the top of the order, and that's Mookie Betts.
And if that goes all the way into the corner, it doesn't hit off that sidewall, you might see Will Smith score and make this a 3-run game. So big break for Wick. He surrendered 2 straight 2-out singles and now has to face one of the best hitters in baseball, Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts tonight is 2 for 3. He has doubled, was back in the first to lead off the game, and then singled and was brought around to third in the 5th, but did not score. Now he has a chance to put the Dodgers up by 3 or more. And this is into left. Back is Schwarber. This ball is gone. Betts. And it's 5-0 Dodgers.
We were talking about how smooth sailing Wick was doing in this inning. A strikeout and a pop-out, so 2 very nice outs for him. Not even hard hit. And then we have a small single, and then boom, blast by Mookie Betts. This game is sort of blown open, I want to say, and it's 5-0 Dodgers.
What a laser from Mookie Betts. StatCast has it at 105.2 exit velocity. And that is how Rowan Wick is shown the door. So they pull the welcome mat out from underneath Rowan Wick's feet. And here comes Jeremy Jeffress to try and finish out the 6th.
Jeffress previously has spent time with the Brewers and Rangers, more known for his high velo fastball.
Now batting.
I mean, this is one of those guys who just throws predominantly fastballs, probably out at least 80% of the time. So all Max Muncy has to do here is try to calibrate those pitch speeds, and he should not have a hard time making contact.
3 runs in the 5th for the Dodgers. They've taken a 5-0 lead in the opener of this series. It's a 3-game set against the Cubs. One and 1 to Muncy. And he chases and fouls away 1-2. Muncy in the first year of a 3-year deal this year, and he's plunked. That one got away from Jeremy Jeffress. Obviously no intent, as it was a 1-2 count, and he wouldn't want to have to face Soler. So a mistake from the reliever.
We haven't had our Gamely Soler home run yet, so this might be a good time.
It's always a good time for a home run. This would also be a good time, as Soler will bat with 2 out and a man at first. And he was on that one, but fouls it away. All scoring done with 2 outs. Rowan Wick started this inning with a strikeout to Chris Taylor, then got Gavin Lux to pop out. But then a base hit by Will Smith, a base hit by the pinch hitter Corey Seager. That set the table for Mookie Betts. And he blasted one out of here. A line drive 3-run shot. And it's 5-0 as this is to Baez, and they go the easy way for the 3rd out. But Mookie Betts, 105 off the bat, got out of here in a hurry. And it's 5-0 Dodgers, middle of the 6th here in Chicago.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Dodgers.
Blake Trinan will
Number
come in
29.
for the Dodgers,
Trinan.
making his 61st appearance of the year. There are the numbers, a 2.92 ERA and a 1-3 record. He'll have 2-3-4 in the Cubs lineup. That's Rizzo, Baez, and
The first
Contreras.
baseman, Anthony Rizzo.
First pitch to Rizzo on the outside corner for a strike. I should bring up that both the pinch hit appearance by Ian Happ that came in the 5th, and then the pinch hitting appearance by Corey Seager last in the top of the 6th, rather. That was a one-time insertion. Neither one of them returns to play the field, so both of them are done for the day for their respective teams. Into the shift, that's Lux. And a wild throw. An error on Gavin Lux starts the home half of the 6th. And a mistake by the usually sure-handed rookie second baseman.
It just sort of put too much oomph in that throw, if you understand what I'm saying. I think he tried to yank it over there too much, too casual on that throw. And now the Cubs have a much-needed base runner.
So Javi Baez will bat now for the 3rd time. He is 1 for 2 thus far. Yesterday was 2 for 5, scored 2 runs, and doubled in another.
Well, talking about Blake Trinan, this is a very under-the-radar pickup for the Dodgers bullpen that they just received in free agency. Somebody in 2018 who was the most dominant closer in baseball for the Oakland Athletics and having a very down 2019. This is a very big season for Trinan as he might emerge as an all-star again for LA.
And a big at-bat here for Javi Baez. This is the Cubs. This is a great chance for the Cubs to put some runs on and try and get back into this thing. They trail by 5, but as we've said a couple of times, with the offenses that both these teams have, no lead is too great. Anything can be surpassed. But the Cubs have their work cut out for them.
The count is 1-2.
Baez comes into today hitting .279. He's hit 25 home runs and driven in 72. Here's a 1-2 from Trinan. And he's gone. Nasty sinker from Blake Trinan. And his first strikeout is the Javi Baez.
There's that breaking ball that really goes well with that fastball from Trinan. Much needed first out after the error surrendered by the Dodgers infield.
So Wilson Contreras now, who is 0 for 2. He has struck out and grounded out here tonight. Bad swing, 0-1.
Contreras' younger brother, William, was recently at the deadline traded from the Braves to the Mets, and now ever since Ramos was traded to the Astros, William Contreras has been playing catcher every day for the Mets.
Yeah, that one's really hard to keep my head around because in real life, William Contreras is on the Braves, and he killed the Mets in their opening day series because Darno and the other catcher, Tyler Flowers, were both out with illness. Not COVID illness, but they were both sick. So Contreras did the catching, and he was terrific. He's going to be a big-time player.
Yeah, and now Travis Darno's back in real life after and confirmed he did not have didn't have that virus. So now he's been raking at the number 2 spot for the Braves.
There it is to end the inning. A 4-6-3 double play, and it's a killer for Chicago. The mascot not happy, neither are the Cubs fans. 5-0 Dodgers after 6. Cody Bellinger leads off in the top of the 7th after the inning-ending double play. In the bottom of the 6th, Jeremy Jeffress stays in, and first pitch to Bellinger is high and in for ball one. Brandon Morrow, Ryan Tepera both getting loose in the Cubs bullpen. They've already used 3 relievers after a 4 and 2/3 inning effort from Jose Quintana.
2-0.
Crazy to think, finally in the last third of this game, I feel like a lot of in the first third, the pitchers were working quickly through these lineups, and then in the second third, a lot of more dragged on at bats, and now we're finally in the final third of this ball game.
Bellinger right side, and he's got himself a base hit. His first of the night, and he's on to start the 7th
Now batting,
for the
the
Dodgers.
third baseman, Justin Turner.
Bellinger, despite that shift, pulls the ball so well, he's still able to find a hole. And once again, the Dodgers with the leadoff guy on base.
Well, we've talked a lot about how the Dodgers were swept by the Diamondbacks and the status of that NL West. As Turner hits one pretty deep to left, back, and still back is Schwarber. They'll turn him into a spectator. Home run, Justin Turner. And the Dodgers are pouring it on. It's 7-0.
That's might put a seal on it. I hate to be that guy. I've had so many jinxes as a butt ball broadcaster, but Justin Turner, another one of those phenomenal pull hitters on this Dodgers team. That one was just sort of roped, and it kept hanging and hanging, and eventually the wind brings it out. That's all you can do is watch.
But like I was saying before Justin Turner so rudely interrupted me with that home run, as strike one here to Chris Taylor. We talked a lot about how the Dodgers only have a half-game lead on the D-backs after the demoralizing sweep over the weekend. The Cubs, who for a while looked like they were running away with that Central Division, they now only have a 2-game lead over the Cincinnati Reds. The Reds have had a very good August. The Cubs, they've been a little bit shaky, a little bit dicey, 4-6 in their last 10. They're most likely going to drop this game, and they got 2 more really tough ones tomorrow. They're going to face 2 terrific pitchers. Dodgers going to throw Kershaw tomorrow. 1:45 is the start time there. Then Wednesday it'll be Walker Buehler, as Jeffress will get his first out, pop up to Baez.
Yeah, it's very shocking to me that Jeffress' strikeout stuff is not there. And Eddie, what that symbolizes to me is if Jeffress is striking guys out, he's not going to be an effective pitcher. Once again, contact made in the air, but unfortunately for Taylor, he just gets under it. I wonder what we're going to see from Jeffress going forward in this inning.
So this game was very, very close, especially through the first 5. The Dodgers struck for 2 runs, but both teams didn't have many chances, but they were there. The pitchers, despite neither one of them making it through the full 5, Urias and Quintana were both very good. Urias did not give up a run, only allowed 2 hits through 4, and he struck out 8, while Quintana lasted 4 2/3 and gave up 2 runs. But since the bullpens have taken over, it has been a different story. The Cubs bullpen, usually very reliable, has really imploded.
Well, yeah, I think that's been the weak spot for this Cubs team, is especially with Craig Kimbrell's just inconsistency. They're still looking for that dominant pitcher to close out games. Sometimes you see it Winkler, and he can be effective, but when you're a playoff team, you need somebody who can really shut the door, sort of like a Roberto Osuna type, or Aroldis Chapman, Kirby Yates, somebody like that. And it's annoying for the Cubs that they don't have one of those guys.
Good fight here from Gavin Lux, who's fouled off a couple of 2-strike pitches here. Still an 0-2 from Jeffress, and Lux will foil another one.
Still consistently going to that fastball upstairs. Lux is not missing it.
Lux tore it up in Oklahoma City last year, hit .347, was called up in September, and immediately started to make an impact on the team, was part of the playoff roster, became the youngest player in baseball history to hit a postseason home run. And he's had a big-time year this year. Grounded to the right side, and Lux is retired for the second out of the 7th.
Now batting, the catcher, Will Smith.
So here comes Will Smith, the catcher who is 3 for 3 with 3 singles, all 3 of them on the ground. He also trotted home on the Mookie Betts 3-run blast. And first pitch from Jeffress is outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Like when you're 3 for 3, Eddie, it's when you're facing the least amount of pressure as a hitter because you can mess up and you're still having a superb game. So, Will Smith, I would say definitely not feeling much pressure, up 7-0 and 3 for 3 on the day.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Dodgers haven't put anybody out on deck yet. It'll be a pinch hitter, unless, of course, they opt to bat Blake Trinan, the reliever.
I can bet you that will not happen.
It is a 7-0.
Name your price.
It is a 7-0 game, but I am inclined to agree with you. 2-2 to Smith.
I got 3 and 2.
And now it's 3-2. So an undisclosed pinch hitter on deck. Probably. And a full count to Smith from Jeremy Jeffress. And Smith fights it off and we'll have another.
Jeffress he's not displaying his best stuff. If I'm him, I'm just going to attack this hitter and hope for the best here because you're not getting good contact off the bat.
Smith into left. Schwarber is over. Does he have room? Yes. And that'll do it for the top of the 7th. But Justin Turner, the second Dodger, did a home run into the basket in left. And it's 7-0 Dodgers. Time to stretch at Wrigley. Leading off for the Cubs is Kyle Schwarber, who made a nice catch to finish off the top of the frame. 5, 6, and 7, that's Schwarber, Nico Horner, and Jason Hayward, for a combined 0 for 5. Schwarber, the only one who's been on base, he walked back in the 4th.
1-0.
It's a good chance for Schwarber to sort of just swing for the fences here. I mean, why not? Not that he doesn't do that every time he swings, but, especially now.
A very good crowd on hand here today at Wrigley Field, but they've not had much to cheer about.
Ball. Down.
Offense has been stymied by a collective effort from the Dodgers pitching staff that started with Julio Arias and has continued through Ross Stripling and now Blake Trinan, who begins his 2nd inning of work.
Talking about large crowds, Eddie, where do you think you see the most fans packed into an MLB stadium? Which stadium usually brings out the most fans?
Ball 3. 3-0.
I would have to say traditional baseball stadium, I would say Yankee Stadium, but in a playoff scenario, I would imagine that the Oakland Raiders place, the Oakland A's place can get the most in. Really?
Really?
Even with the football stadium?
Yeah, I just don't think they sell out. You know what I'm saying?
Even in the playoffs? I mean, I could see it, but I would think that for a playoff game, and I don't know how many the Oakland Coliseum can seat, but it's got to be north of 60, 65,000.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if they use most of the seats in there, though, because I know they have that whole section
that's
area
true.
For retired numbers. I was going to say Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, Dodger Stadium.
Because they've drawn a lot of celebrities to games in the regular season, so you obviously know they're going to draw out a lot of the citizens of LA, Angels and Dodgers fans, just because I think playoff baseball in LA is a very yearly thing that a lot of fans are used to.
Let's see, the Dodgers game that I had on Friday night, when the opening game of the series against the D-backs, they drew 51,777.
That's a good number. It's definitely a good number.
Wrigley Field, one of the smaller ballparks, second oldest ballpark in the big leagues, by the way, built in 1914, second only to Fenway, which was built in 1912. As Horner stays alive on the sinker from Trinan.
Yeah, and stadiums like Fenway Wrigley they're never going to get rebuilt. They're going to get renovation to them, obviously, as times move along. they're too historic to tear down. I don't think you'll ever see places like that get redone.
Well, Wrigley underwent major renovations, especially in the outfield, as far as outfield seating is concerned, which they finally finished up in 2018 as Horner strikes out for the second time for the first out of the Cub half of the seventh.
Well, that was obviously a very necessary renovation. One, it brings in a lot more fans, which brings in more money for the organization. Two, obviously, you gotta keep up with the modernization of baseball stadiums, and as historic of a landmark as Wrigley Field is, you gotta make changes for it to be usable.
I have to say, the one place that I've always wanted to go see a game is the Giants' place. That stadium
I've been.
is just, it looks fantastic.
You know what it is? And the stadium, it's very underrated, Eddie, that I went to in April of 2019 that I don't think it's any appreciation. Marlins Park. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's they don't get fans whatsoever. Like the entire third deck, they have seats. No one was up there. But when it's open and it's a nice day on the water, it's just a beautiful place to watch a baseball game. Tickets are cheap and concession is cheap, and it's a great place to spend your night.
Yeah, I really want to go to San Francisco, and then Busch Stadium in St. Louis, I hear, is supposed to be really great as well. I'll be in the Chicago area when I go off to school, so I'll have to take in a Cubs game and a White Sox game. I don't know if I've ever met a White Sox fan, I have to say. I'm sure I'll meet plenty of them. I've met a bunch of Cubs fans, but I don't know if I've ever met a White Sox fan.
Paul Ringeisen, the guy I did the game with last Monday, claims to be a White Sox and Brewers fan, so you can talk to him.
Full count here to Jason Hayward facing Blake Trinan, who's working on his second inning of work after coming in the sixth. Jason Hayward is 0 for 2. He's struck out twice. And he gets into one, but it's foul. And still 3-2. So we mentioned the probables for the Dodgers the rest of the series. Tomorrow is Kershaw, and then Wednesday is Walker Buehler. As Hayward hits one pretty well, left center, back at the wall. It's off the base of the wall. Into the ivy, fishing it out is Bellinger. And the Cubs have second and third for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, first extra base hit of the game for the Cubs. Feel good hit for Jason Hayward. Scratch a couple runs out in the bottom of the seventh. That'll be good for their morale.
The 19th double of the year for Jason Hayward. And here's Albert Almora with a chance to drive in some runs. Will be the first of the day for Chicago, and he takes a strike. So yeah, Kershaw and Buehler on tomorrow and Wednesday. For the Cubs, they will have Yu Darvish, who will go up against the Dodger Titan in Kershaw tomorrow, and then Jeff Samardzija will pitch on Wednesday. He'll face Walker Buehler.
Walker Buehler, obviously, I think he can be a little more consistent in terms of outing productivity, but he always has a display of dominance. His strikeout stuff is electric, and if he's on, I mean, I'm just going to wish the Cubs hitters a good night's sleep.
Bottom of the seventh, 0-2 to Albert Almora. First time the Cubs have really threatened all night. 0-2. Almora, foul. Nearly had an extra base hit. Dodgers will no doubt trade it out for a run. 0-2 to Almora. Late on the sinker, but he fights it off. He's done a good job to stay alive here with 2 strikes. Fouled off a couple. Another 0-2. Same result.
I feel like you gotta try to maybe pull the leash on Trinan. 42 pitches seems like a lot for him, and he still has another out to record after this one.
One ball.
Missed that time, and it's 1-2. Trinan sees the most action out of anybody in that Dodger bullpen besides Ross Stripling. We're not counting David Price, who spent most of the year as a starter. Trinan comes in with 64 2/3 innings of work and a 2.92 ERA. So he is a workhorse
I got to count 2-2.
for Dave Roberts. Good at-bat here by Almora.
Big pitch coming here. If it comes full, up to a lot of pressure on Trinan.
Right side, that'll get a run in.
Nope.
Muncy makes the play, race to the bag, and Trinan wins. No?
No.
Now batting. The pitcher.
What are the Cubs doing?
Yeah, even though the ball wasn't hit that well, it was at an angle where Muncy was much better off going to first base regardless. That was an easy run for them to just steal, but they let it go.
Dave Roberts is going to come out and make a double switch. Joe Kelly's coming in. Trinan is done. But I'm still in disbelief that the Cubs have not scored, because you have to know that in this, the Dodgers aren't going to throw home. They don't want to take a chance on a close play. Like I said, they'll trade an out for a run any day of the week in that scenario.
A very strange decision. I'm still confused, but who knows?
Cameron Maben will pinch hit and takes outside for ball one, acquired at the deadline from the Tigers after spending last year with the Yankees. 1-0 from Kelly is in there for a strike, and it's 1-1. Joe Kelly, his 27th appearance of the year, a 2.63 ERA, and a record of 1-1.
One ball, 2
Good
strikes.
pitch there. Kelly, 100 that time on the two-seamer. He's the guy who can dial it up. Is his suspension over in real life?
I want to say it's either just ending or it is over, because I know his suspension was reduced to, I want to say, 6, and that was last week. So I think he's definitely served the majority of the suspension at the very least, but I can check that up if you want.
Yeah, we'll update you on who came in on the double switch as soon as we know. You'll know when we know. I'm not sure who entered the game. Maben is struck out. And that'll do it for the 7th. The Cubs set up second and third, but cannot score, and it's 7-0 Dodgers after 7 at Wrigley.
Your attention, please.
So the latest thing I can find is Joe Kelly. I mean, the Dodgers organization was still frustrated with suspension despite the reduction. So obviously, bias is very much so involved, but the organization itself is not fond of the fact that Kelly is still suspended at all. You can make your case regardless, but I understand both sides. Not that he should. I think he definitely should have maybe had a suspension, but 8 games, it was way too much.
Attendance today, 36,287. A good crowd on hand here at Wrigley. However, they've not had much to cheer about. By the way, we've figured out the double switch. Austin Barnes has come in to catch, replacing Will Smith. So Smith will probably have to catch tomorrow and the next day. They're going to give his knees and his body some rest. So Barnes will come in and catch the rest of the way. And now he'll take his first at-bat.
Thankfully for Will Smith, it's not a night-day back-to-back.
You are correct, as Barnes takes outside 2-1. So hard to tell them apart because they both have identical royal blue catcher's gear. So there is no way for us to tell that it was Barnes back there instead of Will Smith.
That's for sure.
Barnes hitting .213 this year. He's been relegated to a backup role after being the starting catcher on the team in 2017 and 2018 that went to the playoffs. 2-2 from Ryan Tepera just into the game. And Barnes off the end of the bat. Is it going to stay in play? It will, and a diving catch is made by Schwarber. Uh-oh.
Oh, Schwarber.
Schwarber, not known for his glove, and a guy who's had some pretty bad injuries in the past, an Achilles issue that knocked him out of 2016. And now it seems something in his shoulder is wrong. They'll initial report from the trainer, he'll need an MRI. But he's going to be taken out of this one. Made a terrific catch, though,
Your
Jeremy.
attention, please.
Yeah, I mean, sacrificing for the team, even though that sacrifice was probably not
Left field. Number 0.
worth it because of the deficit, but you can always appreciate a player like Kyle Schwarber who will lay it out on the line.
The batter. The
So
right fielder.
coming in for Schwarber, I don't think we were made aware. See if we can try and figure it out. I don't think Cameron Maben, I think he's done after his pinch hitting appearance. So that leaves David Bodie, Victor Caratini, and Billy Hamilton. So my guess is it's probably David Bodie who comes in to play left field. He's got some experience out there.
Yeah, Billy Hamilton's sort of now a journeyman after his tenure with the Reds, but when he signs with the team, his new motive and what his direction is steal bases and make plays in the outfield.
Always helpful to have a guy like that. The Astros had one on their 2017 championship run. I can't recall his first name, but it was Fisher. What's his first name? That's gonna bug me. The 2015 Royals, Gerard Dyson would come in and be their late inning speed demon.
Derek Fisher.
Derek Fisher.
That's ball.
Sorry, Derek.
3 balls, 1 strike.
What a wild Game 5 that was. I remember they brought in Fisher in that crazy 10th inning, and he came around and scored on that Bregman single. That might have been the best game of this decade. That Game 5 of that 2017 World Series. I couldn't find too many that were better. The count is full to Mookie Betts with 1 out in the inning. Tepper is 3-2. Got him. And Betts has struck out for the second time. He's now 3 for 5.
Batting. The first baseman, Max Muncy.
Well, nice piece of pitching there. Betts obviously fooled, but no regrets from him. He's had a productive day. Now Max Muncy, who drove in a run his last time up, gets another shot.
No, that's low.
Muncy takes low for ball 1 from Tepera. So far tonight, Muncy is 1 for 3, but he was plunked last time. And a strike from Tepper, and it's 1-1. Probably goes without saying, but Indians and Athletics, which is scheduled to start at 5:15, we're going to have to bump that one back a little bit. As soon as we're done here, we'll get you out. P. Mister is going to be taking care of the call on that one with Jaden Becker, I believe.
Jaden Becker's a good college friend of mine. He'll give you guys a good call, without a doubt.
Yeah, I've worked with Jaden once. He was a terrific guy. 5:12 right now, so my guess is they'll start around 5:30 as soon as we finish up here. And what's been a bit of a disappointing game, and what was a high-profile matchup and a high-profile pitching matchup as well, as Tepera strikes out Muncy to end the top of the 8th. Still 7-0 Dodgers. Cubs have 6 outs to go. Chris Bryant will lead it off, batting for the 4th time. Top of the order for Chicago, Bryant, Rizzo, Baez. See if they can do something to erase the goose egg. Joe Kelly will stay in the ballgame. His first pitch to Bryant was, I think it was a strike, and my screen froze. I think it was a strike.
Yeah, strike 1 to Bryant.
There we go. Good curveball that time from Kelly. 0-2. Adam Kolarek, Keon Keela, both getting loose in the bullpen. Unless something disastrous happens, unlikely that we'll see Kenley Jansen, the Dodger closer, who, while he may not lead the National League in saves, I think he's been the best closer this year, as Bryant is blown away on 3 pitches. Changeup got him for strike 3.
The first baseman.
And
Yeah,
that's 3 strikeouts for Bryant. He's had a rough night. He's 0 for 4.
Definitely a big reason why the Cubs have not been able to get going offensively. And Eddie, can you believe that Joe Kelly was a starting pitcher for the St. Louis Cardinals in the 2013 World Series? He started the game.
Did he really? Wow.
Yeah, it was against the Red Sox. He then ended up going to the Red Sox, started as a starter, struggled, moved to the bullpen, and is now a Los Angeles Dodger. That's his story.
Well, he's got ideal late inning stuff with that 100-mile-an-hour fastball. And the problem these starters always have, especially the guys who throw hard, is by the time you get to the 5th or 6th inning, the velocity is still there, but it's tailed off a little bit. But as a reliever, Kelly can just rear back, and he can deliver 100 consistently for 25 pitches. Do you know what game he started? I'm thinking game 4? 2013. That was a good World Series. Well, kind of flew under the radar.
I'll be your statistician on that. I'll find that out for you.
It's a good World Series, that one. That crazy obstruction call. Some wild games in St. Louis. I remember Colton Wong got picked off to end the game when the Cardinals were trying to mount a rally. And then there was the obstruction call in game 3. Alan Craig trying to come to the plate. He got his leg tied up. They called him out. Yeah, it was a good call. And you got to give a lot of respect to the third base umpire who made that call, because he knows that's deciding the game right there, which is something that, they usually teach umpires don't decide the game, but it was certainly the right call to be made, and all props to him that he made it.
So, fun fact, Joe Kelly started the obstruction game.
Game 3.
Game 3. He started game 3.
Started game 3.
Yes, no decision.
That postseason was the rise of Michael Wacha. We thought he was going to become like the next Clayton Kershaw. He had a ridiculous 2013 run in that postseason.
He was super young too.
Yeah, he had just come up that year, and then he had an outstanding postseason run, but I think he ran out of gas. I think he was the Game 6 starter, and he got shelled.
Fun fact, so my uncle once took a trip down to St. Louis with his family. This was about, I'd say, 2016, 2017, and I was still on the Michael Wacha bandwagon at that time, and he ended up getting me a Michael Wacha jersey, t-shirt to wear, and I still have it somewhere, but definitely not going to be brought out for a very long time.
Probably too small for you now.
Oh yeah, I'd say that, and he's also a Met right now too. So.
2-2.
Yep. Although not in Botball. I think he's with the Braves now. Yeah, he's with the Braves in their bullpen. Very confusing trying to juggle the two worlds. 2-2 to Baez, just missed from Kelly, and it's full. Bryant and Rizzo both struck out. Wilson Contreras is on deck. Cubs have only managed 4 hits thus far. Baez has one of them. Kelly's 3-2 is popped up, and it'll slice foul into the seats as Souvenir, and we'll do the full count pitch again. Baez into right, but right at Betts. Let's go to the 9th. Here at Wrigley, Dodgers comfortably in front 7-0.
Leading off for the Dodgers, the left fielder.
Eddie, I don't know if you noticed. Oh, sorry, you go.
1 through 3 in the Cubs lineup. Actually, we'll loop in 1 through 4. Bryant through Contreras, along with Rizzo and Baez. They are a combined 1 for 15 with 7 strikeouts.
Now, I was going to ask you, Did you see the trivia section of the Discord this morning that I put
I
in?
did not.
2-0.
Did
So I'm
not
gonna
see
ask
the
you. I'm gonna ask you this question. Feel free in the Twitch chat. I want to see what everybody else has to say. I was watching a game this weekend, and one of the trivia questions was the Dodgers, and it fits because they're playing right now, have 3 former MVPs on their team, in Betts, Bellinger, and Kershaw. So who is the last MLB team to have 3 former MVPs on their team?
3 former MVPs.
We'll bring it to you in the bottom of the 9th. I'll give it to the chat in the bottom of the 9th. They have the whole top half to answer.
It's got to be the Angels. Maybe?
It is not the Angels. But
It is not the Angels.
The players is what we're really looking for. I want to know who the players are. The Angels had 2, and so did the Tigers, but it is not them.
A bouncer to Baez starts the 9th. And he'll put it away as Soler is retired. He has not really joined in on the offensive fun as Jorge Soler has had a bit of a rough night.
And he does have, well, Bellinger has. He's singled last time, scored a run. He had that single through that shift. They were shifting heavily on the right side, and he still found a hole.
Ball, that's low.
Want to know here to Cody Bellinger.
2 balls, no strike.
He
So,
was 1 for 4 with a run scored tonight.
Guberific guessed the Red Sox with Ramirez and Ortiz. Manny Ramirez and Ortiz. Good guess, but no. Not that Red Sox team.
3 balls, no strike.
I'm telling you, when this trivia question came up on the TV screen, my dad and I were trying to get this for 45 minutes, and we cannot get it. It was tough.
Really? 3-0 to Bellinger.
Take the base.
And he'll walk on 4 pitches. Ryan Tepera still in there for mainly mop-up duties. Cubs have had to use quite a few bullpen guys today and trying to save the pen for the rest of the series, so kind of leaving Tepera out to dry a little bit.
And it's not like he's one of those pitchers who throws 15 innings and then he's done. He's very capable of throwing a few, so hopefully for his case, he can get through it nice and quickly.
Turner into right field. He's got another hit. That'll go for extra bases and make it 8-0. As Turner pulls into second, coming around to score all the way from first is Bellinger. And Turner's got his 3rd RBI of the night with an RBI double.
Taylor.
Wow, so some adding on. I know if I was playing Duggo in this game, I would not be very happy because he hates when people add on in the 9th inning, apparently. But great piece of hitting by Justin Turner going the other way. That's what he does best. That right field area in Wrigley Field is great because it runs so deep.
0-1.
He's the extra base hit every time. 8-0 Dodgers.
Yeah, we've seen both of those today. We saw one that just missed rolling all the way down into the corner, hit the sidewall where it juts out, and then Turner managed to curl it inside so it rolled all the way down. If it was any faster, he'd probably have a triple. But Turner also coming off of a pretty bad hamstring tear. And while he is back, that's the type of injury that to really recover from, you really need like 3 to 4 months of just doing absolutely nothing, and during the season you can't have that. As this is into center, and it's a base hit for Chris Taylor. His 3rd hit of the night.
This is just insulting, I guess, because you're down by a lot. You get the first out of the inning, and the Dodgers still pile on base runners here. Definitely not a good feeling if you're Cubs.
If you're a Cubs fan, it makes you think, what else is on? Well, you could turn on NBCSN and catch the last 5 minutes of the Lightning and Blue Jackets for Game 4. Lightning have a 2-1 lead in that series, and they lead the game 2-1 against Columbus. It's on NBCSN if anybody's interested. 4 hockey games today.
Is your hockey team in the playoffs? I don't know who you're a fan of.
We don't talk about we don't mention the Devils. They were
I'm a Devils fan too.
One of like the 6 or 7 teams who were too awful to even make the playoffs. What a train
But
wreck.
what I remember is I know Steve Cangelosi was hyping up the fact that they were only 10 points out of the playoffs. with about 12 games to go. So
Ball 3.
I like Steve Kangelo. He's a great
Counting 3 and
broadcaster.
1.
He is a good guy. I like Steve. Great voice.
Very good voice. I think that's just something he uses to his advantage very well.
3-1 to Gavin Lux. And that one's just foul, and it's 3-2. First and second, 1 out. Payoff pitch to Lux. Is into right. Catch is made by Hayward for the second out of the inning. No advancement from either runner.
The pitcher, number 17, Joe.
Hayward in the perfect spot, luckily. And they're going to hit Joe Kelly. I cannot wait to see this.
Joe Kelly will get an at-bat. They did the double switch, so Austin Barnes, who came into the game to catch, hits in the pitcher's spot. He hits ninth. So Joe Kelly batting in what was Will Smith's spot.
Hey, yeah. Try that call again.
One 0 to Kelly.
2-0.
And Tepera has run it up to 2-0.
I don't know if Tepera's worried that he's going to embarrass him here. Just attack Joe Kelly, man. He doesn't. This is his first step out of the season, I'm pretty sure. Come on.
Inside ball.
And
3.
now it's 3-0.
Wow.
So
This is
barring a miracle,
Mess.
the Cubs are going to fall to 76 and 49. And we'll have to keep our eye on the Reds the rest of the way. That's going to be an interesting one to watch. The Reds right now have the first wild card. They're neck and neck with the Braves.
I got
Reds are
3 balls,
74
1
and
strike.
50. The Braves 74 and 51. That's the 1 and 2 seed in the wild card column. On the outside looking in, but have they ever bettered their circumstances? The Diamondbacks 2 out of the wild card. Coming into today, a game and a half out of the division. But the Dodgers, with the win, will build a little bit more room
3-2.
between them and the D-backs. Should go up to maybe a game and a half, depending on what happens tonight. 3-2 to Kelly.
Boom.
And he is frozen as they come back to get him on the sinker. Kelly will probably pitch the ninth. As Justin Turner delivers once again. An RBI double, and it's 8-0 Dodgers. Last chance for Chicago in the ninth.
All right, Eddie. I got no other guesses in the Twitch chat. I'm going to give you the team, and if you want to guess the players, go right ahead. It's the 2008 Yankees. They had 3 former MVPs. You know them?
The 2008 Yankees. Jeter?
Jeter never won MVP.
Really? Rodriguez?
That's one.
Teixeira on the team then?
That was the season before. He signed in 09, so no, he was not. And he never won MVP either.
Ball. Down.
Is it a pitcher? Is one of them a pitcher?
No.
No? All right. Let me think about that as we watch Wilson Contreras. And Contreras right side. 1 out in the ninth.
Give you a hint. One of them was a backup at the very end of his career, and he's a Hall of Famer. And the other one was a big part of the A's pre-Moneyball.
Jason Giambi.
That is one, yes. So that's
Backup at the end of it. There's no way Bernie Williams was still. No, he wasn't.
No, I'm gonna give it
No
to you
way.
though for the sake of time. It's Pudge Rodriguez.
Pudge Rodriguez was on the 08 Yankees?
Yes, he
Wow,
was.
I'd forgotten about that.
And in his first game, he homered.
That's a good one. Who put forth that question?
That was on the Yes Network broadcast on,
Ah,
I want to say, got the day, but it was last week. And it was a very good question. It got me thinking. I liked it.
Nope. Ball
that's a
1.
good one. So the great mystery is now answered. Billy Hamilton is the guy who came in to play left field, not David Bodie. And he bats now for the first time in this game.
Unfortunately,
Just
we
joining
had
us, Kyle Schwarber had to exit the game with an injury to his shoulder. Going to be taken for an MRI. Should have the results post-game. A's and Indians coming up at the conclusion of this one as soon as Joe Kelly gets the final 2 outs. 2-2 to Billy Hamilton, who's actually playing for the Mets right now in real life. Look out in the dugout. That'll wake you up quickly. Hamilton, chopper, foul again. Kelly is really running up the gun. He hit 102 earlier in the inning. That one was 101 on the two-seam that time. Indians, A's lineups, left-hand side of your screen. Billy Hamilton will prolong the at-bat still. All 4 foul balls he's hit in this at-bat have been to the exact same spot, pretty much. 2-2 again.
We got 3-2.
It's high, and the count is full.
Billy Hamilton, another one of those hitters that I'm surprised is not getting attacked. Really no hitting ability, but if he does hit a weak ground ball, he could very well beat it out.
Full to Hamilton. And he got that one pretty good. But it's foul down the right side, and it's 3-2 once more. Lightning and Blue Jackets now down to the final minute of that game as Hamilton strikes out. The Cubs are down to their last out. Jackets and Lightning now down to the final minute, 107 to be precise, remaining in the third. Columbus has pulled their goalie to try and tie it, as Nico Horner will step in for the 4th time. He is 0 for 2, has struck out twice.
Now tell me, when did the Knicks play their first game?
Not for a while.
See, I just try to speak it into reality. I want the Knicks to make the playoffs so bad, but, you know.
Some things
It is what
are
it
not-
is.
Some things just were not meant to be, at least not for a little while. Tomorrow at 1:45 right here on ML Botball on Twitch.tv, Cubs and Dodgers will be right back at it. Clayton Kershaw against Yu Darvish, pitching matchup. As there it is, that'll do it. Joe Kelly strikes out Nico Horner, 99 that time, and that's how we end things. An impressive victory for the Dodgers, 8-0 the final. And they take the opener of this series.
A great win for the Dodgers. They sort of dominated the whole way behind the very impressive start by Urias. And just like that, the Los Angeles Dodgers get a big win, especially widening a little bit their first place lead on the Diamondbacks, and they'll look to Clayton Kershaw tomorrow to help extend that even more.
A 1-2-3 bottom of the ninth worked by Joe Kelly, who pitched very well, did not allow a run over his 2 innings of work. Dodgers pitching staff outstanding from top to bottom today. Ross Stripling is going to pick up the win. Julio Urias was very good, but he only lasted 4 innings despite only giving up 2 hits and striking out 8. So Stripling gets the win. Quintana, who didn't pitch badly himself, gets the loss. It's an 8-0 final, so not a save situation. Mookie Betts is our player of the game. He was 3 for 5. He singled, doubled, and hit a home run, a 3-run shot in the 6th. That broke this game open. Game went from 2-0 to 5-0 on 1 swing. So a well-deserved accolade for Mookie Betts.
Tonight's paid attendance at Wrigley Field.
Mookie Betts definitely was the main source of offense for the Dodgers today, and you'll see some of that in today's highlights. Take it away.
So, top of the second after a scoreless first, both pitchers were very good, the starters, even though they didn't go too far in this one. Gavin Lux would double into left center, and that would bring around Chris Taylor. And then Julio Urias was very good. This was the final out of the 4th, his last inning of work. Moving into the top of the 5th now, Max Muncy. Opposite way for a base hit. Julio Urias would score. And then here was what put the game out of reach. A laser by Mookie Betts, Jeremy.
Yeah, Mookie Betts, that home run was the blast that really blew it open because he was stuck at that 1-2 run deficit for the whole time. And there you go.
Then Justin Turner decided that home runs look fun, so I'll hit one too. and that made it 7-0. Neither one was a particularly big blast. Betts got out of here in a hurry, but only cleared into the first row. Turner just squeaked out of here as well, but it looks the same in the box score. Top of the 8th, Austin Barnes. This was big because the Cubs may have lost Kyle Schwarber. Made a terrific catch. You can see the pain all over in his face right there. He's got a shoulder injury, was taken out of this game. We'll know more after the MRI sometime later tonight about his condition. And then the final run that the Dodgers would score, Justin Turner, his 3rd RBI of the day, a slicing double into the right field corner, and Joe Kelly took care of the rest. Nico Horner struck out 99 from Joe Kelly, who was consistently hitting 100, and that'll do it. 8-0 the final. The Dodgers explode for 15 hits, while Chicago, Jeremy, they register only 4. The Dodgers, they snap, finally, their 4-game skid.
Yeah, big win for the Dodgers, and then but after that sweep, but you gotta look at the Cubs' direction. Facing a weaker, I know Urias is very good by any standard, but in terms of the Dodgers' rotation, he's one of their lesser links, and if they're unable to hit him, you can only imagine what dominance these guys like Kershaw and Buehler are going to have the remainder of the series. This is a 4-game set. It ends Thursday. So if this doesn't turn around for the Cubs as they're throwing out their weaker pitchers, you have to potentially think this could be a long series for Chicago despite their great records.
I can see that Jaden Becker and P. Mister are joining us, which means it's about time for Jeremy and I to get out of your hair. The Dodgers in Game 1.
He wants to say something to me. I already know he wants to talk.
Jeremy, Eddie, I'm sorry. I had to yell at Jeremy real quick. Joe Kelly comes into the game, and then you're not going to say anything about him? Like you just bought a fantastic T-shirt?
Wait, hold on. He bought that?
I didn't buy it. It was a gift. It was a gift.
Wait,
I have a shirt of Joe Kelly's face now. After he struck out.
I have to send you the Joe Kelly Flight Club T-shirt that we have up here in Boston.
I will send it.
That right there, that's a great Halloween costume if you don't feel like going to Party City.
I will send that in the Discord, and everybody can get their good visualization on it.
Kyle Schwarber will be out 1 to 2 weeks with the shoulder injury, as we will take a break from talking about Joe Kelly shirts
Put him on
for
the
a
60.
while. Which means,
or keep him active.
Which is going to mean that Ian Happ and David Bodie are going to have to play a bigger role as we move forward. They'll get some time in the outfield, filling in for Kyle Schwarber. The Dodgers win the first game of this 3-game series 8-0 in a very high-profile rematch of the 2016 and 2017 NLCS. We'll have 2 more games for you right here on ML Botball. Tomorrow, it'll be Kershaw for the Dodgers. Yu Darvish gets the call for the Chicago Cubs. For Jeremy Goldstein, I'm Eddie McCarthy. Thank you for making your Monday afternoon and spending some of your time with ML Botball. The Dodgers win an 8-0 over the Cubs in Game 1 of this series. Now we'll turn it over. Jaden Becker, P. Mister 3, Indians and Athletics from Oakland. Guys, all yours.
Thank you, Eddie. Highly appreciated. And Jeremy Goldstein, I'll talk to you later. Everything that we all went through. P. Mister, thank you for joining. It's going to be a great game here today. Got the Cleveland Indians taking on the Oakland Athletics. 2 teams that are at the top of their own individual races. The Cleveland Indians obviously still in it in the AL Central, who have just booted out the White Sox. They've found their way towards that middle pack, now 12.5 games back, but Cleveland Indians still holding on tight, only 2 games back behind the Minnesota Twins.
Yeah, White Sox have really kind of fallen apart over the past 2-3 weeks, for Cleveland's still been able to keep on Minnesota's heels, and honestly, I think they're very close to locking up that at least a wild card berth, and if not, still in the fight for the this AL Central there. But yeah, the Oakland Athletics really kind of got on easy street a little bit this year. 2 or 3 of the teams started off relatively cold, and they just kind of took advantage and built themselves a little bit of a nice lead here. Houston did give some competition, but they've now slid back to, I believe it's about 5 or 6 back at this point. So Oakland still with a comfortable lead out there heading into September.
I wouldn't say too comfortable there, P. Mister. You know, obviously in the first half of the season, the AL West was sort of a laughing stock. You know how the Houston Astros are still in it and had a negative record and all stuff like that. But now they're only a couple games back, and you can also say the same thing about the Angels. coming towards that back end of the season. So I can't believe we're already midway through August and we're still here doing this awesome bop ball stuff. And I'm glad to have you here as well, all the fans watching at home as we're about to get underway here soon in Oakland. Definitely going to be a great matchup here between the Oakland A's and the Cleveland Indians.
Yeah, again, two teams. This could be a potential playoff matchup depending on how the seeding goes for the wild card game. So it'll be a nice little preview here. And as we get some of the technical things backstage together, I just want to remind everyone that we're all doing this for Meals on Wheels to help out some of our most needy senior citizens. Basically, help themselves survive and thrive through this chaos that is the COVID pandemic. So the donate link down below. Any subs or bits right now, I was just reading earlier, you get special emotes if you donate, if you subscribe, or you bid us X amount. I think it starts at 300 and then goes up to like 5,000. So if you want some exclusive emotes potentially, go ahead and throw a sub or throw some bits.
I've seen some nice ones out there. Definitely seen some nice emotes, so you want to get in on that. But we're going to get underway here in Oakland for a great game between the Cleveland Indians and the Oakland A's. I am Jamie Becker alongside P. Mr. 3. Going to be a great matchup here. Cleveland Indians on an 8-game winning streak coming into this one in Oakland. Oakland A's losing their last one, losing 3-6 to Boston. So now trying to get back on track as they try to maintain their lead at the top of the AL West.
Wait, Cleveland lost to Boston?
No, the Oakland A's lost to Boston.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's a bit more understandable. Well, I'm like, so the Boston, who is in Buffalo universe, I believe 10 or 15 under 500, unlike the real life one, which is just an absolute dumpster fire.
Ivan Nova starting for the Oakland A's, 3.65 ERA and a 1.32 WHIP on the season. Found his way over to Oakland. Final trade of the trade deadline, dealing Jonah Bride to Detroit. Going to get underway here. Oscar Mercado going to be leading off for Cleveland Indians, playing center field today. Oscar Hernandez at second base. Francisco Lindor at short. Carlos Santana at first base. First pitch going to be called a strike. Hugging the black there. Jose Ramirez going to be at third. Mingo Santana playing DH. Tyler Naquin in right field. Von Nova kicks and deals. That one's low, 1-1. One pitch. That one's inside 2-1. Finishing off the lineup, Jose Perez going to be behind the plate playing catcher for the Indians, and DeShields Jr. in left field. Von Nova coming into this one. As you mentioned, that 3.65 ERA is something that's been helping him, but that's not that one going to be slapped over towards Kana in left field for a single. Strong hit there by Mercado.
Yeah, really nice shot there, and honestly that's what you need just to get on base, a really solid contact hit, and it might be able to roll your offense here, and Cleveland has probably 1 through 6 the best bats in the majors, I would feel like, and people can fight me on that one.
And funny enough, you mentioned that, and you look at the numbers for both of these teams, the Indians and the A's, their home run numbers are very similar, both very strong, both in the double digits, and you could say that probably more about the Oakland A's so far, as that one is called the strike 0-1 towards towards Hernandez. And you look at these numbers, they have Oakland A's ranked 6th when it comes to power, but they have the Indians ranked at 12th. So very different there, even though the numbers are looking somewhat similar.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just be the matchup you have as far as how your season schedule is built up to that point.
Laureano going to sit underneath that one. Flies out Hernandez there. Beautiful day in Oakland. Francisco Lindor now up to bat. And great things you can say about him and what he's been able to do in his career for the Cleveland Indians, but has had his struggles this season. 251 batting average. His OPS is still up there around 800, but the batting average is what's hurting him here. Power still intact. 25 home runs on the season along with 73 RBIs. That one's inside 1-1.
Yeah, you can look at the average, 250. It's not really terrible. It's just you expect a little bit more out of your three-hitter, maybe up around 260, 270 the average with those power numbers. So definitely in a little bit of a funk right now, but can break out at any time.
And he was able to do it last year, had a 284 batting average last season on 32 home runs. So him not producing as well with the bat, but the power is still there. We always say that, the power is still there. Last game went 2 for 3 with a double and a walk. Has had issues with grounding into double plays this season as well. This is an opportunity for that. 1-2 count, that one's low, 2-2. Also has one of the best nicknames in baseball, Mr. Smile. Every time you see that big smile across his face, that one's hit hard in foul territory. And every time you get that angle.
That actually hit the crowd there? With all that power?
All that foul territory, it actually made it over to the crowd. Every time you see that angle, so much foul territory. 2-2 count, that one's low now. Full count, 3-2. Carlos Santana, first baseman on deck.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the big reasons why these types of stadiums, these multi-purpose ones, have gone by the wayside is that for baseball at least, you have acres of foul ball territory.
That one is hit high, and Piscotty going to have to run after it by that 330. Someone will catch it, and it's a home run. Oh, wow. That one hit off the pole on the right side of it. Either way, it's a home run, bounced into foul territory. But Lindor with a home run there, shocking everyone. 26th home run of the season. Wow.
That is the grade A definition of awful luck there, as that one is just clipping the right side of the pole, and I don't think it hit it by much. Honestly, that is grade A BS if you're an Oakland A's fan right now.
332-foot shot. You see the wall there ends at 330. So
Just enough.
Just missed it, and Piscotty made a great effort there to go for that one. Almost made it, but couldn't reach the glove out high enough. Couldn't get enough height on that wall, but either way, Indians now in the lead here early. 2-0 off a big shot from Lindor. Of course, talking bad about him, but power numbers, as we said, still there, and proved it to us there. Carlos Santana now up to bat.
Yeah, 90% of the time. Yeah, 90% of the time you don't expect a homer in that corner specifically, let alone just catching the pole there. So that's like 4 or 5 combined bad luck rolls for Von Nova. He has to try to settle in here and shake that off.
Yeah, very surprising there. And the walls of this stadium are also pretty wonky as well. I wouldn't say that distance-wise, as that's a strike 3 call on the outside part of the plate. Second out and the first strikeout of this game for Nova.
The third
Definitely a little bit on the outside there, but getting help from the umpire. But you were mentioning the walls, yeah. They play a little bit larger than the average wall, but distance-wise from home, it runs about normal. I believe it's about 330 down the lines, and then I want to say about 405 to center. But the thing is,
400 on the mark, yeah.
400 on the dot. But the thing is, you look beyond those walls. It's 90% of the time it's either concrete or down the left field line. You have that staircase.
Staircase
like
to nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like there's a bunch of fans just hanging out there like there are in 29 other ballparks here. So it's a little bit freaky if you're an outfielder just looking back. You expect to see a bunch of people when it's just concrete there.
And obviously the Oakland Raiders now no longer there. Now they're in Las Vegas. That one's going to be grounded over towards Chapman. He makes the play over at first for the third out. Tyron in the first half. And now let's take a look at this shot again by Lindor. Lucky as can be off the right side of the right field foul pole. Head to the bottom of the first. Indians leading here 2-0.
How is that even possible? That has to be somebody who has a protractor or a major in geometry or something can explain that. But I have no idea how that ball at that angle hit that pole.
Aaron Savali going to be towing the rubber for the Cleveland Indians. 4.43 ERA on the season. Highest in this rotation. Also has the highest whip at 140. Does put up some good strikeout numbers, however, at 111. Really able to power them in there. At 10 starts last season and has really fallen off after his amazing year he had last year. 2.34 ERA ending last season, now up there above the 4. So really trying to get back on track. But pitching has been one thing that has been really helpful for this team, as many of these pitchers, especially the top 3 in this rotation, Bieber, Clevenger, and Carrasco, have been very consistent.
Yeah, and honestly, as a manager, you just want consistent pitching. You know, if their ERA is about 3.5, you're not, you know, obviously you want them to improve a little bit, but you'll take that because as long as they're consistent on those numbers, that you can manage that and be able to put up 4 runs in a game usually, especially if you get some good offense like they have.
Single back up the middle for VR. A strong piece of hitting there. Trying to get on the board here early. Given now they're already down 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, that's all you need to do here. Just string a couple runs together if you're Oakland and try to claw back a little bit. Maybe pull a little pole magic off yourself and climb one off the foul ball pole, but I'm not expecting that here.
Jonathan VR getting on base there. He's playing second base. Marcus Simeon, the shortstop for this one. Chris Davis, the DH. Matt Olson playing first. Matt Chapman playing in third. And then Marcana over in left. Laureano in center field. Piscotti in right. Austin Allen behind the plate playing catcher for the Oakland A's. That's your lineup. O2 pitch with a runner on first.
That's a ball.
That one's low. Now 1-2.
1 ball.
We are definitely a speed threat over there at first base. Third in the American League in stolen bases. 1-2 pitch. That one is lifted. But Naquin will settle underneath it and he say, ooh, any ball going in that direction might find its way out, depending on how the Lindor hit went.
The designated hitter.
Yeah, no, and that had a very similar angle. There's, I guess, not enough pop in the bat initially there, but that was similar exit velocity and angle there.
A very odd angle for that ball to hit there. Can't really get over that one. Can't wait to look at that one in the highlights later. Once again, Chris Davis up to bat, and he'll pop this one up. Not going to go anywhere near goal negative feet behind home plate, and Perez will make the catch.
Did Perez have to move like 2 feet to make that catch?
Batting fourth.
Barely had to
The
move at all.
first baseman.
Yeah, exactly. He could have gotten a sandwich made by the time that one came back down.
Matt Olson now up to bat. Olson, 268 hitter. Also has an 858 OPS and 25 home runs on the season. But Olson, I think you can really talk about him more, even though he definitely has strong power. His glove has just been tremendous. Non-stop superstar, 2-time Gold Glover, and had 13 defensive runs saved last season. Best for MLB first baseman.
Ooh, right
Going to
going.
be a steal attempt over at second base, and he is called safe. Throw in there a little late by Perez. Take a look at this jump, and very strong by him.
Yeah, very nice throw there. Nearly gets him. Just a great jump from first though to get there in time.
Another stolen base by VR. Originally came from Miami Marlins. Found his way over in a trade right before the trade deadline. A great piece to add to the top of the lineup for the Oakland A's. Trying to stay atop of shaky AL West. That one's low, 2-2. Went 2 for 4 in their loss last game to the Boston Red Sox with 1 strikeout. 2-2 pitch inside. Now full count, 3-2.
Matt Chapman on deck. You especially don't want him up with runs on first and second with 2 out because he is known as a clutch hitter in this A's organization. So ideally you want to get Olson out here, maybe something low and outside.
That one is swung on and hit down the right field line. VR going to make his way around third. He will score. And now Olson trying to make his way to second. Will he make it? No, he will not make it. And he is gunned down at second base. But the run will come across to score. The score here now 2-1 as we head to the top of the second inning here in Oakland.
Ooh, bad running decision. I could have made a sandwich by the time he got over there to second there. He was out by 1.5 miles.
Leading off for the Indians.
And will come across either way. So now VR will come in to score. Now on the top of the second inning, Domingo Santana up to that. Second Santana on this team, and you're making your scorecard. You got to be careful you don't mix them up. C Santana, D Santana, obviously Carlos Santana has proven more throughout his career, but Domingo Santana trying to do some action of his own. Only 10 home runs on the season thus far. 0-1 pitch, that one's low, 1-1. Domingo Santana with the Astros and the Brewers. Had a terrible year last season, highest strikeout percentage in the major leagues at 32%, and led all of the MLB outfielders in errors with 9. So he really couldn't get anything right, Domingo Santana. Now here with the Cleveland Indians. No relation to Carlos. Let's get that one straight. 2-1 pitch. That one is slapped hard but foul over towards the exposed bullpen over there and right. Two from Nova. Outside 3-2. Tyler Naquin on deck. Their lead cut in half after the strong piece of hitting. And the last inning by Olsen. 3-2. That one is swung on and grounded by Chapman. He'll make the easy play over at first for the first out here in the top of the second.
Batting 7.
Ron Nova seems to shake off the homer well there. Nice little ground out there over the, I believe it was third base there if my eyes were treating me correctly today. I don't know. My glasses are kind of hit or miss on certain days.
Tyler Naquin now up to bat for the Cleveland Indians. Naquin, 254 hitter on the season. That one's in for a strike 0-1. Naquin debuted for the Cleveland Indians back in 2016 to an amazing rookie season, but injuries have hampered him ever since, not living up to his potential. Fouls that one away 0-2. A lot of people, when Naquin came in, they were expecting a lot from him, and he was able to produce early on. And now has found his struggles. As this one is popped up, Allen hopping out of his crouch there and will make the catch on pop out.
Very easy pop out. Had to move a bit farther than the Cleveland catcher, though. They had to move up 20 feet to make that one serve, too.
Roberto Perez up. 191 hitter.
Ooh.
Yeah, definitely under Mendoza, having a tough time this season, but is known more for his glove. Last season won the Gold Glove for a catcher, career Indian, and led all the American League in putouts. So it has a strong arm. And has been very strong behind the plate for the Cleveland Indians.
And has a little bit of a pop in the bat, too. 11 homers on the year to boot, so he's definitely liable to put one over the wall. It's just he's been having a real tough time making very solid contact this year.
And his fielding has stayed consistent. It's just his bat work hasn't been that well for him. But I think you're willing to take the under Mendoza batting average, given his glove and how good he's been behind home plate. That one is ripped over towards Kana, and he doesn't have to move an inch.
There's the
right
record. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the laziest flyout I've ever seen. Just
And to the bottom of the second. Cleveland here leading 2-1.
Literally had to stick his hand out to make that catch.
The athletic.
Matt Chapman
Third baseman.
up to bat, and the 3 M's on this team. Matt Olsen, Matt Chapman, Marcana, big power bats in the middle of the lineup. And when you have them lined up 4, 5, and 6, that's exactly what you want, and they just all so happen to start with the letter M. That one's going to be hit hard but foul over towards the left field line. Chapman, 253 hitter, 1 for 3 last game with an RBI and a strikeout. And once again, the glove has been very strong for both Matt Olsen and Matt Chapman, also a 2-time Gold Glover. All-star back in 2019 and excelled offensively last season, hitting 36 home runs and 91 RBIs.
1-1.
His batting average was a little low compared to how it is this season, but still the power has not changed.
Yeah, and that might be just having some rough times here in Oakland at the Coliseum, as we saw the road home splits before. He's hitting about 280 on the road versus 230 here in Oakland, so really kind of, maybe it's because of the confines here. It's a very unique setup here as far as the fielding is concerned, so you may just be having a tough time finding the gaps.
He finds one there, rolls one past the second baseman Hernandez and into the outfield for a single. And great piece of hitting there by him. He's going to take a look at this swing. Ball on the outside part of the plate does exactly what he needs to do with it, drive its opposite field. Now he's on for a single.
Yep. And that's exactly a dying art nowadays in the Major League is that opposite way drive. You really see guys trying to pull the ball or just forget about it. It's very rare when you see guys slap it the other way like that.
Mark Connor now to bat, 249 hitter. Set career highs in averages, home runs, and walks last season in 126 games. So a dependable guy for the Oakland A's last season. And he's trying to do the same here this year. Been able to do it with the bat for sure. 27 home runs, tied for second on this team. Also known for his bat flips.
Yes.
Not afraid to let one fly when he rips one.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Yes, and unfortunately, the bat flip art has not made its way over from Korea as quick as I think we would like it. Maybe because there's still a fair amount of the senior gentlemen in the game nowadays that think that stuff is childish and stupid. Well, lads, time to get with the 21st century. People are going to show off now.
2-1 pitch. That one's high, 2-2. And we were talking about Oakland earlier. The future of this team being in Oakland. Definitely looking for a new stadium, whether that is going to be in Oakland itself with a new stadium, or if they will find their way to another city that would love a baseball team, maybe in the Carolinas. That one's hit hard but foul.
I believe there's a deal in place, or at least it's in the final stages of getting approved. It looks like they're playing the break ground next year on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like down by the water a little bit, and I think it's only supposed to be about 40,000 versus the 60 that we have here at the Coliseum. So definitely bring in the crowd a little bit, so that way it's not nearly as empty as it feels.
Yeah, it holds 60, the Coliseum, but that's obviously for football. That's how much it would, if you had all those seats. So for baseball, they usually sell around 46,000. And it still looks empty most of the time because they're splitting a market. So that's my question. Why would you want to continue to be in this market if it's being split continuously with the San Francisco Giants?
Actually, if I remember correctly, I think Oakland and San Francisco are like 3 hours apart from each other, if my memory serves me correctly. So
that
it's
one
not
be lined out to center field. And yeah, I get it. Yeah, I know they're far apart, but still... It's still in California on that coast right there, Bay Area. You know, that's really tough to have them that close.
Yeah, definitely. You can maybe see a slightly similar case with the Nationals in Baltimore down in down Maryland and DC. I believe they're only like 45 minutes to an hour from each other. So I think the thing that Oakland has going for them is they do play in the opposite division from the Giants, or the opposite league, so they're able to draw a lot more unique teams versus the Giants, because to your point, if they were in the NL West, they probably get smoked every year in attendance just because the Giants are a much better draw.
A strikeout there. Laureano couldn't touch that one high. That's going to be Savelli's first strikeout of this one. You take a look at this pitch. And he just missed that one right in his blind spot. Ball coming up and in. He dropped the barrel underneath it.
Yeah, definitely. But I was talking with somebody else in the Discord, I forget who, but I'd like to propose an idea maybe, is that we go to kind of like an NHL type division system where you have 4 divisions of, I believe they either do 6 or 8 teams per division, however the math works out. So you'd have basically all the California teams, Arizona, and I think Seattle would be one division.
Ball 2. 2-0.
At least
now would be a good time. At least I've been thinking that to move teams up to now we have 32 teams in the league instead of 30. It might sound sacrilegious, but now is a better time than ever to, if you want to rejuvenate a town that's been hurt hard because of COVID or for whatever reason. Let's build a stadium there, maybe in the Carolinas. Some people are talking about Vegas. Some people are talking about Portland and that area. So if you can maybe build a stadium, that could put a lot of people to work. And
I'm assuming you mean Portland, Oregon. If they did have a AAA team for several years, but it seems like the town's not really interested in that because they basically kicked them out in place for the soccer team there, which are drawing fairly well considering the play that's out there.
Ball 4.
that one is ball 4. high and in. Gotta remember that's minor league baseball. Minor league baseball does not draw as well as the majors, if you will. So we'll see how that one turns out and how the future of baseball will look after COVID and after this 60-game season. But we're here for Bop Ball. Very exciting. Runners on first and second now with Austin Allen coming up to bat, and he's a 260 hitter. Very surprising for a catcher. They have him in at the 9th spot in this game. That's usually where he's been sitting as of late. But he's been able to find his way with the stick and has been doing pretty well this season.
Yeah, definitely. Some managers like having a fairly good hitter in that 9th spot, so that way it can lead off, basically a handoff from the back half of your lineup to the guys you think should be able to do some work at the top of the lineup there. So it's not always the worst hitter in the 9th spot unless you're in the National League, because that's always where the pitcher hits. He
made his MLB debut with the Padres last season and found his way over to Oakland in the Profar trade this offseason, and has done very well when it comes to Bop Ball. 0-2 count to him. And swings and hits that one foul, third base coach. Moving out the way there, had to dance out of that one.
Yeah, so you were mentioning potential expansion before. What two cities do you think should get a major league team?
I think somewhere in the Carolinas, maybe Durham over there. I think Vegas would be a fun spot. If you're going to do it, you got to go east and west, I think. Montreal, I think, would love to have a baseball team back. Portland is also a good spot, I think, for a baseball team. If you got to go east and west. And a lot of people are saying to get them out of Tampa, get the Rays out of Tampa Bay. So if they want to find a way out of there, I think now would be a better time than ever to do it.
My thing on the Rays is that they don't need to leave Tampa. They just need to move closer to the city, because right now they're, I want to say, a half hour, 45 minutes outside of Tampa proper. And they're basically in a town that's 100,000 people.
Allen's going to swing and miss there on a pitch inside. Great pitch there. Going to head to the top of the third. Cleveland trying to tack on a more lead here. Score is 2-1 here on ML Bop Ball.
But yeah, Tampa, and basically in a town of 100,000. And honestly, it's not that they're drawing terribly, it's just they're so far from Tampa proper that the fans in Tampa don't really want to make that trip out a lot, because it's basically out in the middle of nowhere. Now, if they were to put something maybe downtown, maybe over by where Raymond James is, they might be able to pull a bet better as far as the numbers. But I'm surprised one of the cities that hasn't come out is maybe Vancouver, Canada. Give Seattle a real rival up there in the Pacific Northwest as potential expansion.
It might be too close to Seattle. I think it might be physically too close, those two together. We saw Heidi Watney joining us there for a little bit. Daniela DeShields Jr. up to bat now. Heidi Watney wanted us to remind you that to donate to Meals on Wheels supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. As that bunt goes foul, 0-2 count. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. No dignity there for Shield there. He strikes out. Second strikeout of Nova's game so far. Strong pitch there by him. If you want to donate, click the PayPal link in the description or type in !donate in the Twitch chat. Oscar Mercado up to bat. He tries to bunt here. And that might be the shortest moving play. I don't think he might have moved slightly to the left there. We've got a couple of these already where the fielders don't even have to move. Mercado going to be out there on a bunt.
Yeah, but I was talking with Brother Beard. I think Seattle to Vancouver is about 3 hours, if I remember him telling me that correctly. So it's definitely feasible. It's just, is Vancouver interested in a baseball team? Because I believe they have a single-A short season team up there right now. So it would be kind of a big jump without proving at least a little bit higher quality of baseball that they can pull it off.
Other places I've heard, Sacramento, they're booming now with their downtown area now being rebuilt for the King Stadium, and that could be a good area for them, for Major League Baseball. If they want to move in there, might have to move a California team into that. That's why I was thinking the Oakland A's. Another town could be Austin, Texas, a town that does not have a major sports team in all four major sports there in Austin, so the team could move there.
Question, do we count soccer or not? Because There is an
I know
expansion.
MLS. Yeah, I think MLS might find a way there. I'm talking the 4 major.
Yes, 4 major no, but MLS does have an expansion franchise. I think it's next year, the year after, they're going to come in.
Yeah, the MLS is going to be MLB there because the people were dying to get to Austin because it's the biggest market in the U.S. without professional sports team.
Yeah, it's either Austin or Birmingham. I forget what the exact stat lies, but both cities are very, very similar.
3-2 pitch.
Whoa!
Oh, and caught by Connor. Wow. He had a sellout effort there, and he got all of that one. Wow. I'm in shock as he was able to reach that one. Connor not really known for his glove, but he does that one there. Well, head to the bottom of the third after that amazing catch. Cleveland still leading here 2-1.
All right, kid, I see you. Nice play, nice play. Now let's do something with the bat here and try to get on top.
Put a star next to that one in your scorebook because that one was a heroic play. Missed that one. That one could have been definitely extra bases. Jonathan VR up to bat now for the Oakland A's. That one's hit foul down the left field line. If you have any ideas for any teams, any areas around the country where you think a team should be, let us know in the Twitch chat.
At the ball.
That one's high and tight, 1-1.
1-1.
1-1 pitch inside, 2-1. Jonathan VR got on base with a single, ended up stealing second, and came in on that single later. His one's driving deep and caught at the wall. Mercado making a great play. Wow, look at that one. Hope we get a replay here. Yes, we will. Right at the warning track and at the wall. And he makes the catch there. Wouldn't have been a home run. Would have bounced off that Ricky Henderson sign there, but steals a hit. Steals extra bases as well for the first out here.
What is going on with the defense right now in the outfield? We have the glancing homer, and now all of a sudden, that must have activated God mode for all the outfielders because they're just making plays left and right now.
Definitely a crazy catch there by Mercado. Another star in your score sheets as well, because back-to-back stars, you don't really see those that often. But from two separate teams, I guess you can say that. Marcus Semien now to bat. He's a team in RBIs with 88. And 1 for 4 last game with the strikeout. 0 for 1 in this one already after flying out to right field. Well, they already have 50 pitches in this one. 2-1 pitch. That one is grounded over towards Ramirez. Stutter step, and he'll make the throw over at first for the second out.
The batter, number 2, designated hitter, Chris.
Up to bat now, Chris Davis, the DH in this one for the Oakland A's, and he has done his job at DH. 32 home runs. Can't ask anything more from a DH at this point in the season. Has just been a superstar for them. He had 23 home runs total last season, and now has beaten that. He still has plenty of game left in this Major League Ball season. Ballboy grabbing that one in the expansive foul territory here in Oakland. 0-2 pitch. That one's outside. 1-2. A swing and a miss by Davis. Ball in the other batter's box, and he tried to go for that one. It's a ball with a strikeout there. A great pitch to get him swinging. End of 3 here. The Indians still lead 2-1 right here on NL Ball. We welcome you back, Francisco Lindor. Last time we saw him, he hit a home run, and that home run was one of the luckiest we've seen in a while. Bouncing off the right side of the right field foul pole, so it bounced into foul territory, but since it hit off that pole, all home runs count there. And wow, what a shot indeed. It barely got over. 332-foot shot over a 330-foot wall away. That one's ripped down the right field line and caught. Olsen flashing the leather there, moving his Gold Glove status. Doing a great job there, snagging that one.
Yeah. Good job being on the toes there over first. So just reach over and grab that. Don't give him any second chances. That's what I think every manager would say to a player. Don't give him a second chance to drive one out of the wall. Make the catch in foul territory.
Carlos Santana now to bat. Leads the team in OPS, home runs, and RBIs. Did have a tough time last game, however, 0 for 4. But last season, Silver Slugger, All-Star, and the All-Star game was in Cleveland, so in front of Cleveland faithful. Definitely had a great time there. And really broke out last season, hitting his 200th career home run and had career highs in RBIs, home runs, batting average, OPS. Just did everything right, it seemed, last season. And now is on pace to do the same as well. 4th in home runs this season. Also 1st in walks. So maybe not a guy you look at and think draws a lot of walks, but a lot of people are scared to pitch to him. 2-1 pitch. That one is swung on and popped up. Austin Allen catches that one down the third base line for the second out.
Yeah, again, Austin Allen making him to go 30 feet, which I think the Father's catchers had to go for a fielding play today. And it looked like he didn't know he was out there, as he was just sitting there over at first.
Jose Ramirez now to bat. Last time out, grounded out to his counterpart at third base. That one is now hit to the other corner. First baseman and 3 unassisted. 1-2-3 here. The third time in a row. Great pitching on both sides. But the runs did come very early. And ahead to the bottom of the 4th with Olsen, Chapman, and Connor due up. Beautiful day here in Oakland. See the crowd packed in attendance. As Heidi Watney joins us. As we talked about earlier, teams where they're going to be able to expand if expanding is an option for Major League Baseball, and we get a good shot here as well of the oldest manager in baseball, Bob Melvin, also the most tenured, and trying to lead this Oakland A's team to a World Series that has thwarted them for a while. They haven't won one since 1989. The Oakland A's.
The Oakland A's have really been in a rough spot. They've always been close, and especially with the Moneyball system that they have developed here. They always seem to be in the playoffs, but they can never bring it over the top, because usually once their players make the big name, that's when they get poached by the Yankees, Red Sox, other big market franchises. Because that's the one thing Oakland really doesn't have a lot of, is spending money for the payroll.
Matt Olson now up 0-2 count to him. That one inside but fouled away. Do it again 0-2. And yep, the paychecks haven't been big in Oakland, but we sure have some big-time players. If they could do it, definitely would be big for the city. That one's grounded right back towards the pitcher. And thrown over the first for the first out.
Now batting.
Take a look at the pitch speed comparisons brought to you by Topps. Aaron Saval at 96 miles per hour, and Nova at 94. Neither pitcher particularly fast, neither pitcher particularly slow when it comes to their fastball. Nova, 94 fastball, wouldn't consider that fast anymore, more around that lower echelon of a fastball, but if you could be accurate with it, definitely a very effective pitch, and only one mistake from him, a lucky bounce of a home run.
I would say.
Matt Chapman now up to bat. Notice he was the first-round pick back in 2014, and a lot of these guys for Oakland are homegrown guys. Came through the farm system, and now at the big time here in the show. Lindor has a tough time with that one. He's going to be safe at first base. See if they grant him an error, and yes, they will. And he's 6. He's 6, and one will be on first.
Yeah, just slapped it down right into his knee and just couldn't corral it in. Really unlucky day. Should have had that one fairly easy.
You expect more from Lindor, 2-time Gold Glover. Tough play to make there, running towards it, and just couldn't get that one in the glove as he rolled towards him. Runner going to be on first base here with 1 out. Mark Kana up to bat, and look at the last name Kana. You look at it and you don't think Portuguese, but that's what he is. He's a Portuguese baseball player, and the last name Kana, it's not the first thing that comes to mind, but he slaps that one towards center field, and runner's going to head towards third base, and he will be safe. No play, yeah.
Yeah, no, just Really a solid slap up the middle there. Again, you don't always need the big fly ball. Sometimes these little grounders will get it done. And now you have runners on the corners here with, I believe, one out if I was reading the board correctly.
Strong piece of swinging. Yeah, sure, good piece of hitting as well. Ramon Laureano now up to bat. 32 RBIs on the season. But that one is hit hard and going towards the wall. Will it go? Yes, it will! Home run for Laureano. His 13th home run of the season, 395 feet. And what a shot indeed.
Holy Toledo, that was a rocket.
Oakland A's going to take the lead here. 3-run shot. Now up.
Sometimes it just swings around that quickly. Again, Cleveland been fairly solid all day. Not really giving Oakland anything to work with, but just 2 hits there, and next thing you know, it's a 42 ball game.
Take a look at this swing here. Good job by Statcast hitting that one. As you see the green line, that ball did not want to stay in the ballpark. That one was shot and over the big wall there in the left center. And that's a pretty deep part of the ballpark, 388 feet. One of the deeper left center field areas in many major league ballparks. So he's able to launch one there over that extended wall. Steven Piscotty now up. Oakland A's leading here 4-2. That one is grounded over towards third. Easy play for Ramirez and throw at first for the second out.
Now batting, the catcher, Austin.
Great piece of hitting there by Laureano. And he said make it however many more RBIs because he's been able to hit it for RBIs, but not really for home runs this season, at least not compared to his counterparts on his team. Only now 13 home runs on the season. It has been a little bit of a struggle for him to really get that ball up and out, but he does it there in a big spot. Austin Allen now up. That one's inside. Called a strike, 0-2.
Hey, you'll take a homer from anyone you can get. Occasionally pitchers hit one, including Bartolo Colon. He does have a homer. It was not a dream, ladies and gentlemen. But even then, the mighty Wade Boggs, really known as a contact guy, still had about 120 homers in his illustrious career. So you'll take a homer from anyone in the lineup.
0-2 pitch. That one's inside. Allen had to dance away from that one. Now 1-2. Here in the bottom of the fourth, 2 outs, 1-2 pitch. That one's inside. Now 2-2. Austin Allen being patient, been able to do that pretty often. Note his average just so well with the bat at the 9 spot. It's a ball, 2-2 pitch. Swung and hit opposite of the shift, but Ramirez gloves that one and throws it over to first. A long throw at that, but damage is done by Ramon Laureano. Look at that swing. What a beauty. Drives that one deep and out of here. Head to the top of the 5th. Oakland A's lead 4-2. Welcome you back to this one. Heidi Watney joining us again. Very active on the microphone in this one. Reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels. Supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger. This network serves virtually every community in America and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity. If you'd like to donate, click the PayPal button in the Twitch description. Also type in ! donate in the Twitch chat. Subscriptions, bits, anything you could donate to our Twitch stream will go directly to Meals on Wheels. Domingo Santana coming up to bat 0-for-1 in this one with a ground out in the 2nd inning.
And just for a limited time special, you can get exclusive emotes by subscribing or throwing us at least 300 bits. Details are somewhere below the stream. I know it's usually a pop-up that you can click out of, so it might be there.
Very special emotes. You can go check them out. Some of them are new.
I was going to say, some of them are pretty fly, I'll have to admit.
Don't get to just use them here. If you're on Twitch, get to use them anywhere. That would be awesome use. But this one is hit hard. Santana at the wall. No, not a home run off the wall. Laureano will make the play and field off of it. No play at second base for a stand-up double from Domingo Santana.
The right fielder.
Ooh,
number
very
30.
similar line to the homer in the last inning there. Just not enough power in that case. But a real solid drive there, able to bounce it off the wall.
And now at the lower part of that wall, so it wouldn't have been a home run in another ballpark, but definitely a great swing there by Santana. Someone trying to work out of the funk. Does a good job there with a great swing. Tyler Naquin now to bat 0 for 1 in this one with a pop out back in the second. I think that pop out was one of the few that the catcher did not have to move much. 0-1 pitch. That one is ripped foul.
Heads up.
Bullpen.
Everyone's
moving out the way there.
Scatters. One of the fun things here in Oakland is that the bullpens are in play, so those foul balls will scatter the pitchers if you hit it at the right angle.
That one's in the dirt, 1-2. Gotta be careful, always careful, and the netting coming up more and more, but players in the field of play have to be even more careful. That one is hit hard, but down the right field line foul.
I forget when it was, but apparently it was Texas Angels, and the Texas batter hit the ball, fouled it off 4 times to the exact same spot in the Angels dugout. And by about the third time it was fouled, they all moved to the other end of the dugout.
I remember this very vividly. I've seen this on YouTube a couple of times. It was back in the day. I couldn't tell you how back in the day it was.
I want to say the 80s, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Naquin strikes up there on a ball. Also in the other batter's box, Nova doing a great job of pitching there. Roberto Perez now up. That one's outside 1-0. Runner on second after a strong double from Domingo Santana. 1-0 pitch from Nova. That one's inside 2-0. Perez underwent arthroscopic surgery to remove a bone spur in his right ankle this offseason, so should be feeling a little better behind the plate. Sometimes it's tough back there, especially in the catcher's position, and bats coming at you, balls being fouled off right into your lap, and as you're sitting in that position almost your whole career, sometimes you have to have that surgery. He was able to heal a little extra given the 60-game season now and the extended off season, really at that. So Perez, a full go. And strike 3 called on the outside part of the plate. Just hugged it right there. Nova gets his 4th strikeout of the game.
The left fielder.
Yeah, definitely. Nice little pitch there, low and outside. But you mentioned the catcher's position. I was watching some college summer baseball that we have up here in New England, and I see a few of the catchers kind of leaning down on one knee rather than the usual catcher squat there. So I'm not sure if that's something they're teaching them now, bringing up. Maybe trying to limit the knee and ankle injuries that they pick up over the course of sitting like that for so long. But I can see that definitely as a potential new trend to try to limit the amount of damage on the legs.
Delino DeShields up to bat. Has done a great job stealing bases this season. Just needs to get on base, but he has a chance here. This one could drop. Yes, it will. Runner going to come in and score at the plate. Going to be a play, however, and safe. Very close indeed, as Domingo Santana taking everything he can from second and hauling it over towards home. He's called safe at the plate. And DeShields doing a great job there. A looping one into center field.
Yeah, real good job just putting that in play, but they're not going to show it there. But it looked like the center fielder had like a misstep on the first pro hop there. So it looked like he definitely could have been out there. Just got lucky with the center fielder making a little bit of a fielding error, though.
And DeShields now on first. After a great job there. And putting one in towards center field. And I did see that crow hop. Might have been a little hesitation there throwing it towards home and could have been the difference between safe and out. But either way, Cleveland cuts a deficit now in half, 4-3. A lot of scoring going on here in the first half of this game.
Yeah, and surprisingly, considering all the scoring, it's been moving along at a fairly decent clip. Now that I mentioned that, it's going to grind to a halt here in the back half. Like most Red Sox games. First 6 innings take an hour and a half. Last 3 take 2 hours.
And I wouldn't want to bother the people after us, but the people after us are us. Like, we are on next for our Broadcasters League tournament on MLB The Show. Instead of broadcasting the games, we will actually be playing. I will be facing off against P-Mister. So if you like what you hear, you're going to like what you see even more, as me and him will duke it out against each other. My team has done very well We do Diamond Dynasty. My team has done very well. P-Mister, I don't know if I can say the same about you.
I was gonna
But
say, duke it out.
Stafford is
It's
there.
it's gonna be a home run derby for you probably. I probably get slaughtered in 4 innings knowing my pitching staff.
Mercado hits this one over towards center. Laureano settles himself underneath it for the final out here in the top of the 5th. So ahead to the bottom half as VR, Simeon, and Davis come up for the Oakland A's, trying to extend their lead. So many runs in this one. You got to be very careful. Stay with us right here on ML Bat Ball.
Then again, our broadcast league game, I am debuting a brand new pitcher for everyone.
no.
So
Am I going to get this
fun.
inside information or not? Is it going to be a surprise for me when I get there?
Let's put it this way: he should have won several awards back in his day.
This one is flight over towards Mercado. And it makes me think, we should have won several awards back in his day. There's one guy I could think of. Is he a 99?
No, I think he's either 98 or 96. I can't remember which.
96. Definitely going to leave me thinking. But we'll see if you want to join us. They'll be right on after this game. Marcus Simeon now to bat after VR flew out towards the center fielder.
And I believe we do have a broadcaster announcement for that stuff. It looks like going to be a 3-man rotation because we're having, looks like 5 games today. So it looks like it's either going to be Cookie, Beardy, or Cole. So it's going to be one of those 3 for our game, and then depending on who else wants to hop in, I'm pretty sure there'll be enough room if you just message Cookie if you want to try to get in on some of that action.
0-2 pitch. That one is fouled away. We'll do it again 0-2. Simeon 0 for 2 in this one with a fly out and a ground out. So all kicks and deals. Hits that one hard and is going towards center field. Mercado running after it. Will he catch it? Yes, he will! Had to track that one down for a long time. And he makes a great catch there right by the warning track.
Man, who gave the outfielders the PF Flyers today? They're making plays all over the place today.
Ball definitely has been moving, but the outfielders doing their job at the least to at least get to them. Mercado doing a great job there, reaching over for that one. Chris Davis now up. Davis won the Edgar Martinez Award Best DH. And has proved himself once again this season. He didn't have a tough time last game, went 0 for 3 with a walk. He's also caught stealing on that walk, so he didn't really do much with that. That one's low 3-0. Could find a walk here.
And Cookie is predicting an upset in the chat, saying you're about to lose to my special weapon.
Oh, so he's saying that I'm going to lose to P-Mister. I take that as a complete challenge. And P-Mister, I was going to try to not go as hard because I haven't played all day. But now, it's over for you. Very sad case. That one's fouled away now. Full count 3-2. And Cookie talks a lot too. I haven't been able to play him yet. He does hold a good record. I'll give him that, but hasn't touched me yet. I beat him back in the tournament. That one's outside. After the full count, Davis now on first base with the walk.
Yeah. Again, just nice job to work the walk there. But in the tournament, you beat Cookie, but didn't you get beat out in the final before the finals in the semis?
So that was it was an accident. It shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have happened. It's one bad pitch, and sometimes that's just the way it is. But
hey,
you know how it goes. You know, if we're playing a 3-game set, I think I beat almost everybody. You know, what we would do, it's like a March Madness style type of tournament back in the Broadcasters League, and I had one bad game. And these things happen, you know. Some was in my eyes, had a hangnail, rash on my leg. You know.
Yeah. And for going by one bad pitch, I should be probably 500 right now. There have been several times where I've given up one homer, and that's been the entire difference of the game. And I believe you wanted to call for 2 or 3 of those games.
I've been able to see a couple of your games, and Hines have gave it to you a couple times. I've seen you around. And, you know, you definitely had your struggles. 0-2 pitch to Olsen. That one's outside 1-2. And this Broadcaster League has been great. This whole Bot Ball community has been great. We've had a great time. And now we're coming towards the back end of the Bot Ball season. We're crawling in there closer and closer. And as we all start to get back towards our lives after COVID, don't expect a lot to change here really about ball because we just love it here so much. Having an awesome time here with you. Also not having an awesome time, however, as he strikes out there. We head to the top of the 6th inning. Oakland still leading here 4-3 right here on NL About Ball.
Yep, and if you want to join us and join in on the festivities, there's a link in the chat now to join us on the Discord where we do all this stuff. Talk baseball, hockey, basketball. Well, we focus on baseball, but we're not exclusively baseball. We have a lot of other sports we chat about also.
There's many channels.
Yes, we have so many channels, I can't even name them off the top of my head. But yes, we have the Broadcasters League also, and hey, maybe you feel like getting in on a couple of these games broadcasting. I'm pretty sure we can find a spot for you, considering some things that have opened up recently.
Cesar Hernandez now up to bat. He's going to try to bunt here on a 2-0 count, and that one goes foul. Good effort there by Hernandez trying to catch the defense sleeping, but he does it again. This time not sleeping, however. Ready for that bunt. Chapman was. Throws over the first for first out here in the top of the 6th.
Now batting, shortstop, Francisco Lindor.
A lot of 5-3s in this one for both teams. Hitting that ball that hot corner's direction.
There's a reason why they call it the hot corner. You get a lot over there, and they come in very quick, so you have to be very alert there. That one's going to get down for a hit, probably.
And yes, it does. Thor doing a great job there making contact. Laureano stopping that one on a dime as it bounced up right towards his chin. And now Lindor is 2 for 3 in this one.
He could have had a real play on that if he wanted to try to dive out for it, but I understand just corralling it. You're up a run. You don't want to risk them getting on second and third here.
And a pitch out. Lindor not going. And Carlos Santana up to bat 1-0 after the pitch count. Santana, obviously, we talked about earlier, strong bat for this team. And was the face of this team at the moment after his all-star run last season. Might also be able to give that one to Lindor just because of how good Lindor has been, but his struggles this year not helping him out there. Talked about how well he draws the walk. First in the American League. Von Nova still dealing here. Pitch 77 here in the top of the 6th. That one is called a strike. Look a little bit outside, but strike called either way. 1-2.
Yeah, not happy with it, but the umpire has been calling that fairly consistently all day, so batters should have adjusted. And that's the one thing a batter wants, just a consistent strike zone. They don't really care if it's a little tight or a little loose as long as it's a consistent zone. And if you look back at some of the great meltdowns and you look through the entire game, it's because the umpire has been inconsistent that the players get tossed for arguing balls and strikes.
That one is low, nowhere close near the strike zone. 2-2. Nova pitching a good game, just has been bitten by a couple balls left over the heart of the plate. Throws that one over towards first and a little offline, but still caught. 2-2 pitch coming to Santana. Kicks and deals. That one is lifted, but going foul. Gotta be careful over there now that their pitcher's warming up, not looking towards the action anymore.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing I'm a little surprised at, is that the pitchers pitch with their backs to the play. Usually it's the other way around, so that way, if anything, the catchers get hit, and there's a little bit of padding for them usually, but I'm surprised the pitchers are pitching away from the play.
One of another odd things in Oakland. 1,000 things you could say about this stadium.
Yeah.
Full count pitch. That one is ripped over towards second baseman. This one could be 2, 4, 6, 3 double play. And we'll head to the bottom of the 6th after that one. Santana getting rolled up. Oakland still leading here, 4-3.
Ooh, coming in with the stat line for the game coming up. The run differential per game. Cookie has a 4.91. You're 2.53. I'm negative 3.31. So you can guess where this one's going. Put your guesses in the chat, and the right person may win a subscription. I don't know yet.
Welcome to the bottom of the 6th inning. This one is hit hard and over towards Naquin. And a single here for Chapman. First pitch swinging. Getting on base here with the single.
Yep, and again, just a great job of hitting the opposite way. seeing the right fielder point a little bit more towards the line, and that's a little bit of a quick hook. I know he ran four runs today, but it's only been a couple of bombs and the one homer that really cost him.
Francona coming out, calling for the bullpen. Let's see who comes in and toes the rubber for Cleveland Indians. And Savall definitely had a good effort, but just could not execute at the most towards these big moments. But Hunter Wood going to be coming in here for the Cleveland Indians. 2.44 ERA with a 1.24 WHIP. Holds 8 holds on this season. So definitely a guy that can keep things in control if need be. ERA numbers prove that. Debuted back in 2017 with the Rays and was traded along with Arroyo last season to Cleveland.
And right now, Hunter Wood, ideally you want him to go 3 to set up your closer fairly easily, but again, with the way the game's been going, he might have to go longer depending on how long this goes. And EB's calling an upset, which is very bold.
All right, I just want to make sure everyone is watching this next. When we finish here, do not go anywhere. Me and P. Mister will be going against each other, and I'm going to guarantee that you will be very entertained or disappointed in the fact that your boy P. Mister is just not going to be able to handle it.
Oh, wait. You're saying I'm not disgraced to you, boy?
This one has popped up over towards first base. And Santana will make the catch.
Now hold on. The last time we played, I believe it was only like 5 and 6-0. So it's not like the game's immediately out of hand here. You just tag a couple.
Listen, it's only 7-inning games, so.
Exactly. They're only 7-inning games, but that's a better chance for an upset as we flash back to the 4th here. And the absolute bullet that gave Oakland a 4-2 lead at the time.
And that shot was a shot indeed. Did not want to stay in the ballpark. That one flew, and it did. Hunter Wood, 3-pitch out. His previous batter, Mo Laureano now up. Grounded into 10 double plays this season, so has been a little bit of an issue for him. But Laureano still can do it with the power, it seems, for what he showed in his last at-bat. Hunter Wood, definitely a high point for this Cleveland Indians bullpen. That one's called a strike. And a check swing, 1-1. One pitch. That one is high. 2-1. Runner on first base still after the Chapman single. First pitch swinger. 2-1 pitch.
Ball 3.
High and in, 3-1, looked very close.
Yeah, Wood taking a double check just to make sure that was high and outside. But Cookie Eater having to come in with the stats and ruin my day, buddy. Thanks very much.
Numbers do not lie. 3-1 pitch. And call the strike around the inside black now. 3-2 for Laureano.
And Hunter Wood here, you want to get the strikeout to make it a lot easier to get out of the inning here.
Ball on the ground could also be a double play ball. Runner not moving at first. That one is hit towards the cap, and Laureano going to be on with the single. Chapman headed over towards third, and he'll be safe there on the throw-off line.
Yeah, throw was offline, but that was still a bullet. If there was no speed on first, that would have easily been an out.
Chapman doing a great job there making his way over to third base, and looks like he did not hesitate rounding second, allowing him to stand up, finding his way to third. Now runners on the corners here for Steven Piscotty.
Nope. Ball 1.
1-0. Piscotty, best known for his time in St. Louis, was traded from St. Louis to be closer to his mother, who was battling ALS in Oakland. 1-0 pitch. That one called a strike, 1-1. Good part of last season, he was out with injury after a couple knee injuries bothered him throughout the season. Now looking to redeem himself here in the second half. 1-1 pitch, called a strike across the knees, 1-2. Ground ball here still could end the inning. Not sure how much contact you want to allow if you're Hunter Wood. Definitely want to keep this lead. 2 pitch to Piscotti. That one is high. 2-2. Gotta be careful here if you're Hunter Wood. Not known for allowing a lot of base runners, but
Bases loaded, and that could really bury Oakland. Cleveland if they get this one out. Can I speak today?
this one is popped over towards center field. Mercado makes the catch, and there's going to be a play at the plate. And he is called out at home.
Gone.
Gunned him down indeed, and Mercado with a strong arm there from center field. Looked pretty shallow. Sent him either way. We're head to the top of the 7th inning. Oakland still leading here, 4-3. And I can't believe you send him. Can't believe you send him there if you're third base coaching. Definitely a questionable decision indeed, given how shallow it was and the strong arm there in center field.
Yeah, given how shallow and the fact that he was running in to make that play, it's a lot easier to make the crow hop on a run rather than having this camp under it and set yourself up that way.
And I know Mercado isn't known for his glove, but exactly right. He's coming into that baseball and is relatively shallow. Ramirez is going to slap one over towards left fielder Kana for a nice piece of hitting there in the single.
Up next for Cleveland.
Take a look at this replay here. Ball, once again, outside part of the plate. Let that one come in. And was able to drive that the other way, opposite of the shift.
And that's going to be the day there. Again, good pitching by both sides today. Just 2 or 3 really rough hits. Especially for Von Nova, who had that one flying off the pole to give Cleveland 2 of their 3 runs today. So, again, he pitched very well, excluding that one home run, I believe 2 or 3 others.
Tough break, definitely for him, for sure. J.B. Wendelken coming in for the Oakland A's. 3.56 ERA with 13 holds on the season. 4th on his team. Wendelken also holds a 106 whip. Has been a solid piece for the Oakland A's, drafted out of Middle Georgia University. That is a JUCO school. Player you might know out of there, Josh Reddick, found his way out of Middle Georgia University in the 13th round by Boston. He found his way to Oakland through a couple value trades, high value trades at that, and has considered himself one of the more consistent pieces here as a middle reliever.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things I think people can understand is that if you initially get drafted in high school to the majors, you do have the option to go back to college, but I believe you have to stay at least 2 years.
Yeah.
Or you get your degree. So a lot of players, they only think they need a year or 2. Will go the JUCO route, get their degree, and re-enter the draft that way.
And the JUCO route, sometimes the best option for a couple players that do not want to play Division II, Division III ball. And that JUCO gets them that look by a couple scouts, helps them out, whether it is to go to the MLB draft or to a better college in a Division I level.
Or
So
maybe
JUCO definitely an option indeed. 3-2 count to Domingo Santana. Hit a double in his previous at bat. He swings at that one. Wendelken stabs it and a play at first base, and it was a good play. Definitely a slow dribbler, but was able to get it almost without looking. Had a look over his opposite shoulder there to get that ball.
a little bit showing off there. I kind of like it, a little bit of flair. So, hey, I'm in command here. You guys follow my rules, okay?
Kyler Naquin now to bat 0 for 2 in this one with a pop out to the catcher. Barely had a move on that one. And strikeout back in the 5th inning. This one is hit hard, however, and flying over towards the wall. No, foul ball down the right field line. Naquin not very good in runners in scoring position. Ramirez on second base after he moved over from that dribbler towards the pitcher. 0-1 pitch. As this one is also hit hard and going towards the gap. Laureano running after. Will he be able to make the play? Yes, he will at the track. Gonna fire it over towards the cutoff man. And stops at third base. Ramirez does, but a great play there by Laureano to run after that one. Roberto Perez now up. Strikeout and a line out. fast line out at that. Maybe back in the second inning. Fired that one right over towards Kana. As this one might go over the head of Kana and going towards the 362 sign. Bounces off the wall. Runner will score. And now will try to come in at second base. Safe for a strong double. Great piece of hitting there by Perez as a run comes in to score.
Yeah, and again, just a nice job. They only got that one out. I want to say they hit like 5 feet below the wall there. Below the top of the wall. And that is a real nice way to motor into second. 2 speed, I believe I saw. It was either 2 or 7.
With a 7 speed, this game is now tied at 4 apiece here in the top of the 7th inning. Runner on second base with the Shields now up to bat. Wendzelkin allowing this game to be tied now and definitely not happy with himself. It's like a slugfight of a game indeed as these runs been coming in out of plenty. 0-1 pitch to the Shields. Swings at that one. Breaks away from the zone. A slurve there, 80 miles per hour. Now 0-2. Runner on second. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. 0-2 pitch. High. Now 1-2. The Shields had the single in his previous at-bat. And that single was what brought in Domingo Santana to get them their 3rd run. Now could get them their 5th here with another single. That one's low, 2-2. Wendzelkin trying to get out of this inning. That one is slapped foul. We'll do it again. 2-2. Strong offensive performance from both teams. Outside, 3-2. Mercado is on deck. Definitely a guy you don't want to face for that high of an average. Wendzelkin. Full count pitch to the Shield. That one is ripped foul. Multiple pitch at bat. Shield's doing a great job here. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and popped up. Olsen running after that one in foul territory and makes the catch. One of the benefits of that foul territory is able to get to that one, but Roberto Perez driving a strong one. Nice double there by him, driving a run. This ball game is now tied as we head to the bottom of the 7th inning. 4-4.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention.
We welcome you back.
Now pitching for Cleveland.
Yoshihisa Hirano, hey, the old buddy from Seattle, coming over on a deadline day trade out here in Cleveland. And in case people want to keep track IRL, a Dallas Star just broke their glass in Edmonton, being frustrated after missing a shot. So that happens.
Breaking the glass. That's not what you want to see, Ariano. 3.11 pitcher. Because the ERA also holds a 109 whip. Best known for his time in Japan. 2011 NPB Medal Reliever of the Year. Pacific League save leader back in 2014 and a 5-time NPB All-Star. Held a 3.10 ERA in Japan. And right now currently holds a 3.47 ERA in the majors. But his ERA this season definitely helping him out. Right now at a 3.11, so guy really you can look forward to. Spent a cup of coffee amount of time in Seattle.
With the NPB widely considered the 2nd best league of baseball in the world behind Major League Baseball, obviously. A lot of good players, especially from Japan, playing that league. The KBO is starting to get up to that level, but they're still a couple years behind.
And Uriano with a great strikeout there, breaking right towards the bottom of the zone. Great pitch there. Jonathan Villar now up to bat here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 1 for 3. Had a single to start this game back in the 1st inning. Then stole a base, came around to score on a single from Olsen. We are trying to get back on track here. After flying out to center field twice, this one's going to be bunted back behind the catcher. for a foul ball. Now 0-2. Nice sideburns there by Ariana. Look at those. Really going right down towards the chin.
Grade A right there. Grade A quality. You don't really see that too much, the sideburns nowadays.
When you're
Kinda
pitching as well as him. Yeah, when you're pitching as well as him, you get to wear whatever sideburns you want.
I mean, Mike Fiers definitely proved that point with his unique facial hair last year, making, what was it, a comma, a question mark? I have no idea what that symbol was. But there's a beautiful slider.
A slider indeed for his second strikeout of this game and of this inning.
Not shortstop.
And look at that one break right across the belt, falling right into the zone. We are stuck looking at that one. I'd be excited too if I threw that good of a pitch.
Now, only he could pitch that well in Seattle. He might be still out there, but again, I think the tail of King Felix should bear warning to any potential pitcher up there that might not be the place for you.
Marcus Simeon now to bat 0 for 3. Not been able to get on base in this one either. 1-0 pitch. That one is fouled back now. 1-1. Fouled back towards the netting. Bottom of the 7th inning here. Tied at 4. This game has been very exciting. That one's fouled away. 1-2.
Yep, just hope it's going to overtime because the last thing we need is our broadcast league starting late. And then Garrett and the rest of the higher up yelling at us.
That one is grounded over to first base for the 1-2-3 inning. Great job coming out of the bullpen there. We're headed to the top of the 8th. Still tied here at 4 apiece. Right here on ML Bopple.
Your attention, please. Now,
Paul Blackburn coming in for the Oakland A's. Has an ERA of 2.16. Great job this season with the Oakland A's. And was drafted by the Cubs back in 2012 out of Heritage High School in Brentwood, California. That most of his.
Do you say again? Offhand, like in a random stat book somewhere? You just Googling everything.
I got the knowledge around the league. Got to make sure as a broadcaster you do your best to make sure you let the people know the information. So Paul Blackburn has been definitely a stud, and let's hope he matches my researcher's ability with his pitching in this one. 1-1 count, attendance of 42,000 people here in Oakland.
Looks like there's 20, especially some of the other shots today. Again, this is one of the Oakland Coliseum.
It looks pretty packed to me down the baselines. It definitely these two top teams going against each other in an American League showdown. Something special to see indeed. 1-2 pitch. That one is high, 2-2. Blackburn, as I was saying, has spent most of his MLB career with arm injuries. Only has 11 inning pitch last season, but does a great job there. Going for a strikeout. Take a look at our starter pitcher comparisons. And Aaron Saval had a tough time in this one. 5 innings pitched, 3 earned runs with 2 walks. And Ivan Nova, similar type of stats, and they both taken out almost in the same exact type of scenario. Gave up a base hit to their first batter they faced back in the 6th inning. That ended up being ripped from this game. Cesar Hernandez up to bat. Take a look at the Athletics bullpen. 2 righties warming up, Petit and Trevino.
Yep, ideally, those are just backups in case Blackburn really starts to fall apart here, but I think they're going to plan for Blackburn to go at least 2 innings, because this is his 34th appearance, and he's pitched 66 innings so far this year. So he's usually good for 2, if not 3 innings an outing.
And Blackburn last season had a very high ERA, 10.64 in those 11 innings pitched. I know it was a very small sample size, but now, as you mentioned, has been able to get a lot more reps on the mound in big spots here, like the 8th inning, and has been very consistent. That 2.16 ERA is nothing to scoff at ever. It has just been a superstar out of the bullpen for the Oakland A's, one of the main reasons why they still sit atop of the AL West. 3-1 pitch, hitter's counter Hernandez. That one is hit and hit foul. Going to be a full count here to Hernandez. And is 0 for 3 in this one. And he hits that one. That one's going to fly over towards Connor. He'll settle himself underneath it for the second out.
Yep, again, nice play today from both sides, especially in the outfield. The outfield is on their toes today. This is going to be a one at-bat where one guy's just either going to drive the wall or there's going to be a massive error somewhere, and that's going to decide this whole game right now. Calling it.
Francisco Lindor now up, and unlike a couple other players on his team, he has been very consistent. 2 for 3. Home run back in the first inning. Hope we should get to see that replay later, bouncing off the right side of the right field foul pole. And then a single in the 6th inning. Oh, 1 pitch from Blackburn. Catcher framing inside, but ended up coming over the top part of the plate there. A 1-1. Good matchup here. Blackburn versus Lindor. Austin Allen setting up outside, and the pitch is outside. Didn't come close to the strike zone. 2-1.
Again, when the Achilles heel, a lot of these relievers is that their accuracy can go a bit awry at times, and it can be a real struggle here as Lindor is able to work a 3-1 count.
Swings at that one right back up the middle for his 3rd hit of the ball game, his 2nd single. And he rips that one right past the pitcher. Take a look at this swing here. Great job there by him. And now Carlos Santana up to bat, looking to do some damage. Has had a tough time in this one. 0 for 3. Struck out looking, popped out, and then rolled into a double play. Not the night for him. And that could be it, as this is a big moment here in the top of the 8th.
Oh, probably one of the biggest moments of the game, and really the last chance for Cleveland to get a proper setup heading into the 9th.
That one's called. Yep.
Yeah, it's a real difficult thing to do, especially as a manager, is decide whether to keep your middleman out, expecting to go the extras, or you try going for the win and just throw in your closer for the 9th inning.
Definitely something to think about for both managers, Terry Francona and Bob Melvin. 2 very tenured and very experienced here in the majors. 1-2 to Carlos Santana. The pitch. That one fouled away. Top of the zone. And we'll do it again. Runner on first here with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Game tied at 4. Santana. That one low and in the dirt. Allen doing a great job blocking that one. Now 2-2. Two-two pitch. High. Now 3-2 full count. We need to be careful here. We mentioned it earlier. Does a great job drawing walks. Santana does. Leads the American League in walks.
Low and outside. That's the call here.
Ooh. Went high and inside.
Ooh. Sir.
Walked in there.
Sir, that was 3.
The third baseman, Jose.
Very close indeed. We might get a replay here. Blackburn not happy with it. And we get Jordan Luplow, the pinch runner.
Number 8, Jordan.
Luplow definitely a guy with some speed. So it should be a good one to put in. And Jose Ramirez coming up, 1 for 3. Oakland A's mascot hyping up the fans, as you saw. Runners on first and second here with 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. Ramirez taking that one inside for a strike, 0 for 1. See it, 333. Runners in scoring position average. That one's high, 1-1. Ramirez singled back in the 7th inning in his previous at bat. Has made contact, put the ball in play in all of his previous at-bats. Blackburn already at 26 pitches here with 2 outs. Big moment here. 2-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back into the lap of Allen. We'll do it now, 2-2. Two pitch. Inside. Full count once again. Domingo Santana is on deck. And you want to get this out here if you're Blackburn.
Yeah, definitely. Get out of this jam and really not put yourself in a bases loaded situation, because that's the last thing you want. Runners are off.
That one is grounded over towards Olsen, and he'll step on the bag himself. 3 unassisted. Head to the bottom of the 8th here. Even though runners were in scoring position, game still tied here, 4-4. Stay with us right here on NL Bop Ball.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Christian Arroyo coming in at first base
Now
for
playing first base,
Carlos Santana.
number 26, Christian Arroyo.
And Chris Davis coming up.
Leading off,
0 for 2 in this one.
the designated
Oakland right now looking for a hero. Homer over the wall could probably set them up very nicely to win.
Yep, that ball went out.
Santana being out of the lineup here might hurt them down the line, but still have to go through their entire lineup to get to him. Arroyo able to field his position over at first base. Uriano still in
One ball.
for Cleveland as Davis swings at that one low in the zone 1 and 2. And he swings at that one. Once again, another ball breaking low in the zone. Uriano with his 3rd strikeout here, and this is why a lot of these Indian fans love him in the Indians uniform, because he has just been so proficient on the mound. Matt Olson up to bat, 1 for 3. That one is high and tight, swung at right in his blind spot, dropped the barrel underneath it, 0-1.
Yeah, and Yoshihisa, I believe he was doing a lot of starting duties in long relief out in Seattle, so it seems like he's fit in very nicely in this, middle relief closer type role.
Ball, 2 strikes.
Another strike there, now 0-2. Olsen trying to make contact here. That one's outside, 1-2. Uriano putting on a clinic back in previous inning and in the previous at bat, does it again. 93 mile per hour fastball on the top of the zone. Doesn't have to be fast, but they're swinging at it. Mr. Sideburns doing a great job there, making Olsen look silly.
Yeah, and you were seeing flashes of this up in Seattle. The guy does have really nasty stuff, especially mixing in all his breaking stuff with that pinpoint fastball. It's just he wasn't able to sustain it long enough for Seattle's liking.
Chapman now to bat. This is going to be the hardest challenge for Uriano here this inning, as Olsen is 2 for 3 with 2 singles in this one. Got on base all 3 plate appearances due to the error back in the 4th by Lindor. 1-1 pitch. That one swung at inside 1-2.
Yoshi is just cooking right now. 25 pitches. I don't think he's allowed to run base, if I remember correctly.
Has not 1-2 pitch. That one is swung on and fouled away. We'll do it again, 1-2. Got to be careful with the broadcasters, Jinx. You know how it goes here on Pop Ball. Can't say anything without repercussions. 1-2 pitch. Inside, and that one's going to head towards the bullpen over and left, and no one gets hurt. The Shields ran after that one hard, but just couldn't get to it. 1-2 pitch once again. That one's in the dirt outside, 2-2. Good pitch to waste there. Uriano trying to get this out here, allowing his Indians to come up in the top of the 9th. 2-2 pitch. And that one is swung on and fielded. And on the line at that, Arroyo coming in, making the play. And that's the end of 8. But head to the top of the 9th, still tied here at 4. Cleveland trying to take the lead here. Welcome you back. Domingo Santana now up to bat. Only Santana in the lineup. Carlos sitting down as Arroyo comes in.
0-1's the count.
Paul Blackburn still out on the rubber for the Oakland A's. 30 pitches in this one thrown so far, about to be 31.
Nope. That's inside.
And a check swing there by Santana. Looked very close. Not called a strike there, 1-1. Swings at that one for sure, and a ball outside. Nice slider there. Now 1-2. 1-2 pitch. Swung on and hit down the third base line. That one's heading towards the wall. This one could be 2 if he goes for it. Gonna be a play at second base and safe. Domingo Santana
And that could
with
be
his
the
second
spark.
double of the game. Wow.
Yeah, that could be the spark here. Little running down the line. Now all Cleveland needs to do is a long fly ball to get him over the third, and then another one to score him because there's no out here, so they can do that.
Tyler Naquin now up to bat, the right fielder for the Cleveland Indians. Came into this game a .254 hitter. Now 0 for 3 in this one. This could be a big moment for him. He's definitely due for a hit. Now could be the time. Runner on second base with no outs here in the top of the ninth. Swings at that one foul. Down the third base line. Naquin, runners in scoring position, struggles with a 191 batting average. Santana on second base. That one's outside, 1-1. Cleveland trying to get the lead here in a 4-4 ball game. Thank you for joining us in the Twitch chat. Definitely has been a fun one here for sure. Gonna have some fun stuff coming up for you next. Broadcasters League. This one is hit high and over towards Piscotty. We'll see if he sends him from second base. He does. Gonna be a play at third. Will he make it? It's safe.
He's in there. Wow.
Piscotty, a good shot at him. And he made the catch over and right. Just could not make the play at third base.
Yeah, that
Definitely
like,
a tough one to make.
Yeah, it looked like he had enough gas to get over the third in time, but the second baseman looked like he cut it off there. Not as bad as May Ramirez back in 405, I believe, where he literally dove to cut the ball off.
Roberto Perez.
Oh, sorry.
Roberto Perez now up to bat, 1 for 3 in this one.
Yes, if anyone wants to look that up, that is a grade A baseball lull moment.
Seemed like a fair cutoff, however. Piscotty maybe not the strongest on. This one's up the middle, and the run will score. Cleveland going to take the lead here, 5-4, after a strong single, dribbling past the infielders playing in on the grass. And Perez with a nice RBI here to give them the lead.
Yep, and again, opposite way hitting, and looked like the second baseman was caught a bit flat-footed there in the middle of a shuffle over towards the first base side as that one squeaked by. So a little bit of a rough break there, but that's how tight this game is. One rough break can cost you.
Galeno DeShields Jr. up to bat. Runner on first base now. And now Cleveland with the lead. 5-4. Could expect the closer, Brad Hand, to come in for the save. Did pitch last game, so that could be a question. Richard Blair would be the second option. Either way, we'll find that out in the bottom of the ninth. Only one out here in the top of it. One-two pitch to DeShields Jr. Swung on and fouled back. Will do it again. Jr. swings at that one inside. Made him look a little silly there. Corkscrew type of swing as he spun himself into the dirt there while inside. And, whew, did not look good there at all. That's the top of the lineup for Cleveland Indians.
It looked like he broke the sound barrier there with the speed that bat came through the zone there, but nowhere close to the ball.
2 outs here in the top of the ninth, top of the lineup. Oscar Mercado now up to bat, 1 for 4 in this one. Has his only hit back in the first at bat of this ball game. Single in the first inning. That one's inside, 2-0. Blackburn's pitch 46. That one's called a strike, 2-1. Really has been throwing a lot out there. Arm starting to get tired. Could see lack of accuracy here from Blackburn. 2-1.
This
Strike
Black
two and
is
two.
fairly efficient all day. As far as the pitches, again, 2 or 3 rough breaks. You know, one that squeaks through, and that's all that's really hurt him today.
This one flies over to Piscotti. He'll settle underneath it for the final out here in the top of the 9th. Oakland A's down by 1 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 run to tie it, 2 to win it here in Oakland. Get ready, folks. Ready to the bottom of the 9th inning.
Your attention, please. Now pitching
Brad
for the-
Hand, the closer for the Cleveland
Number
Indians, will
33.
come in indeed.
Brad.
Has pitched very well this season. 181 ERA.
Leading off,
Has
4-8,
39
the left
saves
fielder.
on the season as well. One thing that has hurt him, however, was the blown save. Has 5 on this season. Did pitch last game in a save situation. Did get the save in 1 innings pitched. Also had a strikeout there.
And right now, this game being so tight. At this point, you just want 3 up, 3 down. No questions asked. Don't give him a chance to put a runner on.
Marcana up to bat for the Oakland A's. Going to be 6, 7, and 8. 2-0 count to him already. His hand has struggled to find the strike zone. Finds it there. As there's a swing by Kana. 2-1.
Yep, and for him, this should be a relatively straightforward save here. Facing the bottom half of the lineup here, you can't ask for much more. Especially because that number 9 hole for Oakland is a fairly good bat. So 6, 7, 8 ideally is this place you want to be. So this is his best chance for a save right here.
That one is also swung at and fouled away. 2-2. Hand is a 3-time All-Star. He's been able to do it most of his career. Been very strong on the rubber and a great piece for Cleveland as a closer. 2-2. That one is also fouled away. We'll do it again.
He is playing with a lot of fire right now, leaving that one. I think if you look at all the home runs ever hit, a lot of them have been higher in the zone than they are lower.
2-2 pitch. Inside now. 3-2. Full count. Mo Laureano is on deck. Already had that big home run earlier in this game back in the 4th inning. Full count pitch. Kicks and deals. Strike 3 called.
Wow. That one looked a little bit outside, but I can't really blame him after we see here, Hand.
22.
3rd in the American League as far as saves are concerned, so he's usually pretty shut down, but is liable to give it up again with the 5 saves so far in the year.
Mark down the backwards K. Kana there. That pitch definitely was close, but too close to take in a full count here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Ramon Laureano now up to bat 2 for 3 as he hits this one hard but foul. Laureano had a home run back in the 4th, as we mentioned. Also had a single in the 6th inning. Base runner is definitely what Oakland needs if they want to stay in this game and possibly tie it, if not win it. Swings at that one down and in, 0-2, and Hand showing off his stuff here. 80-mile-per-hour slider breaking in by the knees.
Yeah, and Laureano there trying to drive that one over the... He got contact with that one.
0-2 count to Laureano. Oakland A's fans on their feet. This one's fouled away. We'll do it again, 0-2. Hope you're enjoying it in the Twitch chat. Stay tuned. Got the broadcaster league coming up next. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Made him look silly. Pitch by the ankles and Hand.
Now back.
Showing off why he's one of the best closers in the American League.
Got it.
Yeah, it's a beautiful one inside, getting Laureano's fishing basically.
Steven Piscotti coming up here. Final out in the bottom of the 9th inning. Oakland A's fans still excited. Anything could happen here, folks. This one's high 1-0.
No strike.
See the numbers very good in Piscotti's favor. 5 for 7 against Brad Hand. Able to see his pitches very well, especially since Hand is a lefty. That one's called a strike in the bottom of the zone. 1-1.
Again, if this guy can get a hit here, he is setting his team up for a real nice chance to win. With the 9-hitter being fairly good at the bat and then back to the top of the order. So this is a really big at-bat here for Piscotty. They tried to keep the momentum going and give Oakland a win.
If they're going to do anything, it all starts here. 2-1. Swings at that one, foul back, and now Oakland is down to their final strike here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 2-2 count with 2 outs here. Stephen Piscotty trying to do some magic here in Oakland. The pitch swung on and very close from being strike 3, but that one's fouled away. We'll do it again, 2-2. Kicks and deals. Fouls it away again. Piscotty doing his best to keep this one alive. Final strike.
Potentially. Piscotty with the chance to extend the game here.
Swings at that one.
Piscotty.
Again, Piscotty doing a great job here, keeping himself alive, and so with the Oakland A's and all of their fans.
Yeah, Piscotty giving him a real chance here.
Swings at it, and that's fouled away. Doing a great job, even though he's a little late on it. Still finding it.
All you need is contact in order to stay alive here. He's going to try to find one to put in play, and looks like he's going to set up inside.
Swing and a miss! Swings at that one, and the ball game is over. Cleveland Indians with the victory here. There's some late game heroics and a lot of runs scored to this one. Also, great work from the Cleveland Indian bullpen, giving them this victory here.
Yep,
Cleveland Indians now extend their winning streak to 9.
Yep, and I believe Yoshihisa Hirano is going to pick up the win as the selected bullpen member of the game, as he was the one pitching when they did get the run in the 8th. Good game overall, though. I mean, that was the most fun I've had calling a game in a long while. It's the one recently where it was a walk-off by Chicago.
Hirano will get the win here. Blackburn with the loss in hand with the save, his 40th save of the season. Definitely a fun one here indeed, and our player of the game will be Francisco Lindor, 3 for 4 with a home run and 2 RBIs. Did a great job in this one. Also had 2 singles. Speaking of Lindor, here's the infamous home run we were talking about throughout most of this game. 333 feet to a 330-foot wall out in right field. Yes, that hit off of the right of the foul pole, bounced towards foul territory, but those were the first 2 runs of the game. Hernandez was able to fly out to left field. And you got to remember, this play was a fun one indeed, as Kano dove after that one, was a full sender. He's able to make catch there. Laureano, 397 feet over the left center field wall. And this one was a shot indeed, as this one did not want to stay in the ballpark in any way, shape, or form. Given how hard that ball was pitched, Scotty flew out in a double play. We're going to see a great throw here by the outfielder Mercado as he was coming in on this ball and tried to tag from third to home, and also a great tag. Made sure you got that glove down. Did a great job there for that out. Take a look at this Perez double, and this double was able to bring in the run from third base. This one might have had a chance to be a home run, but just dropped in early off the wall. This game was then tied at 4 apiece in the 7th inning. In the top of the 8th, Ramirez grounded out to first, and this one got him out of a tough jam. Tough jam indeed for the Oakland A's, as they were trying to make sure this game stayed at 4 apiece, but it did not last long as the infield was playing in. Perez was able to get one through the infield for a single and an RBI, giving them the 5-4 lead. And then Laureano strikes out at a pitch right by the ankles. That was the second out of that inning in the bottom of the 9th. And you got to say, Brad Hand definitely held it down in the 9th inning, as we see his final out here. Shoved that one in there. Piscotty could not touch that one, chasing a fastball high. Oakland A's lose this one as Cleveland comes out on top, 5-4, extending their winning streak to 9. Definitely a great game indeed, but do not go anywhere, as we have the Broadcasters League coming up next. And guess who's going to be playing? Yours truly and your color commentator, P. Mr. 3. So us two are going to be going against each other. And we're actually going to be playing in the game. The one, the only Cookie Eater 45 will be calling the game as we play. And it sure should be a fun one indeed.
Now, Jaden, do you want my starter or do you want it to be a surprise?
I just tell me. Just tell me at this point.
Let's put it this way. Cookie, you know who my starter is. Do you want to give him a clue?
Yes. Well, I want you to think about the opposite of me. I'm very old. I want you to think about youth, and I really want you to think about kind of some very prestigious awards too.
Youth and prestigious awards. So a young guy. Is he currently in the major leagues?
I'm just saying he's pretty young, and if you think about awards, you'll know who he is.
Young guy, and he's a pitcher. I can't really think of a lot of pitchers that are young guys right now that deserve a lot of awards.
So you give up, essentially.
I just don't want to go through the mental effort of thinking about it. To be real with you.
98 Cy Young.
Say it again?
98 Cy
Young.
Yes.
Wow. Is that the card from like the first inning program? Like from way back?
I wouldn't be entirely surprised.
Cy Young.
Oh,
Definitely
96.
96 Cy Young. So that's the one from way back. I'll turn on my PlayStation. I'll get my over to see that my stream is offline. I apologize. I just got finished calling a game. Sorry, Garrett. Jeez. Sure should be a fun one indeed. And Cookie Eater, I know you've been playing very well, but we haven't had a chance to duke it out yet either. So
I'm looking forward to the two of us playing sooner than later, Jaden. But I'm gonna go ahead and let you and P Mr. sign off, get yourselves all situated, and a quick little breather, chug down some water.
Get a grab of water.
That's gonna be it for me and P Mr. Sure was a fun one indeed. A lot of runs scored in this one, but the Cleveland Indians coming on top with the victory. Cookie Eater, I'm going to leave it to you for some awesome Broadcasters League action.
All right. Thank you, Jaden. Thank you, P-Mister. We are getting ready for Broadcaster League action. Thank you for tuning in tonight, folks. I'm Cookie Eater 45, better known as Ian, or Cookie, or Hater of Pizza. We're happy to have you along here tonight. We're going to go ahead, get things started here pretty soon. We just got to get Jaden and P-Mister all online and situated. We'll be looking over some ML Bopball leaderboards while we wait. David Peralta, unfortunately, leads the NLN average. Jorge Soler in that Triple Crown race in fourth, led only by Peralta, Eaton, and Marte. A reminder, our producer Garrett, turn off the music before we get this thing going. That way we don't have music talking over me. Once we get the actual action underway, got some time before that though. Look at the hit column. Jorge Soler, Ketel Marte tied in number of hits. So apparently Jorge Soler's got a few more at-bats than Ketel. Freddie Freeman, Adam Eaton, Daniel Suarez also in the crew up there at the top. We're looking at now doubles, Ketel Marte, D.D. Gregorius, Bryce Harper, a couple of Phillies. Kind of surprising to see Phillies doing so good based on where they are on the standings. Mookie Betts, the highest ranked Dodger, 36 doubles. Triples led, no surprise, Trey Turner. Tyler O'Neill, that's a bit of a shock to me, but I guess he does have the speed. Nick Senzel, pretty speedy as well. Tim LeCastro, some people tout him as the fastest man in baseball. I'm not seeing him on this leaderboard. I am seeing Gavin Lux, though. Oh, me and Special were very, very clear to make the fastest man in baseball the other day. Home runs easily led by Jorge Soler, 52, 14 ahead of the second place tie of Christian Yelich and the injured Kyle Schwarber. Bryce Hoskins in fourth. Fifth place, a tie between Acuna and Freeman. RBI, again, sizable lead for Soler at 120. 23 more than the second place Bryce Hoskins. Suarez, Yelich, Bell round you out in the RBI department. We're just reading these stats, folks. I don't got much analysis. I'm really looking forward to this broadcaster league action, though I just talked earlier a little bit. Jaden has a run differential per game of 2.53. P-Misters is negative 3.3. This is going to be the final game of the season series between P-Mister and Jaden. Jaden has outscored P-Mister 15-0 in the first two games. So pressure's on P-Mister to not get shut out for the series. Remember, these are 7-inning games, folks. Still looking at stats. I think, though, we're probably just about ready. There is an award race screen, Cole. You can see that in a bit. Also, Cole, I know you're supposed to call the two games after me. I have a meeting at 8 o'clock Eastern, so in a half hour. So if you could hop in at that point and take over then, I'll go ahead and come back and either give you color or let you rest on color once that meeting's over. It shouldn't take too long, but it's at 8 Eastern. I was thinking that this game would be done by then. It's going to take more than 29 minutes. All right, we got sounds good. So that sounds good to me. We're looking at OPS. Jorge Soler leads by 78 points. And we are indeed good to go. We got confirmation from P-Mister. So we just need Garrett. Garrett, if you are in the building, please come to the front desk. Garrett, the janitor. If you are in the building, please come to the front desk. We are ready to play. We're going to have some pretty good action. P-Mister and Jaden. Jaden is in first place in the Broadcaster League with a record of 15-4. Top 4 teams make it. P-Mister is 11th out of 12. 9 games out of first. 6 games out of a postseason spot. He is 3-10. I don't know why we're not going to the game, folks. Probably something going on behind the scenes. I see a mouse moving around on our Discord screen, so that's it's probably on its way. We're going to continue to look at various stats until then. Jose Quintana leads in ERA. Walker Buehler, Clayton Kershaw, and Andrew Heaney. 3 Dodgers in those top 5 spots. Robbie Ray and Madison Bumgarner down to 8th and 9th. Serves the Diamondbacks right. Walker Buehler's probably your front runner for the Cy Young. allowed the fewest homers. Julio Arias is a teammate up there as well, as is Andrew Heaney, the new Dodger. Lots of focus on my Dodgers in these things because Dodgers are good. Diamondbacks are not. Diamondbacks are the worst team in the history of teams. There's few teams I despise more than the Diamondbacks. You can see, looks like we're on the screen now. We're going to go ahead and see Cy Young will be getting the nod for the Orioles, and it's going to be Seaver, Paxton, or Nolan Ryan getting the nod for the Yankees. And we got our music phasing out. Thank you, Garrett, for handling that. Lineups are on your screen now. We're going to go ahead and get this one underway here on ML Bot Bowl on Twitch TV. Justin Rock will be calling the 10:30 matchup of the Rays and Yankees. I'll be calling Game 1 here, at least the majority of it. Cole will be calling the rest of Game 1, and Games 2 and 3, I'll rejoin Cole at some point. Beardy Buddha will be calling Games 4 and 5. Your lineup of games today as we see the Orioles take field for your broadcaster league. Jaden and P. Mister face off now. Hines and JD will play a double header for games 2 and 3 tonight. Then I will play Hines for game 4, and P. Mister will come back and play me in game 5. 2 balls, no strikes. Tom Seaver's pitching to Wade Boggs, leading off today for the Orioles. We're seeing this from, he's the Mets. For some reason I thought Jeremy was the Yankees. I'll update the crawl for you folks. Yeah, we're looking from Jaden's perspective on this. High deep fly ball, or no, it dropped in. I was updating the call, I wasn't paying attention, folks. Inside fastball for strike 1, Ronald Acuna Jr. batting 152 in the Bot Ball broadcast league play, stepping in. Unevens at 1. I don't like seeing the pitching from this perspective. It's going to be a strikeout, though. Acuna goes down. Trevor Story's going to step in. And it's going to be a line shot. Nice job. First baseman will take it there himself. Runner will be able to advance second. It's a runner in scoring position with 2 away. Edwin Encarnacion, 95 overall. Swing and a miss, strike 1, and a swing and a miss, strike 2 on a curveball out of the zone. And a not swing and a miss. It's 1 and 2. Don't know why Jaden's throwing over to first base, but he is. Curious what hype you don't get. Are you talking about the Cy Young hype? Because, I don't know, Cy Young, pretty pitcher, and he's on the mound. He has a very annoying lineup, though, so hopefully Jaden gets someone on base sooner than later. Larry Walker is batting .229. He leads off for the Mets. Chases that fastball outside, fouls it off. It's at a 0-2 hole. Cy Young, a nice repertoire. Very crafty pitcher, you could say. Swing and a miss on the screwball. I guess he fouled that off. I didn't see that. Not the best frame rate coming across, I suppose.
One ball.
I'm getting a few frames per second on this stream. 1-2. And that is going to be a line shot. That's going to drop in left field. That's a base hit. Coming to first base. That'll bring up the talented second baseman Rogers Hornsby. He'll be playing for me later tonight, manning third base for the Tigers. He'll hit a high fly ball here, right field. Right fielder will get there. It's out number 1. I did not write down these lineups. Nobody told me these lineups before the game, so I'm getting bland commentary like right fielder. Babe Ruth batting third tonight takes strike 1, making his broadcaster league debut today. Babe Ruth dropped as part of an all-timers program analogous to the signature teams we saw last year. Catch is made and left out number 2, and throw in that runner to first base. 2 down now. Mister looking to work around that leadoff base runner. It's a chase on a changeup for strike 1.
Ball inside. That's a ball.
2-1. So for those who don't know the whole story of what we got going on here, the Bat Ball crew started a broadcaster league back right after the All-Star break. There's 12 guys playing, as we see split up to end the inning through 1 here on the Bat Ball. We got 12 of our guys playing. They are playing as the actual teams. They're playing each of the other 11 teams 3 times, 7-inning games. So we've been going about 3, almost 4 weeks now. Been a lot of fun. A lot of these broadcasters getting to know each other more. The majority of the games played off air, obviously, because we're committed to bringing you our simulation of Major League Baseball season, but we're sprinkling some of these games in to give you guys some fun. So, Zuna 1-1 count for Tom Seaver. So he went curve. I hear geese outside. Outside the booth. Yeah, not my apartment, definitely.
I got to count 2-2.
That's what these guys have been doing. Our top 4 teams will play in the playoffs. Right now, those would be Jaden Becker, myself, Tim Moore, and it's your good friend Don. Guy a lot of you might not have even heard of at this point. He used to be one of our regulars on the calls. Big Brewers fan until, well, he's still a Brewers fan, but he had a child well over a month ago now. So congratulations to him. Having a kid does eat away your time. Ground ball, third base, throw over out number 2. Might be Rogers Hornsby at first. Oh, it's probably Root at first. Let's be at third. As we do this broadcast, I encourage everybody to donate to Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels gets food to the folks who need it most. Servicing elders in a number of communities across America. Funds raised. Go to Meals on Wheels. And I want to thank you all for tuning in to Broadcaster League Action and joining me and Team Mr. and Jaden as well tonight. 0-2, swing and a miss by Tom Seaver. So we're through 1.5. Still nothing. 1 hit apiece. Jaden Becker looks to try and grab the lead here in the bottom of the second. Mickey Mantle leads it off, and he's going to line this one. That is ripped, but caught out there and left. Out number 1. I believe that's Marcelo Ozuna making the catch. So the legendary shortstop Ernie Banks will stand in. Changeup drops in for a strike. You can see Jaden tracking the ball with his PCI. He starts kind of middle, maybe leaning a little bit up and in, and then tries to follow the ball out of the arm and then hit it where he can. Controlling that with his left joystick. That's really what it takes to go from a good hitter to a great hitter in this game. He's learning to really track that ball, move the PCI. You can be an okay hitter if you use direction. You can be a good hitter if you use zone, which is the hitting we're seeing Jaden use, and kind of sit in one spot. When you can track the ball, that's really when you become great. High pop-up got under that change-up, and it's going to be caught by Ozuna. For out number 2, we saw that course, that perfect contact, getting someone at the base right before. Fastball will drop in, strike 1, Buster Posey. And this will do it. Shoveled. Short, covering second. So another hit for the Mets, but nothing going. We're through 2 scoreless here on the top ball. We're going to see top of the 3rd inning, Cody Bellinger to lead it off. Another quirk. Normally when you play Davin Basti and ML Bat Ball, there is no designated hitter. We have a designated hitter in our league, so there is no pitcher in that 9 spot. You have to attack 1 through 9. It always throws me off when I'm playing even myself, because my number 8 guy's up. I'm like, man, I'm screwed. But then I got Jimmy Rollins batting 9th. I'm like, hey, there we go. We see Joey Bart, the future Stars catcher, batting 9th for the Orioles. Swing and miss. And another swing and miss to keep down in the count 0-2. See where you can see on that meter is confident. That kind of yellow region. We'll see it in a second when he presses X. That yellow region on the left-hand side there. When that region's big like that, that means it's confident. It makes it easier to get that, quote, perfect release. If you release it in there, it's considered a perfect release. It makes your control a lot better. A lot of people don't hit that anyways, though, and it can still work out for you if you know how to work the meter. You've been playing this game forever. Wade Boggs up now, 2 away, top of the 3rd. It's 1-1. And the dribbler, Seaver gets it, and he will toss it on the first in the inning. Bang bang play, but they get the out. We're heading to the bottom of the 3rd inning here on ML Bat Ball. Biggio, Walker, Hornsby. 9-1-2 coming up. Yeah, like we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, and I was trash talking in chat, Jaden Becker is playing his 20th game right now. He's played 19. That's more than anybody else in the league. He's 15-4 so far. Be a base hit, safe. Start the inning. Nets. Larry Walker now take a strike.
0-1.
P-Mister is, I believe, 3-11. He's only played 14 games. He might be 3-10 and they're playing 13. As a ball high, deep, and not able to be right. Bat of Larry Walker gives a 2-0 lead to the Mets. Yeah, beautiful swing. Launched it. Not particularly hard, not particularly deep. But it's a home run. Gives the Mets the 2-0 lead. P-Mister's now been outscored. Well, I was about to say 15-0, and that's just a ground rule double, so it'll stay that. My bad, I meant 17-0. In this season series between these two, Jaden won the first 2 games 9-0 and 6-0. This is game 3. He currently leads 2-0, and that's going to be an RBI single to lead 3-0. Throw will come home. And that is bad fundamental baseball right there. When you got a ball hit hard up the middle like that, You want to make that throw to second. You don't want to let that runner stretch it out. There's no chance at home. And we see that a lot better right there. Make that throw to third. That's where the play would have been. You want to hold that runner to second on the single poked through. Nice job. Orioles learn quick. Their fundamental baseball. 2 on, nobody out. High, deep drive. Ozuna's there and left. He'll make the catch. Runner's not tagging. They'll hold with now 1 away. Cy Young looks good for 2, just allowing a hit per inning. Allowed 3 runs so far this inning. 5 hits.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Still just 1 away. Double plays in order. 1. Going to be a line shot. That is down and in the gap. That's going to score at least 1, possibly 2. Looks like Jaden is going to hold up that runner. Nice job to get the throw in. So stand up. Well, actually not a stand up. A sliding double. Runner will hold at third base. An RBI for Ernie Banks. It's 4-0 New York. Baltimore's got to start thinking about getting somebody up in the pen. It's the unusual. They'll pop this one. Left field. Catch is going to be made by Ozuna, and they're going to tag and send that runner. The throw's coming home, and he is going to be out on the tag. A bang, bang, throw him out. Or a catch him out, throw him out, double play, something like that. But the damage was done. 4 runs for the Mets. 6 hits in that inning. Now they have to try and protect that lead. Like I mentioned, 7-inning games in this league. Much like MLB's doubleheaders this year. And by the way, we came up with the 7-inning game thing before they did, so expecting money for that. But for those of you who wonder why 7 innings, well, and the real major leagues, they're doing it to kind of protect arms, especially have teams like the Cardinals who are going to have to play a lot of doubleheaders. Only having to pitch 14 instead of 18 innings is huge on a day-to-day basis. But why we did it here in Bopball, 7 innings, you still get the feel, real baseball game, but it's short enough that it kind of trims off about 10 minutes. It makes it easier for these guys to try and squeeze 33 games in over the course of a month. Because believe it or not, we all have lives. You know, Don, obviously, like I mentioned, he has a little baby he has to take care of. I myself, I'm going to be going back to school. I know Jaden and Jeremy are too. Big Fund works for MLB TV. He was originally planning on playing tonight, but he works until 1 in the morning, so you can see how it easily becomes difficult for these guys to try and get 33 games in. And so if you can trim off those last 10 minutes, it helps keep everybody a bit more fresh, and odds are not much would change with those extra couple games of work. 1-2-3 inning for Mets pitching here in the top of the 4th. And Aroldis Chapman is going to be pitching the bottom half for the O's. We'll start righty on lefty action with Buster Posey coming up.
0-1's the count. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Make it 1-1 now. So yeah, bottom half of the 4th. We're now technically halfway through this one, because it is the 7-inning affair. Out number 1, so Craig Biggio comes up. Nice take. Stone cold take. That ball was paint. And that ball is a single. He's got to square up that slide piece. That does put the lefty-lefty action now. Walker and Chapman face off. Larry Walker's 2 for 2. Single and a home run. Runner's going for second, and he will be safe by a mile. Dropped by the second baseman. Second steal for Craig Biggio, and ML Ball Broadcaster League play. As Chapman gets a K, 2 outs here in the fourth. Roger Hornsby. Go ahead and just tap this one up the middle. Second baseman, flip throw, gonna get the out. Fine eyelash. Beautiful play. I love it. Ozuna Judge Betts calling up for the O's. You're watching ML Ball Broadcaster League action. P-Mister playing Jaden Becker here at Citi Field. Cookie Eater on the call. Cole Ringston to join me in a second. Actually, I said his last name wrong. I always say it wrong. I'm just going to call him Cole. No offense intended to Cole. I don't like it when people say my name wrong, so I feel bad saying yours right. Nothing personal. Can't say anybody's name right. I call P-Mister P-Meister half the time. Marcelo Ozuna. Line this one back up the middle. It's a base hit. We're up to 20 viewers. Thank you all for tuning in today. ML Broadcaster League action. Jaden Becker looking for the season series sweep of P-Mister. He leads 4-0 here in the top of the fifth. Though the Orioles have a leadoff guy on, make it the leadoff 2 guys on, looking to strike back, make this a ball game. That's swinging a foul.
One ball, 2 strikes.
To the counts. Red alert, everybody. Duggo has texted me asking if the Babe Ruth moments count towards innings, and the answer is no. So I'm text him. No, sad face. Duggo is alive. We can confirm it live on air. Duggo, another member of our broadcaster league, and he'll be resuming some play here shortly with some guys off air. He's been taking some time away from basketball, obviously, to reforge himself, kind of find his hole. He's joining me in the booth as I'm 5 minutes away from a wonderful campus club meeting. Cole, feel free to say hi whenever you're ready.
I believe I am ready now, and I gotta say, for breaking into this whole broadcaster league tournament, this seems to be some exciting stuff.
It really is to see these guys we know and love play. It's a nice little change of pace, I think, as the O's threat goes by the wayside. Lead off 2 runners on for action, so Chapman's going to stay out there to pitch now bottom of the 5th. So, yeah, Cole, what are you thinking here? We got about 2 innings and some change left.
You see there, Chapman with the good slider to strike him out. I have to say, this seems to be at least some sort of version, which I would believe, of Rob Manfred's fantasy of how ideally his pace of play would want to be, as we are going through this one quite fast, and that one will get out of here.
There we go. Flies over the wall. Home run for Gary Sheffield. Extends the lead to 5-0. Yeah, cool. That's the nice thing with these games. They're 7 innings, and I mean, unlike our ML Bopwell broadcasts, I mean, already the broadcast for Bopwell, I know, we trim out those kind of in-between inning commercial breaks, but with these, there's not really much of a wait between pitches either. This is what we call fast. So, really nice to see the games fly by. That's what lets us get 5 broadcast league games in the time we normally get 2 Bopwell games, as that's back-to-back dingers for the Mets. This one out to dead center.
Yeah, I'm starting to feel for P-Mister right now. Jaden Becker taking full control of this one. Seems like a tough mountain for P-Mister to climb if he wants to get back into this game.
I will say, I originally didn't schedule P-Mister and Jaden to play. Well, no offense, P-Mister, I just think it's very good TV. But you know, we had some last-minute rearranging we had to do, and some guys who I wanted to see play have already played all 3 of their games. So this is the matchup we got. And I'm going to go ahead and bounce out, Cole, and I'll be back hopefully in 20 to 30 minutes. I'm going to keep you some company while we get through the rest of these first 3 games. Go ahead and take it.
All right, sounds good. As that throw will be off the bag. Nothing really going P-Mister's way at the moment, as he still has to get 2 outs in this one. My name is Corey Neisen. First time breaking into this broadcaster lead of sorts. So, if you want questions about Diamond Dynasty in general, I am not your guy. I blew a lot of that last season. So, but I do know that that mostly teams have a lot of closers, and that's what I've been seeing here. Aldous Chapman trying to fight his way through this one. 2-2 to Stan Musial. As there we go, something in P-Mister's favor, as that will be a nice leaping throw from the second baseman to get out of that one. We see there 11 hits from Jane and only 3 hits from P-Meister. He's going to have to get a lot more of those to crawl back into this one with 2 more chances for his bats. Tom Seaver cruising through this one, only giving up those 3 hits like I mentioned. Gets that swing, that foul away from Wade Boggs, now 1-1.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
Fooled him there with the changeup. Looks like he'll go low once more. And Boggs will give Flair out that one, but that'll be good routine fly out there to get the first out. See Ronald Acuna Jr. 0 for 2 so far, see if he can break into the hit column here and get something going in P-Mister's favor. As, ooh, that would have been a good pitch to get onto there, but definitely setting off speed. And that slider, low and outside, that'll make any batter look silly in the batter's box, and no exception there. Now here's Trevor Story. I hate to admit he is my highest rated overall card at the moment, and I'm not talking about any sort of Legend Edition. I'm talking about the base model, so that goes to show how my Diamond Dynasty experience is going.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2 now, Trevor Story. That one's lifted high, will be playable. It will not be. Try to leap to the snag that one there. Looks like we'll go with the slider again. Let's see if it pays off once more. And he'll hold off this time, now 2-2. This one's ripped on early. Another foul ball. Able to work it full here. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Definitely thinking off speed once more, as we are already transitioning into the top of the 7th, as we see Ken Giles now stepping in here for Aldous Chapman.
Count 1-0.
Giles with a low 2-seamer to Giants legend Buster Posey.
I got a ball, 1 strike. 2 balls, 1 strike, to count.
Two-1 will be flared out to right field. That'll get down for a base hit. As, ooh, tried to get that cheesy right field throw into first. I know I've pulled it off a couple times last year. I don't know how effective it is this version of the game. As Craig Biggio tried to just pile it on here for P-Mister. As he gets the way outside slider, and that's going to drop in That's something you don't want to see, man. You get him trying to swing at absolute garbage, but it still works out for him. Big confidence breaker there if there was any left, as 2 men on, still with no outs. As that's a very high foul into the stands. Larry Walker fouls it off once more. 2 for 3 on the day, definitely leaving his mark in this one. But he watches that good fastball there for the strikeout. Rogers, Hornsby. Watch that slider go by, 1-1.
The count is 1-2.
Fastball reaching 98, definitely late on that one, thinking low off speed there. As good take on that two-seamer. I don't think I would have had that patience. As that one's lifted high and deep to center field. Looks like it will just be barely playable. And we'll see, this play for third base will be in time safe for the runner to advance. As Babe Ruth, is that how you pronounce the guy? I've never heard of him. Must be one of those prospect cards everyone's talking about.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
2-1 now, as that slider will be hit and dropped in. As P. Mr. at this point probably wants to get out of this game and try to get something shaken with his lineup because it's just not been working.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Gary Sheffield will step in again. Hit a home run earlier today, and be sure you guys stick around if you like this Broadcaster League stuff. First game of many here tonight. I know I will be going for a doubleheader between J.D. Gregory and Hines A.S. 2 great broadcasters. That one's ripped to center. 1 run will score here as the runs keep on coming in. That might do it for Ken Giles.
Inside, ball.
Even though I'm new to this stuff, I can tell why Jaden B is the best in our Broadcaster League at the moment. Stacked roster with good performance at the controller, of course, will give you good results. Now head to 1-2. Giles to Mansell. That'll be ripped through another line drive single, just find the gaps in the infield, as it's now 9-0. That'll do it for Giles, as Eric Gagne will try to salvage what he can. I don't know if there's even anything left to salvage, just get everyone out of this ballpark as soon as possible. Quickly gets Ernie Banks in an 0-2 count here, but Banks will foul that one away, stay alive. Another foul ball. We'll do the 0-2 once more. Should be a routine pop out to the right fielder, and that'll do it. Last chance for P. Mister as he has to overcome a great deficit. Encarnacion, Azuna, and I did not catch the last guy. Due up next. Tom Seaver looking to go the distance here for this game, as he'll fool Encarnacion there with the slider. And gets the foul ball quickly ahead, 0-2. Looks like he'll go low here. The pitch Swing and a miss. Once again, that changeup working very well for Tom Seaver here today.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Quickly 1-2 to Encarnacion, and just like that, another strikeout. Marcel Zuna represents the final out here for P. Mister. Actually, second out, my mistake. Second to last out. We'll go with that.
0-2 is the count.
Well, it looks like we'll quickly get to that final out for P. Mister if he can get the swing and miss here. No, he will not, as that's driven deep to left field, leaping up, no chance there, and P. Mister finally has something on the board here. Will not go out with a donut, as Tom Seaver will stay in this game. Can't say I blame him. I mean, he still has to score 8 more runs.
0-2.
Be nothing short of a miracle if that were to happen. 0-2 once again, and not even close to anything right there. As now Mookie Betts. Now we get to the final out for P. Mister here. That will just hit foul, 0-1.
I got the count. 0-2.
Slider working out very well today for Tom Seaver. The 0-2 will be hit, but right to the third baseman. Got the green throw, and that'll do it. Jaden Becker showing off why he is the #1 player in our broadcaster league at the moment. As a nothing short of a dominating performance today. 9-1 the final. As we see our victorious man today, Jaden Becker. Jaden, what are your takeaways from this nothing short of a dominating performance?
No, what can I say? What can I say? Cole, Cole, you and me are good friends. We called the game a while back, and Tom Seaver pitched exactly how he had to pitch, and this is my first time pitching with him in a competitive game, and Seaver did exactly what he had to do. Cy Young, I hit him up pretty hard, and there's really nothing P. Mister could really do about it. I was just too dominant in this one, and I'd sweep P. Mister into the 3-game set that we had, and I wish the best for him going forward, but you really, I'm the top echelon guy. You really have to come after me.
Did what he needed to do, and then some. You see their player of the game only giving up 4 hits and 15 strikeouts, only with the 1 earned run. P. Mister, I mean, hey, you still got that nice blast out to left.
Yeah, it's a little victory out of the day, but honestly, Jaden's probably going to make the playoffs. I'd say Cookie's going to take him down, but again, that's...
Oh, whoa. That's a very bold statement. That's a very bold statement.
Hold on.
When me and P. Mister have played before in the Broadcasters tournament, and I beat him. So there's no reason to think why he should beat me. I don't know where that narrative is coming from. That is a false one at that. But, I've been beaten a couple of times, but those are on my off days, and I had a couple of bad games here and there, but either way, when we're live and we're on Bop Off in front of all the fans and all the people rooting for Jay Bex, they're rooting for me, and I got to make sure I put on a show.
Yeah, all 2 people in the chat, and that would probably be some family members there. But no,
hey,
honestly,
if I got to do it for Grandma, I do it for Grandma.
That is true. Fair point. Yeah, no, but just facing these 2, I'd be really interested in the Jaden Cookie series, best of 7. That'd be a barn burner on stream if we could get that.
You see one of the many strikeouts there from Tom Seaver, able to work that fastball and also that off-speed stuff very well, as we see Gary Sheffield here, one of the few blasts we saw today from Jaden.
Yeah, blasts come plenty for me. You don't got to worry about that. But want to see home runs, just check out my games. Like looking at a home run derby. We were talking during the players chat, and they're like, oh, all your home runs have been wall scrapers. This was not no wall scraper, 443 feet, dead center field.
Yeah, just really got solid contact. I think for the most part, the only time you ever really scored was in the second and the fourth, where you got at least 1 homer. In those innings, you really only attacked me in a couple innings. The rest of them were fairly solid overall.
Hey, you had a couple good innings, but with the pitching, but you didn't have any good innings with the hitting. So, I wish you the best of luck going forward. But
Yeah, same here.
You're fixing the top echelon.
Yeah, back to the cage, I guess. Hopefully, do something there.
We're gonna ignore this one. This one did not happen.
No, we're gonna highlight this.
No.
This is the one good thing I had the entire game.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, a blast is a blast. And, Jay, not to take away from your obviously dominant performance, but you definitely have some solid players on your team.
Oh yeah, 100%. I got to make sure when I come out on the field that I got the top echelon guys playing for the New York Mets. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity where you get to have some of the best play in a Mets uniform. So you got to make sure that they're on the field at all times. I got them calling me up like Gary Sheffield trying to get on the field. I'm like, yeah, no, you got it. I'll put you at third base. But there's some guys that I was playing earlier that I just can't have them on the field anymore. The game has gone past them, and now we're looking at a couple guys that we could see play all the way until MLB The Show 2021.
It looks like we will be switching over to our next game here, a doubleheader actually between Hines AS and JD Greger. So thanks guys for stopping in the booth, giving your comments, and good luck to you guys both going forward.
Anytime, Cole.
Yes.
Good, but you've been just a superstar, 100%. So you're one of a kind, Cole. One of a kind, and I look forward to you calling some of my games going forward because we just been killing it over here in New York.
Jaden Becker, the one and only. As it looks like we're getting the matches sent in for both sides to prepare for this one. We see here Hines going with his hometown Cubs. JD Greger going as the Cleveland Indians for this one. Looks like it'll be a nice day for baseball here in Wrigley. Let's see what we have for these pitchers here. Looks like Steven Strasburg going against Sonny Gray here. Look at the lineups for both teams here today. Shout outs to Greger for using the 84 overall Whit Merrifield. That for at least for my Diamonds Dynasty experience, that's definitely more my speed. Take you out to beautiful Wrigley Field. As you see, both guys under 500 at the moment, but they could possibly get two of these games going their way. It'd be a good momentum shift, putting their teams in the right direction. So ready for some more broadcaster league action. Of course, I am Corey Neisen. And we'll have Kenny Lofton leading off here for these Indians as we got looks like some cool throwback Freds for the Cubbies. As Sonny Gray will start out with the 0-1 pitch here. Shout out to the Pulse pitching. I made the change recently for my offline stuff like franchise March to October. And I've definitely liking it more than the other style. It's just tough to manage all the animations as such. As here's Whit Merrifield here after a quick flyout to start the game. The 0-1. Be lofted into right. Fielder sails under it, and that'll be another quick outing here for these Cleveland batters. Here's third baseman Anthony Rendon. Only batting up. Is that 0.5 for the batting average? Sheesh. Definitely wants to turn around as he'll be first pitch checking here on the sinker.
I got the count 0-2.
Gray quickly ahead 0-2. Definitely got stuff going so far here tonight. He deals as that'll be just out of Gray's glove, and that'll drop in for a base hit. Now bring up the power bat of Jim Thome. As check, not able to hold back his swing there, fooled him with the slider there. As he'll hold back this time. Now 1-1.
I got the count 1-2.
Actually, definitely is on point so far for Gray,
That's outside.
as that sinker will just miss outside. Now to even.
3-2.
Fastball will head inside. Thome's able to work it to full. The pitch. That'll be ripped to the second baseman. Does the quick scoop over to the shortstop, and they'll bring up these bats for Chicago. Griffey Sr., Hernandez, and Hayward due up.
Leading off for the Cubs, the right fielder, Ken Griffey.
Also, big shout for that directional hang. Big fan of that as well. His first pitch swing for Griffey Sr. will be fouled away from Steven Strasburg, the starter today for J.D. Gregory. Griffey will rip that one, but that'll be a quick fly out there to the first baseman. Good heads-up play there for the first out. Now, second, I assume the second baseman, Kike Hernandez, will step in here. Batting a 182, another bat that wants to see some improvement. As that high curveball will just miss that top corner of the strike zone. 1-0. Hernandez will lift that one high, but ultimately playable for the center fielder. That'll do it for the second out. Both pitchers getting quick on their 2 outs, but we'll see if Jason Hayward can prevent the 1-2-3 start for Steven Strasburg. First swing, but not able to hit the two-seamer there. As that will be lifted, but ultimately caught by the left fielder. Good heads up to get under that one, as Story, Molina, and Giammi will come up for a second round of bats for Cleveland. It's another Trevor Story appearance here. This one banged 400, but yet to get a RBI or a home run. Let's see if he can change that here. Gray will try to hit the corner. Let's see how he does here. And it looks like he'll get a good chunk of that with that slider. Get the swing and miss here for the 0-1. Sinker fouled away quickly. Gray's ahead 0-2. He'll try to go low again. I can't say that I disagree there. Let's see the pitch. As he'll get the dribbler to the shortstop, and he'll make the nice right play to get the first out here at the top of the second. We're at the well-known Cardinal Yadier Molina. Also someone with a not-so-hot batting average. And that nasty curve will probably show you why, as Gray looks to be performing quite well to start off this one.
That's a ball.
It's a good attempt there, but he will not get the favorable call. Now 1-1. Swing a miss with the slider. Gray working mostly low, away from that top, more middle or top of the zone where Bears can punish it. And so far it's worked out for him, as that's another ground out to the shortstop. Bringing up the power bat, Jason Giambi. So I'll try to get something going for Cleveland. Gray keeps going low, and the Bears keep swinging at him. I would be shocked that if he goes away from this strategy anytime soon, because it's working to perfection so far. As that's another swing and miss on a low off-speed pitch.
One ball, 2 strikes, count.
Giambi's able to hold off on that one. Now Gray with the 1-2. Slider taking too much off the inside there. Giambi able to work it to even. That one will miss the zone, and it looks like Gray will have to try to throw a strike here on the full count.
Nope. Ball 4.
And he will miss ball 4, and honestly, I don't believe Giambi will be that much of a threat on the base paths, and you already have those 2 outs on only 26 pitches, so I can't blame him for that one, as Andrew McCutcheon will now step in. That one's away from the catcher. Giambi will head to second, but he will not be in time, not able to lumber over his large mass, and that'll do it for the top of the second. Moreland, Encarnacion, and Murphy due up for these Cubbies.
Leading off for the Cubs, the first baseman, Mitch.
Pitch Moreland now,
Lad.
trying to prevent Strasburg from throwing only 6 pitches, as that one's lifted deep out to right, going back to the walls of right fielder, and that one will be gone. Mitch Moreland able to rip that one deep out to right field, and the Chicago Cubs draw first blood. A towering blast, 103 on the exit velocity, as that one definitely got up high.
Batting fifth, the designated hitter, Edwin.
See another Edwin Encarnacion. Still take a big hack at that curveball on 1.
Ball 1. 1-1. One ball, 2 strikes.
Another swing and miss with an off speed. Now 1-2. Pitch from Strasburg will be swung at and missed. That outside slider, a common killer for a lot of batters here in the show, and no different there with Encarnacion. Is Daniel Murphy batting a nice 308. Try to continue that as that's not everything you see every day. You swing at a high curveball that doesn't even reach the zone. That did not sit well with me, the 0-1. He'll get contact there, but third baseman will get under that one and get the second out. Strasburg only had 13 pitches, so if he can get some help from his bats, keep up that production, he could stay in this game for quite a bit, as Mike Yastrzemski try to keep this bottom half of the second alive for the Cubs. It's still swinging at that high fastball and not contributing to the efforts to get some lawn at bats to drive up that pitch count for Strasburg, the 0-1. And that one's fouled away quickly behind 0-2. Stay alive there, though, as that fast 2-seamer's fouled away. 0-2 once more will be looked at Curveball not really doing anything threatening, so to speak. Now the 1-2. That one will be lifted high, but foul. The 1-2 once more. They'll be in the zone and dropped by Thomo at first, but able to recover, and that should do it for the second inning. But a right field blast from Mitch Moreland puts the Cubs on the board, now 1-0 in their favor. You see Andrew McCutchen step in once again. His at-bat disrupted by a wild pitch that ultimately got Thome throwed out, only that 24 speed made very apparent on that previous play. Gray with the 0-1. So that'll be ripped through the center, and that'll be a base hit for Andrew McCutchen. Able to push that low pitch there and drive it fast up the center. So 9-hole batter Mookie Betts. See what he can do here.
1-1. One ball, 2 strikes, count.
That'll be swing and miss. Now we had a 1-2. Slider, another swing and a miss. Gray looking locked in so far, as the top of the order swings around once again for Cleveland.
1 ball, 1 strike.
1-1 low and away with the slider. Now 2-1.
Ball 3.
That'll be just past the arms of the shortstop, and that'll be another single for Gregory. He actually makes it to third base. Wow. Great heads up right there by McCutchen, and now Whit Merrifield has a chance to respond as he'll lay down a bunt here. The sacrifice as the throw to second will not be in time. No one is out on that one. Wow. A run will come to score. And no outs on the play. Tough break for Chicago. Ray's got to buckle down here to prevent any further runs from scoring in this one, as he'll get ahead 0-2 to Anthony Rendon. Rendon stays live with that foul ball. That one's in the dirt, but ultimately swung at. And no need to tag him there, as with the runners at first and second not advancing. Is Jim Thome. We all know about his power back in his day. A blast here would really put things in Cleveland's favor. Right with the 1-2. So that'll be high. Now it's even. That'll be another swing and a miss, and Gray will get out of that one with only the 1 run allowed. As Reynolds, Perez, and back to the top of the order with Griffey Sr. due up for Hines.
The third baseman.
A-hole batter Mark Reynolds. Probably have no relation to famous actor Ryan Reynolds, but be cool if that was the case. Reynolds will watch that fastball go high. Beautiful evening for baseball out in Wrigley Field. Definitely a high recommendation for myself for going if you ever can. As that one's hit through the shift for a single for Reynolds. The outfielder misses the ball, but it will not matter, as Reynolds will not try to attempt it. Possibly a bait of sorts to try to get that runner to try to get second. Yeah, as I was saying, Wrigley Field, even though I am a Brewers fan myself, hard to argue the history and just overall great aesthetic that the ballpark brings to the table, except for those fights in the bleachers. I've heard about those. Strasburg gets ahead 0-2 here to Royals catcher Salvador Perez. And that'll be just nicked at. Barely enough contact to keep Perez alive in this at-bat. But he won't connect on that slider. That'll be a swing and a miss. And Griffey Sr. will be able to do it again. Try it again here at the bottom of the third. As that'll be a bloop swing, and that'll just get down for a base hit. Reynolds will get to third in time, beats the throw, and Hines is threatening once more. Hernandez first pitch swing, and that'll get down, and that'll allow another runner coming in for Hines. That'll put him up 2-1 here, and Jason Hayward up to bat favors that left side, so potential for more damage here.
The count.
Strasburg ahead 0-2. May want to try to throw a ball here out of the zone that can't get punished, so to speak. That will be in the zone, but Thome with the nice reach over at first gets the tag out, but will allow another run to come in. Hines now up on Gregory 3-1, and Mitch Moreland, we saw his quick blast to start off this game here. He'll want to push this lead even further here if he can. As that high curveball is swung at, but high into foul territory will be playable, and it will. Had to get his knees close to the wall there, but he does get the out regardless, as Hines is able to put up 2 runs to get his lead back now 3-1. Gray only staying at 49 pitches. It's usually how these Diamond Dynasty games go. Pitch count stays low, but if you're not careful, momentum can really break from you in a hurry, as we saw in that previous game with Jaden Becker just really pulling away at certain points, just unleashing a ton of hits regardless of where the pitch was thrown. 0-2 for Gray. Keeps staying low. 0-2 once again will not give swing and miss from Trevor Story. But he'll get a swing and miss that time in the dirt. Routine throw over from Perez. That'll be the first out here to start the 4th inning. And confirming in chat, Andy 6, yes, that is Ken Griffey Sr. for Hines' Cubs. That one's blooped out, but ultimately playable for the second baseman, and quickly gets the second out here from Cy Gray. Gray gets ahead 0-2 once again. Giambi fooled by the slider.
Whoa, that's down.
And that sinker, will just miss. Good patience that time. Looks like Gray will go to the same spot here. As that 12-6 curve will be a swing and miss, but ultimately go by Salvador Perez, but the throw will be in time. Once again, Jim Thome's speed, not his strong suit, and it was shown off once again. As we know, to the bottom of the fourth. Strasburg only at 33 pitches. So if he puts more runners on base, you have to wonder how much of a leash he'll have. Edwin swings through the first 2 pitches. At least that one was fouled away for him. But another 0-2 count for this game. It looks like I'm rejoined by my fellow broadcaster, Cookie Eater. Cookie, how was that meeting?
It was long, it was sad, and it's an even sadder day if you are the Indians, apparently.
Yep, Edwin Encarnacion with a solo shot out to left field as that'll extend Hines' lead now to 3 as it's now 4-1.
So, looks like P-Mister put up a run on Jaden to close out that last game, and we see Hines getting off to a pretty hot lead against JD here in game 2 of our 5-game slate.
Yeah, P-Mister actually had a decent shot out to left as that one will drop in for single there for Hines. But yeah, Jaden and P-Mister both joined me in the booth afterwards, and Jaden reminded me a lot of like a WWE wrestler with just his confidence and how boisterous he was after that one.
That's classic Jaden.
So looks like we'll see some arms roaming up in the bullpen. Blake Trine and Raldis Chapman.
Oh. Yeah, so this is a real nail biter we got going. Swinging strike 1 for Yastrzemski. Cole, do you want the play-by-play? Do you want me to do play-by-play? I'm open to anything. I just want us to know who's doing what.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Honestly, I could go with whatever you're feeling.
All right, I guess I'll go play-by-play because then I don't gotta think, and maybe I can steer you to some conversation points to get your thoughts on the stuff going on in the league. So we'll see a strikeout Mark Reynolds coming up. So, I mean, I guess you've been watching about a game's worth of innings now. You joined me in the 4th in the last game. We're here in the 4th in this one. What's your impression on how this league's going so far?
I had played my fair share of just Dynasty games in the past, especially with last year's show, and it seems like a lot of similarities carried over. Not a lot of high pitch counts, a lot of swings, as that one will be able to get at least the out at second there for Strasburg. But yeah, I can't say a lot of things have surprised me. If you were told me this is the broadcaster league, this is how the games would work out with only 7 innings. Yeah, this seems pretty on par with what I was expecting, which is of course nothing bad, but yeah.
So we hear you crack open a cold one. Oh, that's going to be a nice fly ball, but I think that one is going to be caught for out number 3. So we're through 4, but now it's a 4-1 lead for the Cubs. The Indians look to strike back in the top of the 5th here on ML Botball at Wrigley Field. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I'm really excited to get these on air too, so you guys can see the Andy689 in chat. Happy to see Ken Griffey Sr. It's really cool, I think, at least for us used to seeing on Beppo these normal games, see those legends, see a little bit of this faster pace of play, a bit of a different brand of baseball. Makes things a bit more exciting as, hey, there you go, there's a run back. Lead-off home run for the Indians off the bat of Andrew McCutcheon.
Yep, just able to get over that fence there in the deeper parts of Wrigley, and only down 2 runs. This is definitely anyone's ball game now.
Swing, strike one. Mookie Betts up now. Like we mentioned, no pitchers hitting DHs in this league, so number 9 spot, you don't got to worry about pulling that pitcher for a pinch hitter. And I gotta say, Cole, it makes it almost a little bit more difficult for me when I'm playing, because I'm so used to when I'm playing online, I'm always playing Diamond Dynasty. So I'm used to kind of having that sort of guide as to when I'm going to take out my pitchers. Like, yeah, this is probably the last time I want them out. It makes it you get a bit more leeway with your pitchers, but sometimes that can hurt you more than it can help you.
Indeed, it's definitely more of a give and take. Cause I know plenty of time in just Diamond Dynasty in the past where I'm not really paying full attention and only get a pitcher that I can put in for only innings because they need a pinch hitter, but in reality, I want him to go a little longer than that.
Yeah, that's always the plus side, is you don't gotta think so much. You don't gotta worry about double switches or saving your long guy for an inning so you can get 2 or 3 out of him and put in a middle reliever first to get those last 3 outs before he pinch hits. As we got something going now for the Indians, we got 2 on with nobody, or 1 away rather, and we go ahead and run at the plate. 2-0 count.
Yeah, Sonny Gray started off very well for Hines here. Definitely like to pitch low in the zone or off of it with off-speed stuff. He had that working early, but looks like JD has adapted here and not going for that low off-speed stuff much anymore.
3-1, yeah. 1 run through 4 innings. Now we'll see a double steal, and that'll pay off. That puts 2 runners in scoring position, takes the double play out of the picture. Full count to Anthony Randone. Going to be a swing and a miss, so he does get the strikeout. But yeah, allowed the home run, and now 2 runners in scoring position. Now 2 away for Jim Thome, who looks like will be intentionally walked, or not. Thanks for leading me on there, Hines.
I mean, honestly, I don't mind. I can understand not going for that intentional walk, even though he's known for his big power. He hasn't. I don't know if it's a new card or what, but he has yet to record a hit, at least in this broadcaster league. So, honestly, I like that approach of hey, if he's supposed to be this good, prove it to me.
Definitely, I could see maybe with 1 away you go for the intentional walk to put that double play in order. But like you said, a guy that's over in the broadcaster league. And, 2 out, why load the bases? I guess to avoid maybe something like this, that's going to be an excuse me single, but it will bring in 2 runs, and this is a tie ball game.
Yep, and sure enough, that ultimately comes to bite him here, as it looks like that'll be it for Sonny Gray.
So Gray's out of the game. He goes 4 2/3, allows... Well, the line's not completely closed, but 4 runs. He's still responsible for that runner on first. And Blake Trinan, one of the player program cards, the 90 overall diamond, is going to come in to try and get him out of the 5th. Let the Cubs get the bats back in their hands, take a lead.
Yeah, I remember having a diamond card of him last year for the show, and he was pretty fun to use.
Really like his repertoire. It's a nice set, as he will get the strikeout to get out of the inning. I guess 5th inning stretch time, a 7-inning game. I don't know. Griffey Sr. to lead us off in the bottom of the 5th. Yeah, Cole. I don't know if you know, but I'm 10-1 in our broadcaster league so far, and my lone loss has come to JD Gregory.
Yeah, it's funny. Even though going back to that interview, P. Mister was talking crap to Jane about, hey, Cookie's still gonna beat you. So he definitely wanted to get his jabs in while he still could.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
I've been saving those games against Jaden and Jeremy as long as possible because they scare me a little bit. They're pretty good guys. I beat Jaden. We have played one, me and Jaden. I haven't played, or my bad, I'm talking Jeremy. I beat Jeremy in the first of the 3 games we played. I haven't faced Jaden yet. Well, I kind of fear the day I do. That's going to be a nice double, stand-up double, nice aggressive base running to try and get the lead back here in Chicago. But yeah, JD Gregory right now is actually in dead last, coming into today a record of 3-11. But one of his 3 wins against the second place Detroit Tigers. And Hines is 5-8, kind of right in the middle of the pack. He is going to tag up on a deep fly ball. He's going to be hating himself for not getting that one out. Does get the run of the third at least. Maybe a chance to manufacture a run.
Yeah, I mentioned this earlier with having this double hair here. If either of these teams could swing back-to-back wins, that would be a good momentum boost going forward.
And this might do more than get that tag. No, that's all it'll be. Of course, running the wrong way, no chance on the throw. So there you go. 5-4. Hines re-grabs the lead here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 away. A nice job to work that leadoff double into a run. 2 productive outs. Brings up Mitch Moreland. Cole, is your mic okay?
Am I coming in fine? I know we were having issues with the last game I did.
Oh no, you're coming through fine. I'm just hearing occasionally like I don't know. It sounds almost like somebody's touching it, rubbing it, or something.
Oh, that's probably the can. I've had issues with people tuning in earlier. Just that when I grab my can and try to drink from it stealthily, it sometimes catches on my mic.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I'm just making sure your mic wasn't combusting or something on that. Well, there we go. Out of the 5th inning, we're now on the top of the 6th. JD Gregory's going to look to re-grab the lead. And, Cole, you mentioned kind of that confidence stuff. These guys play again right after this. So that confidence, that really getting to know your opponent, that's going to come into play here because these guys are going to be playing each other for 14 innings today, and we're only through 5.
Yeah, you have to really wonder if these guys come in with sort of different strategies with their different pitchers, because if they go with the same strategy with their next pitcher for the next game, the other guy might pick up on that pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's my biggest issue. We see a walk here worked. Lead off the top of the 6th. That puts the tying run on base. You might see an aggressive move to the bullpen here from the Cubs. We'll have to wait and see. But Gossage is warming up, and it is indeed Aroldis Chapman coming into the ball game. Flame-throwing lefty.
I would imagine Chapman's a pretty popular card, at least for this year's Diamond Dynasty, because I know I saw him last game.
Yeah, there's a couple Chapman cards. There's the 85 overall Live Series, and there's a 97 overall Signature Series version of him. Both cards, though, are really good. A couple of the best lefties in the game as he'll come in and do double play right off the bat, but obviously he can throw 102. Both cards have a sinker too, which is kind of the meta pitch this year. So especially if you can get his confidence up, get that control, he can work wonders out of your bullpen, especially against those left-handers.
That's Bolton.
That fouls it off. It's 2-2. Chasing the fastball high. So Cleveland doesn't manage to get it back. It's the leadoff guy on, but a double play and a strikeout send us to the bottom of the 6th inning. Looking for insurance here is Chicago. Taking game 1 of this doubleheader. Long day for Hines. Hines is playing a triple header, a double header against JD. Then he'll be facing me after that. Close out the day myself, P-Mister. 0-2 count, Daniel Murphy. Steven Strasburg. 60 pitches through 5+ innings worked, and he will get a nice ground ball, but that'll find a hole for a base hit. Stremski stepping in 0 for 2, and he'll go 0 for 2 with now a double play. Or not. That throw pulls I think that's Moreland at first off the bat. Actually, I have no idea who it is at first, but we're going to see a replay.
Oh, I think I see here. You might want to try to maybe got the. Oh, is that not tag?
Let's try and get a better angle on this.
I think the animation pulled the glove away, so the tag did not occur.
Well, we'll see if that comes back to bite JD. Very bad play by his first baseman there.
No ball, 2 strikes.
My only guess would be that he needed to maintain his balance, so he wouldn't let go of the ball or something. But that's all I've got.
Well, Reynolds will strike out, brings up Salvador Perez, strikeout, flyout. Yeah, Cole, I guess I could see that, but I suppose hindsight, obviously 2020, you're not going to be thinking like this in the heat of the moment. But I mean, if you drop that ball, as long as it doesn't go flying away from you, you'll have plenty of time to get up and pick that ball up and throw over to second if you don't manage to get the tag on him going over to first. Of course, you might break a ligament in your knee or something. That wouldn't be good, but I don't know. High pop-up off the bat of Perez. That'll be out. Number 3, so last chance for Cleveland. Betts, Lofton, Merrifield coming up. You're watching ML Baseball on Twitch TV.
Leading off for Cleveland, the right fielder, Leake.
So it looks like Goose Gossage will come into the game, relieve Chapman, and try and get the save.
Number 34, Raleigh.
Sinker, slider, forkball, four-seamer. Forkball kind of acts as a changeup.
Ball, that's inside.
This is really an effective repertoire, Cole, because you're obviously going to be looking down, but you got the different speed and the different movements between that sinker, slider, and forkball. And then just when you think you know what's coming, he can sneak that four-seamer up and in on you. and get you way out front.
Yep, and I'm just happy to finally see Brewers legend finally represented in this Dynasty series.
Yeah, there you go. He gets an out too. He's in Kenny Lofton. Cool. We got it's your good friend Don playing in the league. Big Brewers guy. I forget if he actually has many Brewers on his team. I don't think I've played him yet. Love our good friend Don. He's everybody's good friend. That's what I always say when we talk about Don.
Yeah, I would say that was fair enough. There was some time where both of our activeness stuck around, and we were able to get a couple of games in together. And yeah, nothing but positivity is what I have to say about him.
Nice breakout. Yeah, it's sad he's not around as much, but those who don't know the legend, his wife, well, a baby just kind of popped out of her. Kind of takes away your free time. Fly ball to center, and that does it here in game one. Raleigh Fingers, Brewers legend, breaks the save. Cubs win 5-4, and they will look to take game two of the doubleheader here in just a second. We'll see if we get visited in the booth by JD and Hines between games. They might just want to go right into.
Even though JD came with the loss, I have to applaud him for able to adapt to Hines' pitching style and at least able to bring it back there. As you see that 3-1 fifth inning, able to at least keep things more exciting heading into the later innings.
So Trinan gets the win. Steven Strasburg takes the loss. Save goes to Raleigh Fingers. We'll look at our highlights. Mitch Moreland started off scoring. He ripped a home run to right field. The Cubs the early lead. Cubs would end up extending that lead up to 4-1 eventually. We'll see how we got there momentarily. Started off a bunt sacrifice fielder's choice to get Cleveland on the board. Tied the game at 1 here in the top of the third. Things were so exciting. Then bottom 3, Hernandez hit a single into that is right field, believe it or not. That's out there. And then Jason Hayward, 3 unassisted, but gets the RBI. Throw over to second wasn't nearly in time. Probably had a chance at a double play, but chose to get the sure out. Then in the 4th inning, right as I rejoin the booth, Edwin Encarnacion goes ba-boom. Make it 4-1. Chicago, and well, just when you think Hines is starting to run away with it, we saw some action in the 5th inning. Andrew McCutcheon led off the inning with a homer, dead center. Wait a few more moments while the screen changed. Then a 2 RBI single off the bat of Jim Thome, who almost was intentionally walked. That tied the game back up. And it was pretty slow from there on out. The Cubs were able to get another run across, courtesy of a Jason Hayward sac fly, some good productive base running, some situational hitting by the Cubs, let them scratch across that run. And that was basically it for us here today. Of course, we'll really stretch out the video on this because they want me to keep talking. And we got Hines in the booth now, our victorious champion.
Hello.
Hello. We got JD Gregory, the only person to beat me, beaten by Hines.
Therefore, I'll beat you later, right?
That's what you'd think. Somebody tell me something. Let's start with JD. Talk to me about that 5th inning right there. I mean, that had to feel good.
That felt very good, especially to get Kenny Lofton on base. And that was kind of vintage Kenny Lofton the way that I used him. So I knew if I could get him on and get some things started, I could get him, move that inning in my favor.
I was able to tie it up. But Hines, what really impressed me was that 5th inning, that leadoff double, just that situational hitting to scratch across that winning run.
Well, I mean, I know Ken Griffey's got the speed, so I figured, you know what? It's a tie ball game. You got to risk it. And if you get thrown out, you get thrown out. And, hopefully keep it tied and hopefully not go 14 innings like I did with Duggo a while back.
So obviously 5-4 is our final. You guys are about to face off again. JD, you just took the loss. How are you thinking you're going to adapt to try and win game 2?
I'm going to do my best to stay off of these lower pitchers. I am such a sucker for that, and I gotta do better looking up for those low pitches.
Yeah, JD, I'll compliment you there. You definitely started out rough with those low stuff, but as we touched on with that 5th inning, it seemed like you were able to bounce back a little bit. At least keep the game close and exciting for us in the booth.
Well, thank you, and I'll try to do that again this game as well.
And Hines, obviously, just barely able to kind of scrape out that win. JD really had your number in the 5th, and obviously you manufactured the run, but obviously JD's adapting. How are you going to be able to adapt to JD's adapting to win game 2?
Well, I think the biggest thing is watching the speed on his team, because he's got a lot of speed, and including Kenny Lofton, and he's done several steal attempts, which were very well done, I must say, and the small ball with the bunt to score the first run. So I must compliment him on that. It's nice to see some, small ball in there. So I'll have to work on thinking about that more so I can anticipate it, and otherwise just hope that I can keep the debut magic that I had from Mitch Moreland. This is the first game I've played with him online. Same with Raleigh Fingers, and they both did pretty well. So maybe they can keep it going later.
All right, well, we'll let you two get ready for game 2. Thanks for joining us, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye on JD's low pitches and Hines' ability to watch the base runners.
Absolutely.
We will catch you later. Have fun watching us have fun.
Yep, good luck to you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I guess now that we have this downtime, Cookie, if you could possibly educate me and maybe some other viewers who are just tuning in, not really familiar with how this whole step is going to work. I'm just curious on how this is going to come down later in the season. Do we have like a game limit on this, and then how's the postseason going to work?
Yeah, so like I said, we got the 12 guys. They play each other 3 times each, and there's no set schedule really. You can play in any order and as often or really whenever you want. One second, I got people messaging me all over the place. I hit that one of the people who's messaging me is probably in here. P-Mister, welcome to the booth, my friend. Cole, I hope you don't mind. We kind of got a booth party going on. P-Mister wanted to know if he could call some of this game. I figured we welcome him, and Beardy's going to be calling the last 2 today, and he knows nothing about the Broadcaster League, so he might join us as well. We're going to get a real booth party going.
I mean, hey, more the merrier.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly. Finally broke my skid off screen, so that's all working together now.
And Beardy Buddha is joining us in the booth.
The triumphant return, gentlemen. How are you?
I'm great. I'm more you. You got that beard. You were out in the mountains. You were like the wilderness man or something. Are you glad to be back?
Oh yes, I much prefer the thick air down here in the Midwest, and it's treating me much better than that thin stuff out in Colorado. It's gets a little sketchy up there about 12,000 feet.
I bet game 2 of this doubleheader getting underway. Hines taking game 1 by a run. So I'll go ahead and answer Cole's question again now, and obviously Beardy is here now too. He doesn't know much about this broadcaster league, so I already said this part, but we got 12 guys playing. They're all broadcasters here on ML Ball. We're playing each other 3 games each, so a 33-game season. There's no real set schedule. Essentially play when you can, get your 3 games against everybody in. And that means we have a lot of guys at different points. Jaden has already played 20 of his 33 games. Tim Moore has played the least. He's only played 5 so far. So, there's kind of that aspect of it. But essentially, we'll play all 33 games. You play everyone 3 times. And then our top 4 teams will face off in the playoffs. A nice 1v4, 2v3, and winner v winner bracket. And that's kind of the situation. We're playing 7-inning games. People use their Diamond Dynasty squads with the designated hitter, except they're kind of reskinned as Major League Baseball teams. So we got Hines here as the Cubs and JD Gregory here as the Indians. They're playing Game 3 of 5 of Broadcaster League action right here, and we're going to see Orlando Hernandez allow a base hit to start us off here in inning number 1.
Batting second, the shortstop, TK Hernandez.
Yeah, honestly, one. Sorry.
I was about to say the ultimate standoff. 3 people here in the who's going to talk? They don't want to talk over each other.
Well, myself playing both Hines and JD, they're both fairly good players. Again, there's the one thing that I've noticed is kind of a clear divide between the broadcasters where the top 6 are well and above. That one is well and above. That one might get out of here down the tunnel. And JD crashing up against... Wait, he got that?
I think he got that.
Well, George, I'll be darned. That was a heck of a play up against the wall there. And I take that back, what I was about to say. Both these guys are fairly good. There's a divide where if you look at, I think Doug goes in 5th or 6th right now at 5-4. Once you get past him, it goes down to 5-8, 4-7, those types of records. So it's definitely the top feasting on the bottom here. And honestly, some people might just want to play spoiler at this point, myself included, because I am way out of the race for the playoffs.
Yeah, Pinster, you're way down at 3-10.
4-10, thank you very much. I just picked up the win.
Oh, Oh, you just beat...
He worked off screen, after my last game. I had to get some anger and frustration out.
So you're 4-11 then, because I didn't count your loss to Jada. So 4-11, that puts you... you're a half game up of last place. Actually, a full game up of last place after JD took the loss. You're looking to be up a game and a half from last if see Hines get the win here. But I think the biggest surprise to me has been seeing Big Fun go 1-7. He was someone kind of regarded as fairly good early on.
Yeah, he definitely started off fairly hot. Kind of really hit the skids lately. I'm not sure if his work schedule getting off at 2-3 in the morning that is affecting that as all. The run's going to take off. Nonetheless, it's going to be a swing and a miss, though. And with through a half inning here, Cleveland's coming up, still no score.
We'll see Cleveland come up. I'll give you guys a rundown of our standings. Jaden Becker's in first, myself, Cookie Eater, in second. Don is in third place. Your good friend Don hasn't been on air in a while. Then Tim Moore's in fourth. Those are the 4 people in line for the playoffs if we started today. Then after that, we got Jeremy Goldstein and Duggo in third and fourth. And after that's kind of the divide P-Mister talked about. Hines, Jake Zimmer, Big Fun, Dan Wilkes, P-Mister, and JD Gregory Cookster. Those are kind of your bottom 6 right there.
Yeah, so overall, those of us at the bottom half are just looking to play spoiler right now and maybe help out some of the top half, maybe sneak into the playoff. It's kind of fairly close as far as that playoff spot's concerned right now. In that 4, 5, 6 hole there.
Definitely some room for maneuvering. Jeremy, Duggo, and even Hines, if he can get hot, have a chance to sneak in if they play their cards right. But it's a tough road. I really wanted the 8-team playoff, but everybody else... I think I could actually still change it if I wanted to be an 8-team playoff. But
I mean, an 8-team playoff might be a bit more liable for upsets, especially if we do like 3 out of 5s. But then again, I think 4 is probably the best because it's basically 6 at the top, 6 at the bottom. So if we did 8, my personal opinion, not excluding anyone else, would be that it would just be a massacre for the first round for 1, 2, and 3, and then everything else would kind of be fairly tight from there on out.
That's probably the way it would go. Back to the game, Shane Bieber on the mound. There's a runner on second. Don't know how he got there, but he's gotten 2 outs, and Jim Tomey's up now. As J.D. Gregory looks to, like we talked about in the post-game interview, J.D. Gregory likes that small ball. Hines is trying to keep an eye on it. Of course, JD's thing, he's been chasing those low pitches. He's doing it again here. We saw him chase that curve.
Ooh. Tags that one, though.
So, Beardy, you're going to be calling the last 2 games tonight. You haven't seen much of the Broadcaster League. After my explanation and, watching an inning here without much commentary, what are your thoughts, really, I suppose?
Well, so I guess I have one question, and it might be a dumb question because I don't know much about MLB The Show. My frame of reference here, I own a PS3, and I have MLB The Show 2009. So I'm about a dozen years behind here on the show. But anyway, I guess, so the players that are in the game, are they taking their ratings from like their best season, or is it a conglomerate rating from the stats from all their seasons?
It kind of depends on the card. Sometimes, like I know my Cy Young pitcher that I threw out last game, if it's like an old retired person, it's probably an amalgamation of their entire career. But there are certain cards like if they're still playing, like if, for example, if Bo Bichette goes on a tear for 2 or 3 weeks, they will update his card rating to a new number. I think he's at 84 or 85 right now. So it's kind of a mixed bag depending on if they can keep track of his stats over the course of the year or not.
Yeah,
because like Kenny Lofton, I was just going to say, I used to heckle him out in left field in the Metrodome back when he was about 41 and playing for the Indians. So I was wondering if it was 41-year-old Kenny Lofton or if it was prime Kenny.
Usually if your card's in the game, it's usually when you're like the prime years or when you were good.
I figured, but at the same time, it would be sweet if you could be like, yeah, I want like 39-year-old Nelson Cruz,
Yeah, it all depends on the card, but a lot of those legends, there's a whole bunch of different series they call signature series. They kind of take the best of every year. You got Prime, where they kind of take your best 2 or 3 years and juice up your stats even more. They got Award Series, where they take just a really good year you had and juice them a little. We got Tops Now, which has, some players in the game today that are just really juiced up based on their performances that specific week. If they had a good week, they'll give you a nice diamond card. Then, like P-Mister, I think, has said it, they have live series cards, which they update based on how you're performing in real life. So there's all sorts of... It's a really complicated question. But for what you'll be seeing here, the vast majority of the cases, it's going to be, if you're seeing a guy, it is the guy when he is at his absolute best.
So you're telling me Shane Bieber's going to strike out at least a dozen here?
It's very likely, depending on how this game goes. But knowing these two, they have both very free swinging. So yes, he could easily rack up 12 Ks by the end of it. I believe in the game that I had with Jeremy earlier on, there was 15 strikeouts on my end.
Yep, 15 strikeouts.
go ahead, see a base hit off the bat of J.D. Gregory, so 2 straight innings he's gotten on base. We'll see, does he go for the small ball now? Not much speed over there on first. He's got his catcher, Yadier Molina, up, fouling off strike 1. I will probably bounce out of here in about after the 4th inning, I think. Kind of get myself ready to face Hines, and then maybe in the 7th inning today, P-Mister, I will throw all fielders out for the whole inning. Or pitchers out for the whole inning.
Whoa. You're saying you're going to whoop me already? Wow. I at least took 1 off Jeremy, alright? I at least have some faith.
We'll have to see. I might be cold. We'll have to see how much Hines messes with my mind, too. Hines definitely looking sharp today and really expanding that strike zone against J.D. Gregory. That's something I'm storing in my mind right now, is to stay patient off him.
Yeah, definitely again. Especially with a lot of us lesser pitchers, we typically try to nibble the corners a little bit and hope for the best, so being patient is a very big key.
No balls, 2 strikes.
0-2 count, Juan Soto. Can you believe he's only 22?
Yeah. Don't remind me. And by the way, fun folks, unfortunately we are not an official drop channel for San Diego Studios. San Diego Studios, if you're listening, we'd love to be a drop-enabled stream to help us out a little bit. As they are starting to do that again with, if you want your Sony account with your Twitch account.
Yeah, I'd be watching Botball all day, more so than I already do.
That one's going to be ripped.
Oh, man, he
That's
do
gone.
catching now.
Yeah, that one is way out here again. A little bit of a short porch out and left there here in Cleveland. It's about 320, I want to say, with a 25-foot wall out there, so definitely no easy shot there, but just putting it out there, and JD's up 3-0 right now.
God, that had a launch angle of about 40 degrees on it, I think.
Yeah, an absolute missile.
I'm kind of irrationally mad there because I would have done the 2-on, 2-out, of course, at inning number 2, but of course he had to do the first pitch swinging.
It was the second half, number 2, but well, we're through inning number 2 now, and Cleveland leads 3-0. Chicago looks to respond here on the ML Botball Network.
So another rookie question for this broadcaster league. Do guys have the same players sometimes?
Occasionally. It's fairly rare, though, because there are so many cards and so many ways to build your team. It's rare, but it does happen, especially if you look at like Cookie Eater and some of the guys that take it a bit more seriously. They may have the same 10 to 15 players.
Yeah, I know watching Jaden earlier, he has probably 3 guys in his starting lineup that are also in my starting lineup. But there is a variety, so usually there's not more than just a handful of guys, even on kind of those endgame squads, because they do give you so much variety.
I got the count 0-2.
Salvador Perez, the 0-2 count. It does get kind of interesting, though, too, Beardy, especially in regular online when you see pitchers hit. So sometimes you'll see, I guess this year the real one is Corey Kluber against Corey Kluber. You'll see a lot of times.
Yeah, definitely there, but not in our custom league here because we've enabled the DH, so get to see a lot of unique lineups here as far as who they're going to sub in that extra spot for the pitcher.
Ken Griffey Sr., the 0-2.
Ooh. That one did not get down. Oh, never mind. Looked like it had enough solid contact. It just blew up in between first and right field there, but apparently my glasses are starting to go on me, and that can explain my 15 strikeout game, I guess.
Beardy, did you see what that said before I...
The second baseman.
Yeah, talk about a stick being firmly wedged in somebody's butt.
Yeah, what the heck was that
Get
for? That was
over
really
it,
uncalled
loser.
for.
I will have you know we have 16 viewers too. All 16 of you watching, thanks for staying loyal to ML Ball.
Wow, somebody has a little salt there. It's almost
Being
a bit-
in our Discord, a wonderful member of our community. We're happy to have, well, at least 15 of you 16 along with us tonight. Shane Bieber, 2-1 count, pitching to Merrifield, fouled off.
Yeah, we were looking for something in the dirt here with this one. Gets him swinging. And that's going to be a swinging third strike there on a beautiful 12-6, I'll call it. I didn't see exactly what type of pitch it was.
It is nice to see San Diego Studios has captured Bieber's nastiness. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah, no, Bieber is definitely one of the better pitchers in the game. At least as far as a vanilla type card. Fortunately, they did pump in a fair amount of reward, 97, 98, 99 overall pitchers recently. But as far as straight vanilla, Bieber is definitely one of the better ones.
Out number 2. And I'm pretty sure, actually, P-Mister, I'm not going to lie, I was half not listening because I was still thinking about opening up the Clipper, but I think we probably got 97 overall top Snell Shane from mound.
Oh. Oh yeah, I forgot he got that upgrade also.
Of course, you want to talk Cleveland starting pitching, we can talk about Zach Plesac and Mike Clevenger.
Yeah, the absolute nastiness and 1-2.
Dumb and Dumber.
And yes, Dumb and Dumber. Because fun stuff's happening there. And surprisingly, Cleveland didn't miss a single game. Oh, hot shot.
Yep, hot shot. And
they oh, there you go. You did. Good
there
job.
we go. Found the ball.
James Wheels Tomey.
Man, whenever we called someone wheels when I played JV baseball, it was because they definitely did not have wheels, and we thought it was funny. You know, when the big guy beats out a single, you taunt the other team. You're like, wheels! He's got wheels!
That was about right.
Then he steals second on them, and they get... Oh, man, those were the days. We're through 3, though. 3-0 Cleveland.
Eric Gagne tanked in price. Oh, well, I guess he's as good as my closing pitcher.
See, Orlando Hernandez only at 28 pitches right now. If he can keep his stuff in good control, JD's should be in a good spot here to close this one out.
Yeah, and definitely, especially in this league, only playing 7 innings. If you get a free swinging team, your starter can easily run the whole gauntlet. It's just a matter of once you start getting to the later innings and it gets tired, are you able to mitigate the damage caused by that? Or do you need to go to the bullpen and bring in a fresh arm to shut it down for an inning or two? And that's kind of one of the big things everyone kind of hems and haws with. It kind of really depends on how the game's going for you.
I guess I have another question since I'm also a rookie at this, like Beardy. Does the shortened game from 9 innings to 7 innings, does that really change much, like when it comes to like choosing what bullpen arm to use, or does it really not affect anything? Just choose to speed up the process.
It at least on my end, it kind of affects how I play because again I've been down a lot of games, so you definitely have a shorter hook for your starter if they do give up 3-4 runs because you're still trying to salvage the game and you have a lot less time to do it.
Right.
But also at the same time you can save a few arms and be able to, you know, have your pitchers go the full game and only give up, you know, a run or two and not use your bullpen that day and have them fresh for the next game. I think there's a way, Cookie, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but there is a way you can do a bullpen relay if you really wanted to, but the Stars are so I don't want to say overpowered, but they're so much better than the closers that I don't think anyone really uses it.
Yeah, you can bring starters in relief if you really want to, and sometimes it's honestly worth it because, I mean, these guys regenerate their stamina fast enough. Sometimes it's nice to go to just that second starter, but I guess for me it really comes down to the fact that if you got a stellar starting rotation, a lot of times you'll get 5 or 6 innings out of them. A lot of times they'll go the full 7, but it means you don't have to worry so much about that. I suppose the front end of your bullpen, you can rely a lot more on those first couple of back-end guys. You have your closer, your closer. I guess now your 6th inning guy, but you traditionally be your 8th inning guy. Maybe your 7th inning / 5th inning guy too. Outside of that, unless you're being completely destroyed and you're trying to prevent being mercied, you don't got to worry too much about the rest of that pen.
Yeah, like typically, at least in my lineup, I have Josh Hader, Kirby Yates, and Eric Gagne as kind of my 3 bullpen guys that come out every time. I'll occasionally throw in Chapman or Ken Giles just because, you know, I may get shelled in the 2nd or 3rd inning and I need someone to go 3 or 4 before I can hand it off, but in general, you really only need 2 or 3 good bullpen arms to get you through a game.
So Juan Soto at 0-1, Shane Bieber on the mound. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to step out here and
got to munch a couple cookies before your games here, Cookie.
There you go.
What type of cookies do we got today?
holy cow.
Is that a brand of cookie?
No.
You okay?
Oh boy. So anybody here who has beef with Beardy, I just want you to know you have beef with the whole stream. If you have any problems with him, you can bring it up off air or just move on with your life. I'm not tolerating any bullcrap in our chat tonight. And that's where I'm leaving this as I go get warmed up.
Okie dokie.
Well, all right. Welcome back to Bob Ball Beardy Buddha. Oh, man. You think you'd be busy working on your big new sports platform. Instead, you're tussling around with an internet stranger. But hey, this is the Broadcaster League. I'm happy to be here, boys. Positive vibes going forward.
Exactly.
Indeed. Well, I guess, P-Mister, since you're kind of our broadcaster veteran that's at least left in this run, would you mind taking over play-by-play for us?
I can do that, as we're going to see Luis Gonzalez here, number 5. They're trying to get something going for Hines, and that might do it. That's going to get out in the center field. Center field are ranging over, though, and that's going to be an out. Again, that's one of the things about this league. You got to take advantage when you get runners on base, because anytime you make solid contact like that, it's a fair chance they're going to catch it. So if you're able to string 2 or 3 runs, 2 or 3 hits together, you're going to set yourself up very nicely for a run. Again, Dan Murphy stepping in. 0 for 1 on the afternoon so far. Again, top of the 5th of a 7-inning game here. That changeup's going to be fouled off, and Orlando Hernandez keeping the Chicago bats fairly quiet so far.
So has there been any particular players that have really just been like unhittable or have been mashing more than any of these other legends?
I would say none in particular. That is the one good thing San Diego Suyos does with their 98, 99s, that they don't overtly power them one way or the other. It's kind of a These guys are good at power hitting. These guys are good at making contact. It's very rare you get both. I think the only one that I can think of that does both is the 99 MVP Mike Trout that they released recently, but I don't think anyone in this league has him or uses him right now, because the requirements to get him are next to impossible. As that one's going to be driven out to the left.
Ooh.
Heading back to the track. Well, it's out of here. And Chicago has one on the board here with a drive out to left center. Makes it a 3-1 game now and makes things a little bit more spicy heading into the back half.
Yeah, I was just about to compliment Orlando Hernandez's awesome performance. Well, at least him and JD's. I guess they both work in tandem with that. But now you have to wonder how much of leash he'll have. Lead only now 2 runs.
Yeah, and especially being in the top of the 5th here. Your next guy, ideally, I think he's trying to get the out, which it looks like it's going to be right here. He's probably going to bring in a closer for the 6th just to hold the line, if anything. But we're heading to the bottom of the 5th here. 3-1 Cleveland still. Betts, Kenny Lofton, and Whit Merrifield coming up. And hopefully Oops, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say Mookie Betts is up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that my bop on mind is always saying, hey, you don't want to pull him. It's only the 5th inning. He's only got like 50-something pitches. But I found out quickly that pitch count isn't much of a factor, at least in this league.
No, definitely. Pitch count is practically irrelevant. It's how your guys pitching at the time. When we get back to the little pitch selection screen here for Hines, you'll see a blue bar underneath the energy. That's the pitcher's confidence. If there's no bar there, you're basically throwing blind and you're going to offer up a lot of meatballs. If that blue bar is fairly full, you're going to hit your spots a lot and get a couple breaks here and there from the umpire.
Yeah, I did dabble a little bit more in MDSC last season. I'm afraid I know that very well from experience.
Yeah, definitely. It's something that I really don't pay attention to start with, just because I'm such a rookie and play the game more for fun. Is that just going to be a little dribbler through the middle that gets in there for a hit? And Whit Merrifield stepping in 0 for 2 on the day, and JD with some speed at first might want to consider sending the runner at this point in the game. Runner's going to take off. Throw down is going to be in time for the out. Right on the money. That was a throw there.
Yeah, great throw there. Big out to get if you're Hines. Yes, keeping the game close with that one, as now he's in a great spot here, up 0-2.
Yeah, up 0-2 and gets a swinging strike 3 on the breaker in the dirt. Whip down the first for the formality, and we're through 5 here. Still 3-1 Cleveland. Chicago coming up with the running out chances to score.
Thought it was interesting earlier when we were talking about kind of how do you handle your pitching and whatnot, and you've kind of almost seen that in real life games too. As we're getting a replacement here.
Looks like we're heading out to the bullpen here for Chicago. Try to get a guy warmed up again. 6th, 7th inning. That's typically when you see your reliever come in a tight game like this. And just taking a peek down the Indians bullpen. I believe he has a lefty and a righty up.
Yeah, as I was saying, like in real baseball this year with the doubleheaders only going 7 innings, it's kind of like, you know, which 2 innings are getting taken out of the game? Is it like the 6th and 7th, and you manage it more like your 8th and 9th innings at the back end, or are you waiting to see how long your pitchers go?
It's kind of a mix. It really depends on how good of a day your starter has. That one's tagged. It's going to roll foul though, but that could have been out of here.
Yeah, curveball at only 69 miles an hour at that part of the plate. I would be counting my stars after that one. Holy.
Yeah, definitely. But back to your point, it kind of depends on how your pitcher is doing. If your star is, giving up a couple runs and has looked shaky at points, yes, you do go to the bullpen. But if he's been cruising all day, only giving up, a hit or two, you leave him in for the 6th and 7th. Just to save the bullpen arms for when you do need them, because when you do bring a guy in, it does take 2 to 3 games for them to receive full stamina again, especially guys out of the bullpen, so it's nice to give them a rest every once in a while. As we're going to see Griffey Sr. in here, 1 for 2 on the day so far. Again, Orlando Hernandez at 53 pitches. JD might want to go to the bullpen soon to try to get some control out of this game.
Yeah, if I'm JD here, if any runner gets on base with Orlando still on the mound, I would take him out.
Yep, the senior's gonna whoop one out into right. Right fielder's gonna sit under it, and that's gonna be 2 outs here. PK Hernandez stepping in 0 for 2 on the day so far. And it looks like we're going to get a potential pitch hit here as time's running short for Chicago to get anything done. Just looking over his options.
Yeah, who will he go with here? Got some decent options off the bench.
Yeah, this is one of the more underrated aspects of the game is that if you do want to go pinch hitter route, you do have very good guys sitting on the bench waiting to come in, ready to start smacking the ball around. Yep, and it looks like JD's just kind of checking his bullpen over real quick, maybe scheduling the guy to come in. Because you can do that, and it does save you a menu input later on. But yep, 0-1 here to Kike Hernandez, trying to get some type of offense going for Chicago. Down by 2. And that ball is drilled down the left. If it's fair, it's gone. And instead, that's just going to be a high pop out there. Wind must be blowing in today, because that looked like it was out of here. We're going to head to the bottom of the 6th. Still 3-1 Cleveland.
Yeah, that wind is blowing in fiercely from left field there, and man, that probably might have been gone much like Mookie Betts's, but some strong gusts off the lake and gets him out of the inning.
We have to get him out of the inning just in time. So Anthony Rendon stepping in for Cleveland to try to extend this lead and give him a couple of insurance runs.
Ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That one can be driven out to right. Right fielder ranging over. And that's going to be the first out here.
Now, P. Mister, what do you make of Shane Bieber, the starter, still staying in this game? Do you think that Hines is just comfortable with where he's at with him, even with the 3 runs, or maybe it's just to conserve some energy in that bullpen?
Probably a little A, little B. Again, I think Bieber only really got tagged on the homer. Beyond that, it's kind of been a lot of small ball play, which you can't really control. And at the same time, he could have used a couple of his star relievers in the last game. So this is more just to give him the rest up again, have him come in with full energy.
I got to count 0-2.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the pitching line at the end of this game for the 2 starters here, because I feel like Bieber, outside the couple of tags he's had, has been fairly efficient as far as pitching is concerned.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have 2 pitchers just going at, sometimes it's just the one mistake, and that's all it can be with deciding the factors of these games.
Yeah, and especially between these two, where they're so evenly matched most of the time, it is that mistake or two. So that's going to be a little bit of a golf swing, a 3-iron out to second base there, and that's going to be the second out here. Ernie Banks stepping in. That's a throwback card I thought I'd never see. That's change of it's just gonna run inside 1-0. That one's gonna get fouled off 1-1 here. One and 2 here to Ernie Banks, trying to get something going for Cleveland. And swinging over the top on the knuckle curve for strike 3. Chicago has the numbers, 2 to tie, 3 to take the lead as we head to the top of the 7th here in this 7-inning game.
Rob Dibble.
Yep, as we're seeing here, JD going with the closer, trying to shut this thing down. But Chicago does have 3-4-5 coming up. And he nearly makes contact there.
A little late, but that was right down the middle there for strike one. Ooh, a little cheeky bunt attempt there. It's gonna miss though. 0-2. And strike three on the heater. 102 from Dibble. Seems like you had some fond memories of him, Beardy.
No, just love the name, and looked like he's rocking some good hair here on the show as well. So.
Oh yes, the hair game is always important, as that's going to be a swung on and miss at practically eye level there. 0-1 count here to Mitch Moreland, a.k.a. Mitchie Two Bags to anyone in Boston. Ooh, that's a beautiful cutter in there. Moreland's able to foul it off to 0-2 count. Ooh, fouled off again. Mitch Moreland just staying alive here. 0-2 count. And that's a 1-2. Ball's going to run just outside 1-2 count here. Again,
Wonder if he's going to go back to that cutter.
That would definitely be the one. Cutter low and in. Said that's going to be a four-seamer that stays outside. That's going to potentially get down for a hit. Center fielder takes a tumble. No speed on the bases, though, as that's only going to be a double. And Chicago with a little bit of life here and a chance to tie the game on one swing in the bat. Again, Mitchie Two Bags coming through here. As we're going to see Luis Gonzalez, the number 5 hitter, take a mighty hack at that one. It's going to miss, though, 0-1 count. Again, taking a really nasty cut, trying to drive the ball somewhere. It's going to be late, though, 0-2 count.
Ooh.
That was, yep, just fighting to stay alive at this point. Again, 102, 100-mile-an-hour fastball. You can't really time those. You kind of have to press the button and hope for the best as far as timing is concerned. And the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Strike three. Everything's down to Daniel Murphy now. Runner on second. You're down by 2 runs. You just want to try to keep this thing rolling. But Dibble has come in and done a very nice job as far as shutting down the door. First one, 102-mile-an-hour fastball, swing and a miss. 0-1 count.
Yeah, JD did a better job that last at bat, able to mix in more than just the fastball, and quickly ahead 0-2 count here.
Yep, that beautiful cutter low and in. And the 0-2. Foul it off. Again, right down the middle practically there on the four-seam. You gotta be careful with that. It's still an 0-2 count though, but Daniel Murphy looking to tag something. And that one might get down in the right field. It's going to get down. One run's going to break. Misplays the ball.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's going to roll off. That's a runner on second here. And Houston, we might have a problem, as Chicago now has the tying run 180 feet away at second.
Call up TNT. We know drama here on Bot Ball, too.
Yep. And who do you know is up? Mike Yastrzemski, grandson of Carl Yastrzemski, the Red Sox legend, known for being clutch. Let's see if any of those genes rub off here. He is down 0-2 to Dibble, though. Again, fouled off on a nice slider there. Good way to throw the timing off with those 100-plus-mile-an-hour fastballs. Counts 0-2 here. Ooh, takes some swing inside, and that's going to do it probably. Just a little pop out, and that's the ball game, folks. JD picking up a 3-2 win over Hines, but honestly, Hines put up a heck of a fight at the end there, bringing it to within 1 run and having the tying run on second there.
Indeed, at least I could speak as I was here for both games, both exciting matchups. Glad that JD could fight back after losing a close one for the first game, and I mean, Hines was able. I don't want to say he got lucky, but able to get that outside pitch, able to take it the other way, and just that weird misplay on the outfield definitely created some extra drama, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, definitely a big drama game here as Warren Hernandez is going to pick up the win today and the player of the game with 6 innings pitched and only 2 hits. We're going to see here the leadoff. Again, the one pitch did him in as Mookie Betts drills a homer down the left. Scored the 3 runs Cleveland would need today. But Beardy, what'd you think of the game today? I thought this one was a fairly good all-around game here. A little pitching, a little hitting, a little bit defensive misplays, which we all love.
Yeah, gotta love the little bit of goofy. I mean, we always love having fun here on Bot Ball. So, yeah, Mookie's home run even. That one was, I said in the broadcast, looked like it was about a 40-degree launch angle on that one. And Yaz gets a dinger to get the Cubbies and Hines on the board there out to left center. But, yeah, Mookie's homer going to be the factor in this one. It was some late drama. It was pretty fun. I kind of like the quicker pace here, and it's a change-up from our regular broadcast. It's I'm enjoying it so far.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of a change-up for the pace, and also it's kind of like a wrestling program somewhat. It's Car Crash TV stuff's coming at you hard and fast, and anything can and will happen as we see the mega botch there by the right fielder overrunning the ball there. Looked like Mookie Betts there. He usually doesn't make that type of error. And then we're seeing here, Yaz, the guy who drilled the homer earlier, just a little fly out to the third baseman to end the game here and put Cleveland on top 3-2.
Yeah, talking about wrestling, Beardy, if you ever have the chance to call a Jaden Becker game and do the interview with him, he has the full-blown wrestling persona.
Oh, God.
It was a joy to listen to, as looks like we'll get our 2 combatants here today. Hines, yes, and I assume JD will join us, and here he is, guys. Guys, this was my first night of recording broadcaster games, and you have to say your 2 close and exciting games have made me a fan. Congrats. Good job to you both for getting wins today.
Well, thank you.
Well, thank you. I was telling Hines, I guess we're just a lot like each other in the way we play.
Yeah, no, definitely. You guys both relying a little bit on the small ball, but today both pulling out homers. And JD, how do you feel about Mookie pulling off that 3-homer early? Kind of carried you the rest of the way there.
Well, I'm just glad I hit it. Now that's normally if I'm going to hit a home run, I hit it with him. So I'm just glad he hit it, like I said.
Fair enough there. And Hines, you had a shot at the end there. You seemed like you had a little thing rolling, taking advantage of a couple fielding errors, but just couldn't kind of find the ending savant there.
Yeah, well, you know, I hit way better with lefties, and having Moreland, well, it was Moreland, Gonzalez, Murphy, and Yastrzemski, I think, among others. So, you know, I felt confident, but then, you know, Rob Dibble throws 102. So, you know, what am I going to do? Not much.
Yeah, you just pray, and hopefully you hit the button at the right time to send it over the wall, as we're seeing here on Stream Cookies making some quick substitution rotations. So in
What
case
a
you need to
team.
get... Yes, again, this is the difference between the bottom half of the league, myself, JD Hines, and then Cookie, Jeremy, everybody else up there. You look at that bullpen, I don't think either 3 of us have anything close to this type of bullpen.
No, I will tell you that. I mean, I've got Raleigh and Eckersley among others, and that, you know, those are my 2 best guys. You compare that to that abomination.
Yes, and Cookie showing off his stub counter. How many stubs do you think Cookie has bought, like from World World Cash over this game? I'm gonna say at least
0.
I'm gonna say at least $100, if not more. And just because unless you get stupid lucky on pack openings, you do not get up over $600,000 on stubs. And Cookie, you are a lying piece of. I wish I could say it on stream, but I can't. I'm calling straight bull on your 0. What if you tell me how you got 600,000? Nolan Arenado, really? Arenado.
That's part of it, probably.
I was
Not
gonna
all.
say somebody's got to look up that price real quick. I'm pretty sure
He's 100K or so. I think.
100K. So you pack 6 Nolan Arenados.
Ooh. All right, one sec. I'm gonna tell Cookie I'll be a minute.
All right. So innings bosses apparently flood you with subs. Not sure about that.
Yay, I got a free gold player.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, gold players are a nice filler, especially to our rosters. But no,
Yeah.
the only time I ever got a diamond, I got a pole pack, and I had to choose one of three. No, I think I got one that I couldn't sell, and it was a diamond that I already had. So I'm like, well, I already collected the other one, so now I can't sell either of these. So that's just the luck. But yeah, Hines, looks like you're getting ready for a very interesting matchup here against Cookie. How do you think you're going to fare here?
Badly.
Can you at least make the 7? That's all we can hope for at this point. All of us in the bottom half. Can you make the 7 against the top tier?
I mean, last time we played, he blew me out 7-0, which was all things considered not awful. So if I can do that, things could happen.
Okay,
If not,
well,
I'm screwed.
All right, well, I'll let you go get mentally prepared now, and thank
There
you,
is no
Hines.
mental preparation for this.
Trust me, you can figure something out. I have faith you'll at least be able to put a run on the board. Hines,
All right.
JD, thank you guys for joining us. Good luck the rest of the way.
Have
Thank
fun.
you.
I'm excited to hear Beard's call on this. I'm gonna have to look and rewatch it.
Yeah, definitely, Beardy. I think that's a request from one of the players for you to take play-by-play for the next game. You think you're ready for it?
Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Like, I've been off a week. I was breathing the mountain air. My brain's probably still adjusting to this full oxygen atmosphere once again. So, I don't know. We'll see how this goes. This is maybe a good warm-up to be doing Broadcaster League tonight.
Oh, yeah, definitely. As we're going to see Cookie fail on the send attempt. So, therefore, Hines went, but no, I'm kidding. Just ball likes being very weird sometimes in that regard. And looks like it was just a difference of who wants to be home and away.
I think this will be a time to take my leave as well, calling back-to-back games tonight for the first time. And I have to say, this really hooked me on this whole Broadcaster League thing, so expect me to come back in the future. All right, guys, It's been fun. Enjoy your call.
All right, thanks, Cole.
Yeah, take it easy, Cole. Have a good night. Got more Broadcaster League bot ball. Look at some of those rotations. Oh, man. Greinke, Smoltz, Hershiser, Newhouser, Snell, Alexander, Franco. Good lineups on both sides as well. Griffey Jr. and Griffey Sr. leading off on their respective teams. That'll be fun to watch. Man, some of those names fun to see in the lineup together. That's why I always loved... even back in the day, old Madden fantasy drafts, we'd play each other against and draft all sorts of crazy players and legends on the team. But Cookie and Hines going at it here in the ML Bot Ball Broadcaster League. Cookie's just lost one game with that impressive roster of his, and maybe it's highly debated, I guess, between P-Mister and Cookie on who's... how he acquired all of his stubs and all of his players, perhaps? A little loot box action, or how's that work here?
According to him, he does a lot of the map that they put out for the Conquest mode, which that makes more sense now. He just is able to grind that so much. But unfortunately, I have a full-time job, so I don't have nearly enough time to do that type of stuff.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I'm lucky if I get to call a couple bot ball games a week. But, yeah, I mean, I remember my college days and glued to that same PS3 that's still up in my living room. But like I said, that was over a decade ago now that I was grinding out hours on MLB The Show 08 and 09. But Ken Griffey Jr. working in a 3-1 count here and just fouls that one away, making it 3-2. Kyle Hendricks on the bump for Hines and the Cubbies.
Yeah, Kyle Hendricks, one of the more common starting pitchers now because he was one of the free choices out of the Tops Now pack. And being at 95, 96 overall, it's really hard to get better than that unless you pack really nicely. That one is tagged by Griffey. Still going to rope foul, though.
Yeah, it is a treat to see that patented Griffey Jr. swing here in ball still living on in this broadcaster league. Looks like it's going to be a fly out to left field there for out number 1 to start this one out. So Kyle Hendricks and Hines threw the first dangerous hitter in Cookie's lineup. Rogers Hornsby, I believe that's Cookie's third baseman, going to tap this one here to second base for out number 2. So Hendricks off to a quick good start, and Hines looking fresh, but JD Martinez, 4 dingers, 458 average. Look out, Kyle and Hines, don't put any close to the plate.
As that one gets put close, it's just going to be popped up, though, so getting a little bit of a break there. And that's 1, 2, 3 for Hines to lead off here.
All right, getting Cookie off his game early. We'll see if he can maybe tag him for a couple runs.
That one's contact. No, Cookie is a really dominant pitcher. He's not really a north-south guy. He's more of a start to play mental games with you and get you off your game first before you have a chance to settle in. So Hines can be really patient here. He does have a chance to pull a couple walks here. Again, Zach Greinke, not exactly known for control in his pitching days. It's more of his breaking stuff, as that's going to be a beautiful four-seamer for the first out.
Yeah, of course, AL Central team fan, as I'm a Twins guy, but seeing Greinke pitch for Detroit is kind of funny. But of course, he's bounced around, pitched for a lot of teams. I've always enjoyed Greinke, and yeah, as you said, that breaking stuff is his obvious moneymaker. But throwing well here, 89 on that slider to Kike Hernandez.
Yep. And again, Hines doing exactly what you want to do against Zach Greinke. Try to run that pitch count up a little bit. You may not be able to tag stuff early, but be able to run that pitch a bit more. You're going to be just fine.
Oh no!
And that was a
swing
drop
on
strike.
one in the dirt.
Gets there in time though.
Close play, almost allowed a base runner there, but Hayward now in. We saw him try and catch up to those Dibble fastballs in the last one. Takes this one down the left field line deep, but foul. Ooh, that high heater's working for Greinke thus far. 97 on that one makes it 0-2, and swing and a miss. That'll be a K and get him out of the first inning of work. Going to the second. Robinson Cano coming up. See, I knew that was going to happen. I was just going to look at the number and see Detroit and say it's the wrong guy, but it's Robinson Cano, not Miggy Cabrera.
Yeah, no, again, one of the weird things you have in this game is that players do transition their numbers from whatever team they're on to the team that Cookie skinned them as, which in this case is the Detroit Tigers. So the numbers can fool people every once in a while.
One was a strikeout, I believe. Yeah, change up in the dirt there.
Ooh, that one just missing a little there.
Good take from Cookie and Matt Kemp.
As again, we see there, Cookie trying to predict the pitch a little bit using the PCI, which is those couple yellow rings there, to try to zone up the ball. And typically, if you put it in the middle of the second smaller zone there, you're going to be able to drive the ball a lot further, which leads to a lot of the home runs that we have.
Changeup fouled away, makes 1-2. You saw there very early on the swing tracker. This one pulled early as well, just early down the third base line.
Yeah, and just as important as that PCI is the timing of your swing, because that can really affect the power you put on it. Because if you're able to hit a perfect in the right spot, that ball is out 99% of the time.
Yeah, Hendricks got a good changeup down there for another strikeout. So Hines doing well on the mound thus far with Hendricks, and this one's going to be popped up just in front of the pitcher's mound, and oh, that one had some top spin on it and goes all the way back to that pitcher's mound after it seemed to levitate a little bit. And that'll be it for Hendricks in his second inning of work. Zach Greinke and Cookie now pitching to Mitch Moreland, who had that one-out double in the top of the seventh of last game that Hines played against J.D. Gregory. As quickly 0-2 here, Greinke has Moreland in a hole.
Swung on and missed there. Woo.
Cookie, he's got that high fastball working for him tonight.
And again, this is what I was talking about. Cookie's not exactly north, south, east, west. He finds your weakness and just keeps pounding it until you either break it or he breaks you, and basically the game's over.
Ruthless Cookies here on Ball Broadcaster League. Ooh, another high fastball gets the job done.
Yes, sir. That seems to be one of Cookie's specialties here. He seems to have found the weakness is that Hines will swing at stuff a bit high, and he's just going to try to pound it in a tight count, as you're going to see a couple breakers down low to throw the tendency off.
Just as tempting in real life as in video games, I guess, as Daniel Murphy in that lefty batter's box looks at the 1-1 pitch, and that one's going to be doinked into center and caught for out number 3. So Greinke puts him down 1-2-3 in order. We're through 2 innings on this one, still scoreless, and Cookie going to try and put some damage with Daniel Murphy.
As he lifts that one foul. But yes, folks, we are playing 7-8 games here, and we are in the top of the third, so hopefully you didn't try to get a drink or a water or anything, because you've already missed a fair amount. Then again, no score on the board, so I can't really say you missed any of the scoring so far.
Well, and that's where a wise man has the drinks just lined up on his booth next to him. That one just off the wall, just fouled down the right-hand side, 0-2.
Now, the question is, what type of drink of choice would you have at this point when you have to watch 4 or 5 rapid-fire baseball games?
Well, I brought back some brews from Breckenridge Brewery out in Colorado.
They sound pretty good.
Got a Avalanche Amber Ale.
Ooh, that actually sounds really nice right now. Actually, I'm in the town. I'm not sure how national it is. It seems to be everywhere, at least in the Northeast. It's a place called Lord Hobo, and they have this thing called Boom Sauce. I'm not exactly sure what type of beer it is, but it's fairly good. It's a little on the heavy side, though. I don't want to say it's an IPA, but it's kind of like the level right below it.
Yeah, so I'm not an IPA guy. I like the darker stuff, like I like me a stout or a brown ale or a porter. Yeah, I like a sandwich in a glass. So that's how I like my beers. As this one's hit well into center field, but it looks like it'll be caught out there. So Hendricks still working very efficiently. Man, that one was 1-2-3 once more. And Hines hanging in there tough against that lineup. We'll see if he can tag Zach Greinke and Cookie for any runs here as we're in the bottom of the third. Greinke at just 25 pitches.
Yeah, definitely. And Hines really hanging in here right now. I believe last time I had to face Cookie, the last 2 times, I was already down 3-4-0 at this point. So hanging very tough right now. And honestly, at this point, with these games only being 7 innings and the pitching the way it's been so far, if Hines is able to tag one, he might be able to pull one off Cookie. Speaking of tagging,
ooh, oh
no, there are the baskets out there, so it can be a little deceptive sometimes. You have to remember that.
Yeah, Mike Yastrzemski gave that one a ride, but just not enough. He had a homer in the last ball game for Hines here against J.D. Gregory, but didn't get all of that one. Mark Reynolds digging in now, that righty batter's box. That one sailed way high, 1-1. Look out.
Yeah, and this again, Greinke might cough up 1 or 2 here, then Hines has to take advantage.
Swing and a miss with a high fastball once more, up and in. Greinke pumping him in there, and that's Cookie's bread and butter. Those are tough to lay off, as this one's fouled away. 0-1. Salvi Perez starts his AB with 2 strikes, quickly 0-2. Ooh, Cookie goes low with the slider, gets him looking there. That's a tough pitch, and when he's been pumping in those high heaters, that one looks like it was about 60 miles an hour down there.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, there's a diving. Yeah, I thought for sure you got that in the air, but I guess the umpire said it one-hopped.
Ken Griffey Jr. going to strike out here to lead off the 4th inning. Curveball got him low. Rogers Hornsby makes contact, but it's right over there to third base, quickly on for out number 2.
JD Martinez now trying to get something. Hendricks surprising me a little bit here. Pulling out all the stops and really keeping this Detroit lineup dead quiet. A little shocking almost.
Hines has had a pretty good approach on where he's putting these different pitches, and it's a little bit different than what Cookie's been doing. Cookie's been setting things up and then going low and getting those high heaters with the strikeout, but Hines with Hendricks has really been kind of painting all sides of the corners, going all over the strike zone and hitting his spots, which is the most important thing as the 2-2 pitch is on the way. Martinez lifts this one to left center. That one's deep and back and gone. Oh, my.
That was a shot.
First run of the game, JD Martinez sends it to center field, and that puts Cookie up on the board. 1-0. Hendricks had been doing well, but gets tagged on that one.
Yep.
As we'll see maybe some bullpen action. No. 2 down here, top of the 4th.
No, I think Hines is going to let this play a little bit, but if it gets 2 more out of hand, kind of like that.
This one might be a play. No, it gets by the center fielder. Robinson Cano smoked one into the right center field gap. It gets all the way to the wall for a 2-out double, and Cookie threatening here to tack on to this 1-0 lead now as Matt Kemp comes to the dish. 2 down.
Yeah, Hines is probably trying to get Hendricks out of the inning here to give his bullpen time to warm up properly, because really the bullpen arms only need about a half an inning to get ready to go. So if he can get out of here with Hendricks, he can easily transition to his bullpen arms next inning.
Change up low. Nice pitch there. Gets Hines out of the inning, but Zach Greinke going to come in and try and shut it down. Cookie gets on the board with a homer. This one sliced to center fielder and caught. Oh, my goodness.
Ooh, does he have in center with the PFYers there? Holy cannoli.
That was some excellent wheels out there in center. Taking a hit, taking extra bases away from Hines as Kike Hernandez now at the dish looks at ball 1.
And that's what I'm talking about when you play Cookie. You have to take advantage. Again, really nice contact there. Almost a perfect spot in the gap there, but just has such speed out in center that he can cover just about anywhere. And again, coming back with that high fastball to get the swing. He's going to keep milking that if Hines is going to keep swinging at it.
Ooh, the slow curve gets a silly swing, and that's Zach Greinke's bread and butter.
Oh, I thought for a second that was out
here.
Slice
to left, yeah. I thought that one might have had a good angle on it, but instead we're through 4 innings in this one. Cookie has the 1 run thanks to a home run. Larry Walker going to foul that one away. Hendricks still in the game here for Hines, and I think while you might have thought some action might be coming, he did shut it down after the home run given up. So I think with the way he's been pitching tonight, probably a wise decision to leave him in as the curveball gets a silly swing there. The 1-2 pitch on the way. This one line down the left field line, but foul.
Yeah, definitely a smart idea, especially in this type of game. You really want to save your bullpen arms until the game's really starting to get out of hand, that's an interesting thing. Nearly watches it there from the catcher, but still able to get over the first for the out.
Another strikeout for Hendricks. Daniel Murphy digs into that lefty batter's box. He swings at the first pitch he sees and lines that one into left field by the right fielder, and that's going to get all the way to the wall for a one-out double here for Cookie. So another scoring threat, and Hendricks is looking for some answers. We'll see where Hines goes with this. That one's blocked. We'll hold that runner at second base.
Yeah, not expecting him to run the third, as it is a bit of a short backstop here in Chicago. That's going to be flared. That might get down.
Oh, the dive attempt is not the wisest decision as that gets by the right fielder. That'll score a run. And that'll be a bloop triple for Buster Posey.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate there. Light comes back with a little pop-up here.
Still just a 2-0 ball game, but that runner decided to tag up.
Oh, and the play is he got.
And he's out. Oh.
Oh, what a catastrophe! That's the beauty of the Boppo League, is occasionally a button press goes wrong and a guy randomly starts taking off for home.
Oh yeah, I have the fattest fingers when it comes to playing video games, so my guys would be doing that all the time if I was in this. Of course, you know, I would love to get in it, but my PS3, we got to reverse engineer that somehow to get me in this, and maybe I can just like simulate the games on 09 and just like mail my results to you guys.
I mean, it's definitely an option. Also, I'm pretty sure with the PlayStation 5 coming out, the PS4 might be going on sale at several places for very cheap, if y'all wanted to try to get in on this. But then again, we might be back doing this all again next year, as after the coronavirus year, I believe the CPA for the MLB players and the Players Union is up after this year, so we might be back doing this again if the labor talks continue the way they were.
Now back, second baseman, Daniel Murphy.
This one blooped down the left field line, and that's a fair ball. It'll be a 2-out single here for Hines.
Cookie here getting the arm up in the pen. Again, just trying to set himself up. With this being the 5th inning, you can bring in a closer if you want to right now and have him go the 9 pitches that you would need. Or excuse me, the 9 outs.
Not much speed over there at first base as Yastrzemski pops this one up behind home plate, and that should do it here for the 5th inning. And Greinke's threw a very efficient 5 innings, no runs allowed, just 50 pitches. Cookie's up 2-0, and looks like Hines is going to keep Hendricks out there to pitch to Ken Griffey Jr. And ooh, what a take from Cookie on that one to make it 1-0.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things that... Oh, is that one's drilled? I thought I was looking at Hines' second screen for a second there, but no, Cookie's streaming this. It's a really unique vantage point here, as most of the time the top players have it zoomed right in on the strike zone and like a couple inches outside each way. Whereas Cookie's taking a little bit farther back approach here. I think this is more a show 16 camera angle, if I remember the cameras correctly, where it's a bit farther set back, so I guess you can see the break a bit more.
High fastball gets Ken Griffey Jr. looking for out number 1 here, top of the 6th. Rogers Hornsby 0 for 2. Third baseman hacks at that sinker, fouls it away 0-1. Ooh, another curve low, hacked away. Hornsby, I think he was a little late there. And this one poked down the right field line, but gonna drift into the seats, foul. Hendricks to Hornsby. Swing and a miss. Gets him on that low curve. 2 down here. Top of the 6th, JD Martinez. He got the scoring off when Cookie helped him launch one over that center field fence. And, oh, man, that one just missed. Tough pitch.
Yeah, very tough pitch to lay off of.
Hines gets Cookie to pop up there, and a little closer play for out number 3 than maybe is average when the AI is taken over. As we said, always some interesting effects when our broadcasters are controlling these guys, as Zach Greinke's still on the mound. Boy, look out.
4.
Throwing at him like he's an Astro. That was fun. We're getting a little break in the action here. Going to have a pinch hitter, it appears, as
Ian Happ. Name I definitely haven't heard in a long while there.
Yeah. Ooh, laid off the high heat. That's been Hines' weak spot. Oh, tried to lay off the curve, man.
Yeah, not much you can do there with that 3-pitch combo. Good Lord. 77 on the curve, down and low, then a high fastball to boot.
Oh, good take there by Hines, and Salvi Perez now at the dish. Oh, that one, I think he just missed that one just a little too high up there, but lopes it to left field for out number 2.
It looked like he caught the knee of the bat there, but just a little bit under it. Ooh, cheeky little bunt attempt there. Fielder is definitely not prepared as Cookie overruns it, I guess. Again, folks, the humans are controlling this. It's no longer AI. There's going to be mistakes and botches like that all the time.
We got some jiggly joysticks on a Monday night here on the Ball Broadcaster League, as this one's bounced to second base. Ken Griffey Sr. going to be retired for out number 3 here, so we're through 6 innings in this one. Looks like we're going to have some changes.
Probably a call to the bullpen and then maybe a switch for the pinch hitter. Get him kind of set back in. And again, Hines still in this game. Really only needs 2 hits to put it together. As we're going to see. What's Gossage?
Who the hell is Rich Gossage?
To the internet.
Is that a Goose Gossage?
Yes, it is Goose Gossage.
That's hilarious. They put Rich. Old Dick Gossage.
Yep. And just looks like he was a member of the Yankees back in the 80s during their run, it looks like.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I know Goose Gossage. I just actually didn't know his actual name was Rich.
Yeah. Well, in fact, he played all the way up until 1994. That's a heck of a career there. Started off Major League debut with the White Sox back in '72, so that's a 22-year career, if my memory's serving correctly.
Yeah, I wonder, you always wonder what kind of players might have a long career like that these days, although those guys are few and far between. Even back in the old days, there wasn't too many of them. That's why usually it's only HOFers you see with those 20-plus year careers. I think of like Kenny Lofton, of course.
Exactly. Yeah, it actually took a year in 1990, it looks like, and went over and played in Japan for a year. So that's definitely something you don't see a major leaguer do. Leave the majors, go to Japan, and then come back for a couple years.
Popped up for out number 1. This one swung through Larry Walker. here in the top of the 7th inning. Gossage tossing 99, has him down 0-2. Ooh, got him with the slurve. Out number 2. 1 aboard for Cookie, and down to his final out here, top of the 7th, trying to provide some more insurance for his club. Daniel Murphy looks at 2 of them out of the zone. And there's a strike. This one line to left
That might
center.
get out. That is out.
Hey, oh my God, that's a 2-run shot for Cookie, and the insurance doubles up the lead. It's now a 4-0 ball game. Hydes've been hanging tough, but Goose Gossage, old Dick, got goosed.
Speaking of that, Dennis Eckersley stepping in. Great A stash game, and really one of the best closers I've seen in the mid-70s and 80s, outside of Goose.
If you're a stand-up comedian fan, Mike Birbiglia has a great bit involving Dennis Eckersley.
Oh, I can imagine. Being a Boston fan, we've heard some wild stories about him and David Price on a plane right out to the West Coast.
As that's another hit here for Cookie in the top of the 7th. 2-out knock, and that brings up Jimmy Rollins. And Jimmy gives this one a ride, but it's going to be too high, too short, and that'll be out number 3 here, top of the 7th. So, as I said, Cookie doubles up on his lead. Now a 4-0 ball game. Hines has his work cut out for him. Zach Greinke looking to go the full 7 innings here on this one. Gets strike 1 on Kike Hernandez to start it out.
Yeah, and definitely has the pitch count to do it, only at 61 right now. So really, I don't expect Cookie to bring in a closer unless Hines is able to put 2 or 3 runs on the board.
Ooh, that high heat tempting once more, and that's another K for Greinke.
Oh yeah, I forgot he had guys warming up earlier. Looks like he's break.
Sitting him down.
Wow.
Oh,
Or just getting a different one.
Yeah, warming up former Jackrabbit himself, Blake Trinan.
Or he's just going to throw him in the game. All right.
Oh, okay.
I guess why not?
Ooh, a called strike there. Tough one. Jason Hayward 0 for 2 tonight. Hines flails at that one with Hayward 0-2. Trinan appears to be fine after throwing half of a warm-up pitch and gets the strikeout for out number 2.
Basically, he might have been warming up earlier on in the game, or Cookie's somehow hacking the game to give Trinan all the stamina he needs.
This one bounced to the left. The shift was on. Long throw. Safe at first base.
With 17 speed, he's able to outrun that. Holy cow.
And looks like we're going to get some more action here. John Franco warming, and Andre Dawson, pinch runner, coming in for Hines.
So I'm expecting him to take off fairly soon. Well, actually, with 2 outs, scratch anything I just said the past 5 seconds. Just see a pinch hitter here. Luis Gonzalez.
Luis Gonzalez pinch hitting. Yeah, 0 for 1. He takes the hack there. And this one hit well to the corner. Down in the right field corner for extra bases. Dawson's going to be waved around third base. So that'll be 1 run home for Hines and the Cubbies, as it's now at a 4-1 ball game. This one not over yet. Blake Trinan gets tagged there, as we're going to see John Franco coming into the ball game now, as the tying run is still in that on-deck circle.
Yeah, but again, we saw Hines last time able to string 2 or 3 hits together late, put a couple runs on the board, and put JD in some real trouble. Let's see if we can pull some magic here with Cookie as he gets beamed. Or, excuse me, in the shoulder, basically.
Mike Yastrzemski, tying run, now digs into that lefty batter's box. We had the lefty-lefty matchup, so some good managing here from Cookie to get those matchups, the ones he wants here late. But Mike Yastrzemski, he was the one who had that home run for Hines and just missed a home run earlier in this one. As we got some more drama late here in back-to-back games.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Cookie's going with Gagne and Chapman up in the pen. A little bit shocking there. As we're taking a look at the game log for some reason, I guess Cookie's trying to figure out what's going to be coming up. Again, they are on a timer here. Cookie just passed the 3 minutes left mark, so technically Hines could force a forfeit on Cookie if he does go past that timer. But I think there's kind of a gentleman's agreement to play it out. But then again, who really knows? Because I don't think we've ever had to get to that situation. Dave Kingman. There's a name. And a stash to boot.
There's a guy. As that one's blocked and the throw down to second. Oh, that was kind of risky there. We got a 1-1 count, 2 down, 2 on. Bottom of the 7th. Hines down to his last strike now as that one's in, 1-2.
Cookie going with the high heat.
Oh! John Franco, Cookie gets him with that high heater. This one's done. Guardy's happy. He's going to go drink a couple whiskey sours before this next game gets underway. And we got Cookie and Hines in the booth, guys. That one got interesting late.
Closer than I thought.
I would say you put up a heck of a fight, Hines. Nice job, buddy.
It was one hitter for a while, so, don't give me too much credit, but, I'll take that double pinch hit.
Yeah, maybe getting a little bit too cute. I was like, man, I want Greinke to be able to start on just 3 days rest. I wanted to pull him because he hadn't had a super high pitch count. And then I discovered there's no 3-batter minimum rule. That's why we were looking at that game log for a second. I was trying to figure out how many batters had gone by.
Hines, I heard you chuckling a little bit on that one, bud. What happened?
Well, I thought I had a chance, and I didn't.
I always love me a bloop triple, especially when it's hit by a catcher.
Just run through the highlights here. Not a lot of action going. Really a lost ball today with a couple of homers kind of adding a little bit of spice to it. Cookie, how'd you able to keep your composure, especially in that 7th inning where it looked like stuff was starting to get away from you?
Well, as Hines got more and more on my game, I tried my best to expand the zone, knowing his nerves were going to be up, the adrenaline was going to be pumping, and I made sure I played matchups. I got guys up in the pen, so if anybody else reached, that 97 Chapman or 98 Eric were going to be coming in to ruin your day. I just really had to, I tried to pull back a little bit, get cute, and then when I realized that wasn't working, I slammed the gas pedal as far down as I could, and it managed to squeak out with a win.
I'm honored you actually warmed up that Chapman for me. The fact that you think of me that highly.
You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Great game, gentlemen. That one was fun at the end there, and Cookie had a couple good hits, but I was intrigued that Hines held his own there for most of the game. So, you got some positives to take away here, Hines.
Yeah, it's better than the 7-0 I had against him last time. So, baby steps. 3 runs less given up, 1 more run scored. Next time it's gonna be 2-1 or no 2. I can't do math. You know what? People watching, you can do it. I'm too tired.
Yeah.
I'd win. That's the key.
Yep, definitely. Well, I think we have one more, Commissioner, if that's correct. One more before we head back to regular ball.
That is correct.
Or I think we're running late. Do you just want to see if the next crew is ready for the final game? I'm not sure. It's your call either way, I guess.
I'm sure our good buddy
J-Rock, I think, is on the next game.
Yeah, Justin's probably ready, but I am in the mood to see some fielders be pitchers, P-Mister.
Oh, come on. That was one game.
Soon to be 2 games.
No, I'm holding it this time. I'm feeling good after my last win.
All right. If you say so.
Wow, you guys have a little luck. I'm going to go get ready, I guess. I'll see y'all later.
So I guess P-Mister's getting ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun playing you, Hines. It definitely
Thank you.
Definitely got spicy.
Yeah, you know, I feel good that I've been able to hold my own against the likes of you and Jaden, and then I'm probably going to get obliterated a couple more times. But hey, it's all in good fun.
Hey, would you look at that? Duggo's online. You see the Diamondbacks there.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm not going to play him though. I'm going to call it a day. Stop broadcasting. Broadcast will be stopped. Okay, good.
Oh, should I send Duggo a game request? Just
and then just pull the plug on him?
Now, while P-Mister gets ready, we're just gonna see if he accepts it. P-Mister can take a back, see if Duggo says yes.
Priorities.
Well, hey, Cookie's the commish here of this Ball Broadcaster League, so his word goes. He's the man, Fred. He's the guy you can direct all your vitriol towards. It's Cookie. or if you're a disgruntled former broadcaster, you can also apparently just bitch at Cookie.
Fun.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go get ready to play P-Mister. You guys, well, I guess Hines is about to get off. Beardy, I hope you enjoy the call.
Yeah, good luck to you, bud. You got 1 dub under your belt, so going for 2.
Well, Beardy, do you want a friend, or because I can always stick around for 1 more if you'd like, but otherwise I can go get food.
No, that you should definitely go get food and not worry. You know me. I can ramble on with the best of them, and it's only 7 innings, so we're golden, man. You should go get some vittles.
All right, if you're sure. I mean, I shall. Have fun.
Have a good night, man. Yeah, go get some tasty munchies, and yeah, we'll just let everyone here on Bot Ball listen to my soothing tones. Hopefully, it'll be a quick game here, and then we can get to a real expert in Justin Rock.
Oh man, this is fun stuff, I must say, and I'm ready for Blake Trinan in center field 2.0.
Cookie gonna get crazy with it here on a manic Monday, 9:36 Central Time, and yeah, we're getting more Broadcaster League Bot Ball coming at you here.
Well, I will bid you farewell and have a good one, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, take care, friend. Have a good one. Oh, yes. P-Mister has Wade Boggs, so I'll be dropping plenty of 30 Rock references to that. As we're here on a Monday night, of course, and I should probably change that crawl. But yeah, Cookie P-Mister going to be battling here. Cookie is the Tigers, of course. Looks like P-Mister is the Orioles. Cy Young pitching to Ken Griffey Jr. Always some fun names going back and forth here on the Broadcaster League. 0-2 here. Ken Griffey Jr. batting .447 in the Broadcaster League. Gets under this one just too much going out to left field for out number 1. I'm slowly trying to get the updated crawl up here, and it's, I'll tell you what, folks. If you've ever tried to call a game and type on a computer at the same time, it gets pretty fun. Still one down here or 2 down now, excuse me. As that one was grounded up the middle. Robinson Cano taking hacks. He had a big double for Cookie in the last ball game there against Hines. And Cano gives this one a ride. Back at the wall. Oh, nice catch on the track there by P. Mister and his fast center fielder. Wade Boggs, Carpet World. Wade Boggs, Carpet World. Wade Boggs, Carpet World. Going to lead things off for the Orioles and P. Mister. And just 189. We'll see how he fares here against Cookie and John Smoltz. Cookie had a good plan of attack in last one's ball game against Hines, and hey, 1 pitch, 1 out. As Wade Boggs lines out to first base. Brings up Acuna Matata. Number 2 hitter for P. Mister in this Orioles lineup, quickly down 0-2. Cookie now 11-1 in this Broadcaster League. Trevor Story now taking hacks for P. Mister, and that one's hacked at way high fastball. But, I mean, I'd be doing the exact same thing. I was always terrible on MLB The Show when I'd play against other people. Was more of a guy who'd play against the computer and set that baby to easy and just, win games 15-2 and stuff like that. Because I have a soft little sensitive soul. I can't take getting beat by no AI. Cy Young to Matt Kemp now, 1-1 count. Here on the ML Bot Ball Broadcaster League. Happy to have you with us, folks, here on a Monday night. We still got after this game, we have a regular game of Bot Ball coming up at you. Justin Rock on that call. His call's always fantastic because he has the best stories around here. This one grounded to third base, on to first. That'll be out number 1. Matt Kemp retired there. Worked that count up to 2-2. Larry Walker dig it in here, and he gives this one a ride out to left field. P. Mister going to camp under it there with his left fielder, and that's out number 2. Daniel Murphy, he had a big 2-run insurance homer for Cookie in last ball game. This one hit well down the left field line. And that's going to go... Oh, it's caught! Oh, I thought that one was in the seats, but turns out it's caught. So a nice play tracking that one over the wall by P. Mister there gets him out of the inning, and going to bring him up here, bottom of second once more. Edwin Encarnacion going to lead things off for him, and he fouls one away. The splitter from Smoltz makes it 0-1.
Batting fifth, the left fielder. First down. Ozuna.
Swung on and missed there. It's an 0-2 count to Marcell Ozuna. And this one in for a base hit through the right side. A one-out knock for Ozuna. And hey, P-Mister, knock one out here with Aaron Judge, and you'll be happy, my friend. But it's a 1-0 lead here still for Cookie. Ooh, as that curveball just floats so ever beautifully in there for strike two, and Judge swings and misses, for strike two on that one. And Aaron gives this one a ride to center, but not enough, as we'll have out number two there. Runner holds it first, so 2 down now for P-Mister and his Orioles with Mookie Betts at the dish. And Mookie lopes this one down the left field line. That one's going to go foul, 0-1. Smoltz right back and swung on by Mookie. Oh, Cookie goes with that high fastball again, and Smoltz gets Mookie Betts swinging. Ends the threat. The one-out base knock can't come around, so Cookie hanging on to that 1-0 lead. Cy Young pitching to Buster Posey and starts him out with ball one, This one grounded to second base. And that'll be out number one here to start out the third inning. Want to remind everybody, donate to Meals on Wheels. It's been our great organization we've been giving all of our charity money to here on Bot Ball, as this one is roped to center field, but caught for out number two. So Cy Young still being very efficient here, but he'll have to get through Ken Griffey Jr. to complete his third inning of work. The righty-lefty HOFer matchup. Starts him out with ball one. Griffey lifts this one to right center, and that one is high, deep, and gone. We got a 2-0 ball game as Cookie controls Ken Griffey Jr. for a blast to make it 2-0 here. A 2-out bomb. And this one gets corked down the right field line. Looks like P-Mister is going to be there for out number three with his right fielder, but oh my goodness. A big blast from Ken Griffey Jr. makes it a 2-0 ball game. We'll see if P-Mister can at least get on the board here. Cody Bellinger going to rip this one up the middle, but the shift was on, and that's caught there on a line for out number one. Fouled away. Smoltz with that splitter. Starts out, is it Joey Bart? Smoltz with the 1-1. He's working very efficiently in this one as well, as both guys taking hacks, and looks like Bart's going to stay alive there, 1-2. Oh, Cookie tries to go real high, but no bites from our buddy P-Mister, and this one hit down the left field line, but does twist foul. 2-2. Smoltz coming right back. Posey wants it inside. This one misses up to fill the count. Number 9 hitter for P-Mister going to lay off, and oh, he says no swing. So that is a 1-out walk issued by John Smoltz, and Cookie. We'll see if Wade Boggs Carpet World, Wade Boggs Carpet World, Wade Boggs Carpet World can get anything done, as that one was tossed down to second base by Posey. They're trying to sniff out any steal attempt, but with the 40 speed over there, not sure that's going to happen, as Wade Boggs pops out for out number 2. Ronald Acuna Jr. going to take some hacks here, and he hacks that one foul the curve in at 76. I want to thank all of you for sticking around with us, and be sure to tune in even after this Broadcaster League game is over. As I said once more, we got Justin Rock coming up on a ball call here. I believe it's the Yankees. Yes, it's the Rays at the Yankees, so Justin will be on that call. Again, if you've never been around for a Justin Rock call, which I don't know why the hell you wouldn't have been. Stick around for it. It's always a treat. As this one's grounded up the middle, and that'll be out number 1 here for Cy Young and the Orioles. Trying to keep Cookie and the Tigers in check. The 2-0 ball game here in beautiful Camden Yards. Robbie Cano, 0 for 1 in this ball game. Ooh, looks to drop down a bunt and beat the shift, but that one goes foul. Good idea there from Cookie, but nothing doing. Cy Young back with the 1-2 pitch. This one's popped up the elevator shaft, and it will be caught there for out number 2. Matt Kemp, number 5 hitter, now digging in for Cookie. And P-Mister gets that changeup there on the outside corner. Gets a grounder, and that's out number 3. So we're through 3.5 innings here. Cookie with the 2-0 lead over P-Mister. John Smoltz, very efficient 36 pitches, going to toss here to Trevor Story. And Story lines this one into center field. That'll be a base hit to lead things off for P-Mister. So very happy camper when you get the leadoff hit. And Edwin Encarnacion's a guy who can tie this one up with a simple swing and flick of his wrists. As Smoltz starts him out 1-0, and the slider gets him 1-1. Ooh, Smoltz misses outside there to fill the count, and Encarnacion has a prime opportunity. Instead, Smoltz gets him with the high heater. That brings up Marcelo Zuna, 1 for 1. He had a single his last time up, and again, that high fastball has been working for Cookie all night here tonight, spanning multiple games, and he's just pumping him in there. Ozuna can't catch up. Oh, there, P-Mister got a hold of one. 0-2 still. Cookie right back. Ooh, laid off that one. And those high fastballs, they're coming in like meteors on the surface of the moon. They're just peppering that strike zone, as that's been Cookie's plan all game. Smoltz with the 2-2 pitch misses inside. He'll fill it up. Aaron Judge on deck. They got a speedy... Oh, walked him. Ooh, John Smoltz not happy. I'm sure Cookie was just as frustrated there, but 2 on, just 1 down. Aaron Judge looks at a slider in at 88. Cookie right back, and oh, man, that high fastball once more. Makes it 0-2 and 0-3. That's a K and a big one of Aaron Judge, as that makes it 2 down, now 2 on. Mookie Betts 0 for 1 in this one. Misses, and it's quickly 0-2. And we got a double steal here. Oh boy, runners move ahead 90 feet. Story and Ozuna execute that double steal. Mookie Betts facing a 1-2 count here. Big spot for P-Mister, and no, he didn't go. That will fill the, or excuse me, that'll make it 2-2. As Mookie gets a ride into this one, but it's gone. Oh, a 3-run homer for Mookie Betts. That puts P-Mister up 3-2, and my goodness, John Smoltz has run into a bunch of trouble here with 2 down in the bottom of the 4th inning. We got ourselves a ball game here. P-Mister was giving himself all sorts of crap about his play, but man, he's tagging Cookie here. 3-2 ball game at Camden Yards, and Cody Bellinger fouls that one away, 1-1. 2-1 now as Smoltz looking a little erratic, up to 62 pitches as Cookie trying to get through this 4th inning here. And they're going to give Smoltz the mound visit, get a little time, and they're going to bring him out. Tyler Alexander now in the ball game, replacing Smoltz for Detroit and Mr. Cookie. As we get the lefty-lefty matchup, and that's 1 strike, and gets him swinging for out number 3, but not before Mookie Betts and P-Mister get on the board in a big way with a 3-run shot. And this one lifted to left field. Not long enough, though. Cy Young keeps that one in the yard, and P-Mister probably taking a couple gasps of relief there, as that almost looked like it could have been a tie ball game after he took the lead on that 3-run shot. Look outside. That one's hit back up the middle. You see there, Daniel Murphy got it perfect, and that's a 1-out base knock for Cookie. Brings up Buster Posey, Tigers catcher. Looks at the fastball low. Change up at 79. Way too early there as Posey swings through the curve. It's quickly 1-2. P-Mister going to try and hang on to this 3-2 lead now. We're in the top of the 5th inning. That one misses upstairs. Full count now. And misses. It's a 1-out walk. And Jimmy Rollins stepping in now for Detroit. And Jimmy gives this one a ride. It's out to right field, and it's going to bang up high off that wall and right at Camden Yards here. That will tie the ball game, as that's going to put Jimmy at second base with an RBI double. Cy Young gets tagged, and we got ourselves a tie ball game through 5 1/3 innings here at Camden Yards between Cookie Eater and P-Mister. That's a base hit through the middle. That's going to give Cookie the lead right back. It's a 4-3 ball game now. So Cy Young coughing that lead right back up as Ken Griffey Jr. comes through clutch with that 1-out base knock. Still 2 aboard here, and Roger Hornsby gives that one a ride, and it's gone. A 3-run bomb for Hornsby puts Cookie Eater and his Tigers up 7-3 now here on P-Mister and the Orioles. That one just left over the plate and absolutely clubbed. 105.5 exit velocity. Got out of here on a rope and in a hurry. And J.D. Martinez now taking hacks, still just 1 down here, top of the 5th. And it was looking like we might have a good ball game here, but got kind of away from Cy Young there after he came in with the lead. This one lifted well to center field, but looks like P-Mister is going to be there for that one. Out number 2. Looks like we're going to have some action here, probably from that Baltimore bullpen. And yes, Kirby Yates coming into the game now after Cy Young gives up 7 runs. Yates gives up a fly ball here. That'll be out number 3, but Baltimore led 3-2 at the start of this frame, and it's now a 7-3 ball game. We'll see if P-Mister can get some of these back off of Tyler Alexander and Cookie, as This one just flared down the first base line, hangs in the air long enough, and that's out number one. An easy one pitch, 1 out situation as Tyler Alexander, he's done that twice now. 2 outs on 2 pitches in his appearance, and he's going to have 3 outs on 3 pitches thus far, as that's one lifted to right field, caught in front of the warning track. Tyler Alexander coming in of relief of John Smoltz, and Acuna going to take some hacks here with 2 down for P-Mister in Baltimore as that curve misses outside. Ooh, this one hit to the gap. There is a chance, and caught easily for out number 3. Thought that one might have had to been a diving stop, but wrong-amundo. Matt Kemp going to take some hacks now here for Cookie in Detroit. We got a 7-3 ball game. Got to give it up for P-Mister. That was he looked like he was in it for a little bit at least. This one laced into left center, and Cano's going to try for 2, and he's in there safely for a leadoff double. Excuse me, Matt Kemp in there for a leadoff double. Larry Walker is going to lift this one behind shortstop and pop out here for out number 2 or 1. Leadoff double for Matt Kemp. We'll see if Daniel Murphy can drive him home. He's 1 for 2 in this one, and not that Cookie needs any insurance, but he's probably going to tack on a run here. He will. Kemp's around third base. That throw was in there, and the throw back to second. Just a RBI single there as Buster Posey pokes this one to the right side. That one will twist foul deep down those right field seats. Looks like we might get a pitching change from P-Mister. No, I lied. Kirby Yates still tossing here to Posey. 0-2 now. Buster kind of just missed that one on his swing trajectory. And, not sure where that one missed. Oh, it didn't miss. Excuse me, that one missed. Oh, my God. Pay attention to the damn game. 2-2 count here, and my goodness. Posey, that should have been called third strike. Instead, he lives for another pitch. This one is grounded to third, and with that slow catcher, of course, they'll be able to go around the horn and turn 2. So P-Mister gets out of it, but not before another run comes around for Detroit and Cookie Eater. It's an 8-3 ball game, as we're going to see what'll happen here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Hope you've had fun watching these Broadcaster League games. I know it's a lot of fun for the broadcasters involved. So thanks for tuning in and watching these fun, quick-paced games. It's kind of a good change-up from our regularly scheduled bat ball. But this one hit well out to center field. Tyler Alexander, though, going to get another out. He's been very, very efficient. Just 7 pitches now. Encarnacion 0 for 2. Looks at ball 1 there. P-Mister trying to claw back, but he's only got 2 innings left to do it, as that one swung on and missed 1-1. Cookie's been going with those high heaters all night. What do you know? Another 4-seamer up and in, and gets Encarnacion swinging for out number 2. This one hit pretty well out to right field, but Cookie's there for it for out number 3. Alexander continues his quick dominance as we are heading to the top of the 7th inning. We're going to see Chad Green coming in for the Orioles. P. Mister going to try and pump that heater in there up around 99 to Jimmy Rollins, who smacks it deep but foul for strike one. 5-run lead here for Cookie and his Tigers. As our Broadcaster League broadcast coming down to the final few outs here. Ken Griffey Jr. on deck. He had an RBI single in this one already. This one, nice sliding play over there by P. Mister at first, and that's out number one. So Griffey's driven in two, had a home run as well as that RBI single. This one hit well to center field. That one will get down for extra base as it bangs up against the wall. And Cookie's just going to say, hang on there, Kenneth. That's a good RBI double for you. Hornsby, couple of dingers in this one. Had the big 3-run shot last time. He's driven in 4. And Griffey's going to break for third. Out at third base. Oh, nice play there. Retires Ken Griffey Jr. on the base path. Is trying to steal second base. After that one was in the dirt. Hornsby lives this one to right field, but not deep enough for home run number 3. Instead, it's out number 3. And we're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning here on the Ball Broadcaster League. Aaron Judge going to lead off for P. Mister and the Orioles. He fouls that one away, that heater in there. Alexander's been super efficient. And, that another fastball up and in makes it 0-2. The lefty pitching to the dangerous righty, and Judge gets a hold of this one, twisting, just foul. Oh, P. Mister wants that one back. We'll reset it 0-2. That one was almost another bomb hit here today. Instead, the curveball curves in. Gets a curved swing around the ball from Aaron Judge for out number 1. Alexander Mookie Betts. He had that 3-run bomb, responsible for all of P. Mister and the Orioles' 3 runs in this one. And a little blooper to center field, and down for a hit past the diving center fielder. Betts slides into second base with a 1-out double. Mookie trying to say, we are not done yet here tonight, folks. Alexander pitching out to Cody Bellinger. And it's 1-1. Mookie with a home run and a double in this one. I say P. Mister needs to tie it up because I want to see Ken Griffey Jr. hit for the cycle. One fouled away, 2-2. As Bellinger. Oh, strikes out looking on the high fastball. Cookie's been going up and in with those fastballs, but with the lefty-lefty matchup goes up and away. And looks like we're going to get some fun shenanigans here from Cookie. As we're going to have a position player pitching here, potentially. And we got John Franco in at third base. And we got Blake Trinan out there in left field now, I believe. And Goose Gossage in at shortstop. Buster Posey coming out of the game. We got Aroldis Chapman catching now, and we're going to have Trevor Hoffman playing a little second base. Joey Bart. Oh, we got one more sub here. Oh, sorry, Trevor's playing first. Who's okay? We got old Gagne, Eric Gagne coming in right field. We got pitchers fielding. Of course, they're the greatest athletes on the field at any given time, according to Bert Blyleven. This one off the catcher's glove, the throw down to second base, not in time. And Cookie keeps trying to sub for a pitcher. The show keeps saying nay. Joey Bart swings through that one to make it 1-1. Laid off. Oh, ball gets away from Buster Posey there, but no takeoff down to third base. P. Mister playing it safe. Down by 5 runs. As this one's bounced to first base. That'll be out number 3. Trevor Hoffman gets that assist there, or that put out there. All those pitchers who are playing out in the field, they're pumped. Look at that. They're having a great time. But Cookie gets another win here. 2 wins tonight in the Broadcaster League. I think that bumps him up to 12-1 now in the standings. We'll be joined by those 2 guys shortly, and they can give me breakdowns and let me know what they were thinking during some of the most exhilarating moments of the ball game. Rogers Hornsby, your player of the game with those 2 dongs. Cookie P. Mister, this one looked like it might be interesting for a little bit, but then things got away from Cy Young.
Yeah, Cy Young kind of fell apart there after getting the lead. So note to self, sub him out if we ever get a lead again.
3 hours and 32 minutes.
Yeah, it was, I was playing P. Mister. I was thinking, okay, we're going to have fielders all on the bottom of the 7th. I'm going to be up, 8-1. It's going to be fine. 3-run bomb, I'm losing. I was already in a bad mood from other events that transpired today. So that kind of just put me into overdrive, and, we got rolling.
We see the big Mookie Betts homer. P. Mister, how are you feeling after that bomb, man?
I was feeling good at that point. I'm like, okay, I might actually have a shot at pulling this off. But then those hopes quickly got dashed here.
Yeah, top of the 5th, Jimmy hits one hard off that wall in Camden. That was almost a 2-run bomb. Instead, drives in one, and Ken Griffey Jr. wastes no time getting that lead right back with an RBI single up the middle. Infield was in, but I don't think it would have mattered. Griffey ripped that one to make it 4-3. The snowball continued to roll down the hill as Hornsby goes deep for the 2nd time in this one.
Love me Rogers Hornsby. He was a cornerstone on my team last year. I finally got him on my team this year, just about a week or 2 ago, and I'm glad to have him back. I'm excited for when I get Willie Mays back and Frank Thomas back. We're really going to be rolling at that point.
Rogers Hornsby, player of the game. 2 dingers. 2 wins for you tonight, Cookie. You're looking pretty good in those broadcaster standings.
Let me do my best Jaden impression here. I told y'all I am the best player here. I said, watch out for me. I called you out. I'm calling everybody out. You're going to play me. I'm going to win because I'm the best. Sometimes people might get a little bit lucky, but I'm the best.
So what I'm hearing is next week we do a doubleheader series between Cookie and Jaden on stream.
Oh, that would be something.
I want to put that in for next week's slots if we have that available.
Well, I've been called out by P. Mister, folks. Me and Jaden got to play on air.
Oh, you guys are two of the best. You got to play on air at some point. Have you played him yet this year?
I haven't yet. No, I was saving them to play on air.
Well, perfect chance next week as it's officially the gauntlet has been laid now.
But yeah, a fun little. I want to thank everybody who was watching this Broadcaster League action for tuning in. It really means a lot to me and all these guys who are playing too. We've been doing this kind of behind the scenes, and well, we really think it's a way we can kind of help make this brand grow and continue to live, as obviously the real MLB's coming back. Beardy, this was kind of your first taste of it. Do you want to just tell me a little bit more what your impressions are after seeing now 21 innings of play?
Oh yeah, I kind of like the format. I like the change of pace kind of from our normal broadcasts. I like that we can have some fun with it too. Of course, you know me, I'm a big proponent of that. And maybe next time if I do this, I'll get a few more squirrels in the booth now that I kind of know what's going down and how this all works.
Yeah, I'm working hard to try and get stats videos and lineups available to our broadcasters on these too, to try and help you guys take it to the next level, because I know it can be really difficult to be like, it's a fly out to the center fielder who is somebody and that was hit by somebody.
I don't know, caught by Cookie's left fielder kind of has a nice ring to it, but yeah, it would be nice to know who's actually out there sometimes.
With that said, I have fun games. I know I enjoyed it. P-Mister?
Oh, I had a blast. Stinks I couldn't pull it out in the end, but again, I wasn't expecting the win entirely. I was just hoping to keep it close there.
Well, you got a lead on me. That is, well, I don't want to sound cocky, but I think that's a pretty good accomplishment.
Yeah, no, definitely. Hopefully I can transition some of that momentum into the back half of the season here and again fight for maybe a 5th, 6th finish on the year and see what happens there.
Yeah, that's one thing I really liked, Beardy, and this goes not just for P-Mister, but there's a lot of guys who don't play online a ton, like people like me and Jaden and Jeremy do. So to see guys like P-Mister and JD Gregory and Hines and Dan Wilkes kind of, as we've been going on, get better and better, it's been really cool to see. I think, at least, to see them make those big strides of improvement. So, well, today it's P-Mister scored 3 runs off me and got a lead, but maybe next time we face off, it's late in the game, and the next time we face, he's blowing me out. Because it's really a tough learning curve going to that online play at such a high quantity, but I think these guys have been doing a great job to just have fun with it, not take it too seriously, and learn from it too. So as we keep going with this, it'll just get more and more competitive.
For sure, a lot of fun, but yeah, we got more regular bot ball coming up. We got one more after dark game coming here. Tampa Bay at New York. J-Rock on the call, should be a good one.
Speak of the man in each beer.
Oh yeah, just heard him. He's probably ripping and raring to go. We're a little late on our Broadcaster League games here.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Nothing better than some late night baseball. The actual Yankee game ran late tonight, actually finishing up in real life right now. So ready to go.
And I'm assuming the Yankees are absolutely smoking the Red Sox IRL.
Actually, 6-3 in the 9th inning. Aroldis Chapman on for his first actual appearance of the season. Apparently, COVID-19 has not stopped him from working out because he looks even larger than he did before, if that's somehow possible.
Oh God, that's a scary sight to see. Well, I'm gonna head off, guys. Cookie, good game. We have to try to get something together, maybe do a practice session so that way I can maybe fight for playoffs.
Oh yeah, it'd be a lot of fun to do that. Good game, P-Mister, and Beardy, thanks for calling. I'll let you do your sign off. And Justin, always a pleasure to see you. Looking forward to calling with you tomorrow.
Looking forward to that too, Cookie.
But yeah, I really don't have much of a sign off. Thanks for sticking around for Broadcaster League, and yeah, Just tune in for story time with Justin Rock. I always love your calls, man. Have a good one. We'll see you kids around the bend. Stick around here on ML Bot Ball. We got more action coming for you. Have a good night.
Big ups to Beardy. Great job on the call for the Broadcaster League games. It just came to a conclusion, at least for this evening, on our Twitch channel, as we get ready to take you out to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, as the Yankees get ready to open up a midweek series against their divisional rivals, the Tampa Bay Rays. The Rays coming in red hot, winners of 4 in a row, 8 of their last 10. They are 3 back of the Yankees in the American League East. Tampa 73-51. The Yankees 76-48. Yankees lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to the White Sox in a weird series where they played Thursday, didn't play Friday, and then played again Saturday, Sunday. We'll explain why during the broadcast here tonight. But the Rays, on the other hand, a weekend sweep of the Orioles. They did damage against the Blue Jays last week as well. And the Yankees will try and get back on the horse tonight with Domingo Germán. Germán 4-3, a 4.27 ERA, making his 11th start of the 2020 campaign. Germán last throwing, I believe it was on Tuesday night, as he will take the ball for New York this evening, as leading things off for Tampa Bay is their red-hot shortstop, Willy Adames. Germán set. So is Adames, and a swing and a miss on our first pitch. We are underway at 11:19 Eastern Time. So it will be Adames, Brandon Lau, Austin Meadows, Hunter Renfroe, Ji-Man Choi, Yoshi Tsugo, Yandy Diaz, Kevin Kiermaier, Austin Romine for the Rays tonight, as Germán misses low. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Adames has had a fantastic season. You look at it statistically, you can argue he's had the best season of any Rays player on this lineup, as the 1-1 is on the outside corner, a strike 1 and 2. He's the only everyday player hitting over 300. He is really the only guy in any American League leaderboard category come into play here on August the 17th. Is this a ground ball foul of the third base line, and it will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. But had a chance to see him back in the minor league days in Double A in 2016, and he was impressive then. And not so impressive on that swing, however, as Germán strikes him out, and the first batter up is retired. And we are underway here on a Monday night in the Bronx. So, 1 up, 1 down. That'll bring up Brandon Lau, who has had a strong season for Tampa as well, as he takes low. It is now 1-0. Lau, 264, 40 extra base hits this year, 20 homers, and 50 RBIs, as Germán sets now the 1-0. And that one in there for a strike. It is 1-1. One of the more interesting things in all of baseball, Brandon Lau, Lowe, is how it's spelled, as there's a strike 1 and 2. The Rays also have 2 other players in their organization, Nate Lowe and his brother Josh Lowe. Same spelling in the last name, Lowe, and they have the potential, or somewhere down the road, to have 3 guys with the same spelling of the last name and 2 different pronunciations, as Brandon Lau strikes out here to continue Domingo Germán's strong start to the night. 2 strikeouts and 2 batters. I'll bring up the right fielder, Austin Meadows. Meadows, a big pickup for the Rays, has performed well for them ever since coming over from Pittsburgh, as that's outside 1-0. Meadows, 232, 21 homers, 58 RBIs this season for the Rays. It's one of those trades. I remember the day it went down. I think it was 2017. They made that deal, or it was 2017 or 2018. They made that deal for Chris Archer. And they gave up a whole slew of guys, and a player to be named later. This one fouled up the first base line. It is 2-1. It was a guy by the name of Shane Boz, who was pitching in the Appalachian League I was working in at the time, and he was the player to be named later in that deal. And yeah, it was 2018 going over along with Austin Meadows. It's been great for them. He was a first-round pick of Pittsburgh back in 2013 it was, as the count now full 3-2. And Tyler Glasnow, who has been great for the Rays, a guy I also saw in the minors in the Pirates system in 2014, my first year working in the league, and he led the Florida State League in ERA, and I never understood why it never worked. Glasnow in Pittsburgh. And the Rays got those three guys for Chris Archer, who I never really was a huge believer in terms of really being one of the best pitchers in baseball, as Meadows drives one deep to left field. Gardner going back, and he's going to turn and watch that one land in the bullpen. Austin Meadows, an opposite field home run, and the Rays strike first. They take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the opening inning. 405 feet, 102.5 miles an hour off the bat of Austin Meadows. And Tampa Bay trying to win 5 straight to within 2 of the Yankees in the American League East. And they get out of the gate hot. Despite the first 2 batters striking out, they have a 1-0 advantage. And I'll bring up Hunter Renfroe. I know Chris Archer had good numbers, particularly strikeout numbers with the Rays, but around the time of that trade, his efficiency was beginning to dwindle, and now he has injury problems and ERA over 5 his first full year in Pittsburgh. And considering how good Meadows has been, how good Glasnow has been, and how good Bonds could be, a absolutely devastating trade for Pittsburgh. And when you consider all the other trades they've made that caused havoc on the western side of Pennsylvania as Renfroe strikes out for the end of the first inning. Herman strikes out the side, but the Rays take the lead. Austin Meadows, an opposite field home run. Tampa Bay 1, and the Yankees coming to bat. It'll be a former Pittsburgh Pirate nonetheless. On the mound for Tampa Bay tonight, it is the right-hander Charlie Morton, making his 27th start of the year, 11-6, a 3.6 ERA. Fifth in the American League in strikeouts with 164 in 145 innings. He will take on DJ LeMahieu and the top of his New York lineup. He is still healthy in the Bot Ball universe. As the overhead wind from Morton. And a breaking ball in there for a strike to LeMahieu, 0-1. DJ at 305, 20 homers and 72 ribbies on the year. And EB chiming in about the Pirates getting fleeced. And yeah, that's more or less a big part of why Neil Huntington is out of a job. That one outside, 1-1. But it was just one of those trades that it didn't make sense right away. Now, sometimes those deals, they make more sense maybe right down the road, or maybe they make less sense down the road. You know, when you think back to some of the other trades in baseball history, is the count now 2-2 on DJ LeMahieu. And you think about, John Smoltz being traded from Detroit to Atlanta. Bagwell being traded from Boston to Houston. Trades that seemed foolish afterwards, but that one just seemed like it didn't make sense right away, at least for someone who was around minor league baseball. As you see a strikeout of LeMahieu. to begin the bottom half of the first inning. And Morton picks up strikeout 165 on the year. And that'll bring up Gleyber Torres, but when you look at the other trades, Pittsburgh getting back what they got back from Houston for Garrett Cole, and what they got back from San Francisco for Andrew McCutchen, looking a lot better than the return they got from Tampa for potentially 3 All-Stars in Glasnow, Meadows, and Boz. As the count 1-1 on Gleyber Torres, as that one high. 2 balls and 1 strike. Gleyber's had a fantastic season for New York. Gleyber at .319, 30 home runs, 78 RBIs, and I just find it amazing that he has 30 home runs on August 17th, and he is 11th in the American League in home runs, as that one is inside all 3. Figured that would be a little bit of a higher total, not necessarily, 4 or 5, but I would think that would get you into the top 10 at this point of the year. Is a ground ball right through the middle. Really Adames stationed perfectly with the shift. And there's 2 out now in the inning. We have our trivia question of the game, courtesy of the Big Guy 73, who is the only pitcher to lead the NL and AL in complete game shutouts in the same season. And my first guess is probably going to be the answer, so I'm going to hold on to it for a while. And the reason I say this is because the guy I'm thinking of is a former Yankee, and someone actually that I have a good story about, if that is indeed the correct answer, as Aaron Judge comes ahead of the count 2-0 against Charlie Morton. Judge, 279, 24 homers, 63 RBIs. That one low. It is now 3 balls and no strikes. Carlos Stanton waiting on deck, and Fire Scam coming up with the answer that I surmised it was, and that is DC Sabathia, as there's a strike 3-1. And I think that one was so quick to answer because it was recent. And I don't know if there was ever a trade where a pitcher quite dominated the way CC did down the stretch for Milwaukee in 2008. Every time he started, it was something to behold. It was a big reason why MLB Network was such a big deal when it launched that following season in 2009, was because you really couldn't watch CC's starts if you weren't in Milwaukee or a team playing Milwaukee. As you see Judge walk here with 2 out in the first inning, that'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton. And obviously that next year you had MLB Tonight, and you had the ability to have live look-ins and go to those games like the game CC had down the stretch. And you'll remember him throwing that complete game the final day of the season, game 162, and they were figuring out, what the Mets were doing and what else had to go right for the Brewers to make the postseason the first time since 1982, and ultimately that did happen. So I think that's why it was such an easy guess, and you have to think about, the fact also that it had to have been recent because, trades in season isn't exactly an old-time thing. Probably have to, go back as recently as maybe the 70s as, the first time you get maybe a big mid-season trade. The count now 2-0 on Giancarlo Stanton. This one ripped into left field, and this one is down for a base hit. Heading to it quickly, though, Renfroe. That'll hold Judge at second. Giancarlo Stanton with an absolute laser to left. And the Yankees have 2 on, 2 out for their catcher, Gary Sanchez. Milwaukee rightfully loving CC, even though it was only a half season there. And I think that's a very good thing to hear. I would hope he's beloved. That one high, 1-0. he had such a huge impact in that half the season, and he wasn't expected to stay in Milwaukee long term. And ironically, the biggest piece that Milwaukee ended up giving up in that trade, much like talking about players to be named later in the Glasnow Meadows deal, player to be named later in the Milwaukee-Cleveland deal that netted the Brewers Sabathia, was Michael Brantley, who was by far the best player the Indians got in return for Sabathia. Matt Laporta was the big prospect they got back that never really panned out. As Sanchez grounds this one underneath the diving glove of Diaz and into left field for a base hit. Judge will score, stopping at second. Stanton, 3 straight 2-out base runners, and the Yankees quickly tie the game in the first, 1 apiece. Hanging breaking ball there from Morton, and Sanchez just able to hit it past the diving glove of Yandy Diaz. That'll bring up Aaron Hicks with 2 on and 2 out. Yankees a chance to grab the lead now here in the first inning. As the pitch from Morton, able to fumble in there for a strike, 0-1. Hicks has been sitting on 99 dingers for a while. Aaron hitting at 286, 17 homers, and 28 RBIs. As the 0-1, and Hicks a ground ball to first, and a nice play by Choi. And the side retired for New York in the opening inning, but the Yankees do retaliate with a run on 2 hits, and 2 men left on after an inning. We're tied at 1 between the Yanks and the Rays.
Leading off for Tampa Bay,
Iman Choi, Yoshi Susugo, and Yandy Diaz, the 3 scheduled to bat for the Rays. Here in the top of the second, Tampa scoring in the first on an Austin Meadows home run. As that one in there for a strike. It is 0-1. Rays 3 back in New York in the AL East coming into the day. It's the final game on our schedule for tonight. We'll have a full normal schedule tomorrow starting 1:45. We'll get you the full schedule later on in the broadcast as Choi quickly dispatched on 3 pitches. Mon has 4 outs tonight. All 4 of them have been strikeouts. And he does have a propensity for picking up strikeouts in bunches. When you look at the numbers for Herman at the beginning of his career, as Yoshi Susugo steps in and takes a strike 0-1. Yoshi, first season coming over from Japan. He has played well, 245. 17 homers, 46 RBIs. He's actually officially placed into MLB The Show. I actually saw that tonight waiting for this game as this has popped up in fair ground. Gary Sanchez calling for it on the grass, and he'll make the catch for the second out. But some of you may have noticed that some of the recent imports from Japan, the Shogo Akiyamas, the Shun Yamaguchis, the drawing a blank on his I know it's a 2-part first name, although technically since I believe he's Korean, it's, sort of backwards. It's actually, the last name first, then his first name. But him on the Cardinals as well was really not in the game. But I did see the Rays actually posted something that Yoshi Susugo is now officially in the ball game. So I think this was sort of a reiteration where someone actually was able to create the player, and obviously with the roster sharing now available, so many of those loopholes that have been created with MLB rosters have been able to be figured out by other users of the product. As see Herman pick up another strikeout. He has K'd 5 through 2. With a tie game going to the bottom of the second inning. Yankees and Rays will have the second game of the series on the airwaves tomorrow. You heard Cookie allude to it We were doing a little handoff between broadcasts as Luke Voigt takes inside ball one. He'll be on the call with me tomorrow for game 2 of the series. Luke Voigt's had a fantastic season for New York. 310, 23 homers, 67 driven in. This one's fouled off on the inside part. It is 1-1. Voigt with 2 home runs in real life tonight. Helped the Yankees beat the Red Sox 6-3, excuse me. We'll see if real life will mimic the Botball universe this evening. 2-1, and Voigt swings and hits a high fly ball into center field. Back goes Kiermaier, leaps at the wall, and wouldn't you know, the place where Luke Voigt hit his first home run of the day today, he hits it in the Botball universe as well, out to Monument Park, and the Yankees take a 2-1 lead here in the second inning. What are the odds of that? Just to the left of dead center. 421 feet for Luke Voigt. Well over 100 miles an hour off the bat. And the New York Yankees have taken a 2-1 lead. Here against Charlie Morton in the second inning. Voigt his 24th home run, RBI number 68. As Brett Gardner takes up and away 1-1. Is that one low? And 2 balls and 1 strike. We got another trivia question. Courtesy of the big guy, 73. The 2-1 from Morton inside, 3-1. Name the 10 players with the most career home runs to have at least one season of 40 homers and 40 doubles. Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds. Neither of them correct answers. That's a good question. As Brett Gardner draws a walk. So the first 2 have reached against Morton here in the second inning. That'll bring up Tommy LaStella. Frank Thomas is one of the correct answers. And LaStella playing well for New York lately, 11 for his last 33, although Tommy 0 for last night. A weird loss to the White Sox, if I remember correctly, from what I saw in the Discord. There's a strike on one. The Yankees got walked off by the White Sox in Chicago, and the Yankees didn't even bother making a throw to the plate. They threw into second base as the White Sox ended up scoring the winning run. And someone in the Twitch chat could correct me if I'm wrong, as LaStella takes high 1-1. But that happens sometimes in the show. It was funny to see that, because then before our game tonight, I was playing some Diamond Dynasty of the show myself, my own little broadcaster version of Diamond Dynasty, as that's outside. 2-1. I have the same thing in playing one of those moments trying to get to Babe Ruth, and I had the same thing. I had a walk-off base hit, and they threw the ball to third base as the winning run scored with less than 2 outs. So it's not even like they could get the third out at third base and that run not count at home. But hey, that happens every now and then. As LaStella strikes out, chasing that one way inside. Second strikeout for Charlie Morton, and there's one away now. And the second inning. Back to the top of the lineup in DJ LeMahieu. So Albert Pujols, guessed by Barry Basher, that 2 of 10. So Frank Thomas and Albert Pujols, 2 of the 10 players with the most home runs who've had a 40-40 double and home run season, as DJ LeMahieu takes strike 1. I'm trying to think as well, maybe Reggie Jackson, Hank Aaron. There's a pitch out here from Charlie Morton and Brett Gardner going nowhere. Willie Mays, I mean, just thinking of guys who are high on the home run lists. Eddie Murray. This one fouled away 1-2. Big Poppy, one of them, courtesy of TARDIS 16, as now an inside runner goes, and a poor throw from Austin Romine. A stolen base for Brett Gardner. And the Yankees have a man in scoring position and one out. 2-2 count on their talented second baseman. Of course, on their, everyone I guessed is incorrect. This is a line drive base hit in the center from LeMahieu. They're going to send Gardner around to the plate. The throw by Kiermaier, and Gardner gets in ahead of the tag. Oh, what a slide by Brett Gardner, heading underneath the glove of Austin Romine, and the Yankees have taken a 3-1 lead on the RBI base hit by DJ LeMahieu. DJ with his 73rd RBI of the year. Yankees a 3-1 advantage as Torres takes high ball one. Big Poppy is 3 of 10. Andy 6 getting Manny Ramirez, which is 4 of 10. No on Mark McGuire or Sammy Sosa. As a swing and a miss from Torres, it's 1-1. Yankees a 3-1 lead as they have picked up a RBI base hit from Gary Sanchez, home run from Luke Voigt, and an RBI knock from DJ LeMahieu. As there's another strike, 1-2. Abe Ruth also from Andy 6, correct. That is 5 out of the 10.
I got to count 2-2.
Now one low. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. And Torres swings and bounces this one back through the middle, another base hit. Yankees continue to batter Charlie Morton here in the early going. The Yankees already have 3 runs on 5 hits. And Aaron Judge will come to the plate with 2 on, 1 out. Maybe Willie McCovey also on that list. As the pitch from Morton, a breaking ball, cut on and missed, is 0-1. So it's a no on Willie McCovey. I don't think it would be Mickey Mantle. I think that would be one of the things, is that is low. Is 1 ball and 1 strike. The lowest amount of total home runs from one of the players is 468 lifetime home runs. That is the baseline you're working with here. As the 1-1, a Judge is smoked into right center, another base hit. Here comes LeMahieu to the dish. He'll score. Throw from Kiermaier goes into third base. It is 4-1 Yankees here in the second inning.
The designated hitter, Giancarlo.
Just continue to pepper the ball across the field, particularly the outfield.
Ball, that's inside.
The Yankees hoping to really put this game out of reach early, as down now 1-0 on Giancarlo Stanton with Hill first and second and 1 out. And singled his first time up. Last inning, 1-0. Stanton fouls it off 1-1. Lou Gehrig is another, so that's 6 of 10 courtesy of Barry Basher. The 1-1. Stanton swings and hits this one deep to left field. And whoa, where did that one end up? I think that one hit off the facing of maybe the upper deck out there at Yankee Stadium. Giancarlo Stanton with an absolute moonshot, and the Yankees have broken it open here in the second, 7-1 on number 41 from Giancarlo Stanton. Absolutely destroyed from Giancarlo. And that'll be all for Charlie Morton tonight, as the Yankees have battered him for 7 runs on 7 hits. An inning and a third. And now with 41 home runs, that gives him over 100 RBIs on the year, as Taijuan Walker will be the new pitcher for Tampa Bay. That gives him over 100 ribbies on the year. Numbers 100, 101, and 102. As Gary Sanchez will step in with nobody on and 1 out, as he takes high. Is 1-0 on Sanchez. Walker making just his 9th relief appearance of the year. The 1-0 is hit high in the air to center. Back goes Kiermaier at the track. He leaps, and this one is off the fence and rolls onto the warning track. Kiermaier gets it in quickly. It'll be a double for Sanchez, but two pitchers, same result, as Gary came about 5 feet away, making it back-to-back against 2 separate arms. Take that now for the Yankees. 5 straight who have reached, as Hicks takes a strike, 0-1. Walker on the year, 8-10, a 4.25 ERA. Came over on the final day of the trade deadline on July 31st.
No ball, 2 strikes.
That one in for a strike. It is 0-2. Swing and a miss there from Aaron Hicks, and Walker picks up the strikeout. That's his first of the night, and finally 2 away in the inning, as the 10th man at bat in the inning will be the man that led off the frame of the home run in Luke Voigt. Now, if you want to make it truly true to form, you would homer later on in the ball game over to left field. This time a ground ball to the left side. However, not out of the ballpark, as Adames' low throw is dug out by Choi, and the side retired. But the Yankees score 6 runs on 6 hits in the second inning. 2 homers, a solo blast from Voigt, a 3-run jack from Stanton. 7-1 New York after 2. The Yankees and what they have done pitching-wise this season, high up on the strikeout lists. The Yankees and Rays playing the opening game of this series. We will have a game 2 of the series on the schedule tomorrow, part of a 6-game slate here on the Botball Network and Twitch.tv. It'll all start tomorrow at 1:45 Eastern Time. It'll be the Cubs and the Dodgers. Yu Darvish for Chicago, Clayton Kershaw for LA, EB from Toronto, Brandon Ross. We'll have the play-by-play for you starting at 1:45 Eastern Time, as Kevin Kiermaier will lead off for Tampa Bay. He fouls the first pitch off against Domingo Germán. It is 0-1. 3:30, it'll be probably the best game, maybe the best game of the day. In the American League Central, the White Sox and the Twins. White Sox took 2 of 3 from the Yankees over the weekend as they try and regain their first half form. But a great pitching matchup tomorrow. Lucas Giolito and Kenta Maeda. It'll be Jeremy Goldstein, Jaden Becker on the call. That should start around 3:30 as the count now 2-1 on the center fielder Kiermaier. And at 5:15, you will have the Indians and the A's.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
As the 2-1 pitch. Fouled off it is 2-2 as interesting. Having more lag on the Discord than I am on the actual Twitch stream as Kiermaier fouls off another to stay alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And, it'll be the Indians and the A's at 5:15 as that one in the dirt. Out now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Excuse me, I'm going to step out here for a moment as Kiermaier strikes out. Looking here, and there's the first out of the inning. Herman, another strikeout. That is number 6 on the night for him. But we'll step out for a second, see if you can get the stream working a little bit better. And well, it seems things are working a tad better now without exiting. So count 1-0 now on Austin Romine, former New York Yankee. As Romine fouls it back. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. Actually, you know what? Let's step out for a moment and see what happens.
Outside, that's a ball. Ball 3.
Now we're back. I think everything is situated where it should be. Yeah, now 3-1 on Austin Romine. Yankees a 7-1 lead. As we play here in the top of the third, Yankees 6 runs in the bottom of the second. Tampa actually had a 1-0 lead in this ball game, believe it or not, as Romine flies out to center. 2 down now.
Now batting, shortstop.
And that'll bring up the top of the lineup in Willie Adames. But the final line tonight for Charlie Morton is not one he's going to want to remember. Morton, an inning and a third, gives up 7 runs, all earned on 7 hits. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts, 2 home runs allowed. Now Taijuan Walker has taken over as Adames takes low 1-0. Adames homered it with 2 runs batted in yesterday as the Rays beat the Orioles 3-1, the 1-0. In there for a strike, 1-1. Adames had a great series, went 4 for 5 with a triple, a homer, and 4 RBIs on Saturday. So he has homered in back-to-back games coming into the day. The 2-1 from Domingo. Up and away, ball 3. Herman, 6'2", 181 pounds, just 28 years old. From San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic. 3-1 coming. Hit high in the air out into right field. Playable for Judge. Will make the play. And the side is retired. 1-2-3 goes Tampa in the third after 2.5. Yankees lead it by 6. Go to the bottom of the third inning. The Yankees a 7-1 lead. Continue with our look ahead to tomorrow's schedule before we were interrupted by technical issues. But mentioned that the Indians will play the A's at 5:15 tomorrow. That'll be game 3 on our schedule tomorrow evening. It'll be Zach Plesac against Mike Fiers. And by the side note on that, first time I think I've been on the air here since that news has bubbled to the surface with Mike Clevenger and the aforementioned Plesac. Kudos to the Indians, by the way, on how they have handled all of this as count out 2-0 on Gardner. Sending those guys away bringing them back for the weekend. They thought they were going to be on the roster this weekend against the Tigers and pitch. But had their meeting. I don't know if any of you have read the article, particularly from Jeff Passan of ESPN. It came out this morning about it. Oliver Perez was a player that came out and said he would opt out the rest of the season as Gardner rounds out on the soft tapper to end his at-bat, so one away. And that'll bring up Tommy LaStella. The missing answers to the trivia question were Miguel Cabrera, Willie Stargell, Carlos Delgado, and Chipper Jones. There's a strike to LaStella, 0-1. But Perez said he would have opted out. Francisco Lindor apparently was very much in favor of shipping them the hell out of there for their carelessness and really, I guess, lack of consideration for their teammates as the 1-2 fouled back 1-2. And a credit to the Indians for listening to their players and their staff and doing the right thing instead of doing what might be the best thing in terms of putting together their best 28-man roster for a given series. And they were rewarded for it by beating up on the Tigers again. I think they've now won 20 in a row against Detroit as this one popped up behind the plate by LaStella and Romine. Ex-Yankee with the catch for the second out. So 2 up, 2 down for Walker.
Second baseman, DJ.
Retired 4 in a row since giving up a double to the first batter he faced. And now here is DJ LeMahieu, RBI single an inning ago. He is 1 for 2 tonight. Also scored a run as Walker fields, and this one fouled out of play. It is 0-1, and Plesac and Clevenger, just how clueless could you be?
I got a ball, 1 strike.
And then the rationale from both of them after the fact, only adding gasoline to the fire, and whatever the hell Zach Plesac's Instagram Live, Facebook Live, whatever the world that video was of him while driving, talking about how the media blew things out of proportion when they were just doing their job reporting facts. They didn't hyperbolize anything. They can't control public reaction to what you did. And just really annoying stuff to see. Kudos Indians front office for handling it the right way, and kudos to the Indians players for speaking their minds and not really hiding their tongue, shall we say. 1-2-3 inning for Taijuan Walker. First time the Yankees have got an order of 7-1 after 3.
Leading off to the red.
Top of the 4th inning, Yankees a 7-1 lead over Tampa Bay. Brandon Lau, Austin Meadows, Hunter Renfroe, 2, 3, and 4. 2 up for Tampa Bay in the inning. Lau struck out his first time, and this one is popped up. Foul ground. Ari Sanchez on the third base side of the chalk line. It's the catch, and there's 1 away on 1 pitch.
Austin Meadows.
The Yankees road to the show report. AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre. Frazier hot in AAA in the ball world, hot in the real universe as well. Boy, has he been good for the Yankees since they called him up from their alternate site. And then Kyle Holder doing a solid job at AA Trenton. On high 1-0, former top draft pick of New York. Guy was always a plus glove guy, never really expected or never scouted to be a big bat. He's someone in the mold of Tyler Wade, but he's not as fast as Tyler Wade, at least I don't think. I've never actually seen Holder play live and in person as the count 1-1 on Austin Meadows, who
That's ball 2.
the only Tampa Bay base runner tonight.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Only one man has reached base, and that is Meadows with a home run off Herman back in the opening inning. Since then, Domingo has retired 8 straight. 2-1. There for a strike, 2-2. Speaking of Clint Frazier, I think Meadows and Frazier grew up right near each other in Georgia, went to, I think, rival high schools, but are really close friends. That was one of the big storylines, if I remember correctly, the 2013 draft, with these two kids from Georgia so close to one another. We're going to go really high in the draft, and they did go, I think, in the top 15 picks. Now full 3-2, and of course those two guys were high draftees in 2013, but also a first-round pick that year. Some outfielder playing in this game by the name of Judge. Payoff pitch is swung on and hit high in the air to right. Judge back of the track, and it's a 2-home-run game for Austin Meadows. He's doing his best to keep Tampa in this one. He is the only man to reach base, and both times he has touched them all. It is now a 7-2 New York lead. 353, 97.9 off the bat. Austin Meadows, another home run. He now has 23 on the year. RBI number 60 on the campaign.
The left fielder, number 11.
As here is Hunter Renfroe. Looking to miss there, 0-1. Renfroe struck out his first time up. That one bounced in there. 1-1 on Hunter Renfroe, the former Padre. That one low, 2-1. Talk about maybe trades that you later regret. How about Jake Cronenworth, guy the Rays traded to San Diego in the deal that netted Tampa Bay Hunter Renfroe. Cronenworth might be the early leader in the National League in terms of Rookie of the Year. How good he's been for the Friars. Is that one outside? Now 3-2 on Renfroe. On so far 3 2/3 innings. Has 6 strikeouts, but had issues with the long ball, and now he has his first walk issued of the night. And the Rays will have 1 on and 1 out. And really a misstep for Herman here outside of the 2 gopher balls he's given up. Now here is former New York Yankee Ji-Man Choi. A brief pit stop with the Yankees. It was 2017, maybe 2018. It's a short time there, but has latched on since, I believe, with Milwaukee, and then ultimately now in Tampa Bay. And has now all of a sudden become a switch hitter. It's one of the weirdest things. A guy who hit lefty his entire career, all of a sudden this year, starts hitting righty as well. I think it was his first at bat right-handed. He hits a home run. And I didn't even know he was hitting right-handed at the moment. I remember seeing the highlight and thought I was seeing a reversal flip of the screen or something like that. But no, he's and from the right-hand side as well. As the count now 2-2 on Choi. Tampa with 1 on, 1 out. Run already in. Break even. Struck him out swinging. Curveball snapped off there by Herman. 7th strikeout for the righty. And there's now 2 away. The 4th inning, and that'll bring in the Japanese outfielder, DH Yoshi Susugo. Popped up to the catcher his first time up. Good first season. In the western portion of Florida, as this one fouled off. 0-1. Heidi Domingo sets at the belt. Now the 0-1 pitch. This one fouled back, and Herman comes ahead in the count 0-2. Herman always seems to pitch better at Yankee Stadium than he does on the road. Going to continue that trend here tonight. The 0-2 pitch. And Susugo lays off. Coming into the year, particularly last year, Herman on the road, opponents hit .258 against him at Yankee Stadium. He had 57 points lower at 201.
2-2.
That one down 2-2, and to this point, 3 2/3 innings. He's thrown 70 pitches, given up 2 runs, but only 2 hits, 3 base runners at this point in the contest. Two. It's a little roller to short. Torres with the glove flip to second. LeMahieu steps on the bag to end the inning, but the Rays take advantage of Austin Meadows and his power once again. He hits a solo shot to right. You're going to need more offense from other players. They trail by 5 after 3.5.
Leading off for the Yankees, the shortstop.
Gleyber Torres, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton. 3 and 4 due up for New York here in the bottom of the 4th inning. We have a 5-run lead. Taijuan Walker, though, has retired 5 in a row out of the bullpen as he misses high ball 1. Torres 1 for 2 with a single tonight. Singleton scored back in the second. Walker, his second full inning of relief for Tampa Bay, came over from Arizona. Exchange for minor league righty Paul Campbell back on July the 31st. As he swings and hits one deep to left field and over the head of Renfroe and off the base of the fence. Fire it back in, but sliding in feet first with a leadoff double is Gleyber Torres. Thought that one was going to get out off the bat, but did not have quite enough height and distance to get out of here. Gleyber, his second hit of the game, and his 62nd extra base hit of the year, as there's now a man in scoring position for Aaron Judge. An RBI single his last time. He's also walked in this game, scored twice. Stay red hot as Judge. He's had a up and down 2020 campaign in the bot ball world, of course. Judge right now on the mend in real life, as the Yankees seemingly been a tad bit overprotective of their superstar. Judge came out over the weekend, apparently said he's 100% and was ready to go as early as this weekend, but the Yankees, out of an abundance of caution, decided to put him on the IL, so he should be good to go. And the Yankees have seen those 10 days. It was retroactive 2 days as well, so should be good to go, I think, by this weekend for New York. As the 1-2 outside 2-2. Boy, he had gotten off to a hot start to the season, and last year where he was having some trouble pulling the ball, not having that issue this year. As in this instance, however, Walker will have pumped the high cheese by him, and Judge strikes out. 2-away now here in the 4th inning. As Taijuan Walker picks up his 3rd K. Actually, I should say that's the first out in the inning. And now here is Giancarlo Stanton, who hit a mammoth shot to left his last time. 3-run blast that made it 7-1, as that is low 1-0. Been sitting on 39 homers for a while, but Giancarlo finally got to 40 on Saturday in a 11-6 win for New York, as it's now 2-0. We mentioned it was a weird series for the Yankees this weekend. They played Thursday against the White Sox, off day Friday, and then played again against the Pale Hose on Saturday and Sunday. And the reason is this, the 2-0. is fouled away 2-1. And I think it's one of those things that's sort of gotten forgotten because of COVID-19 in this current standing of the universe. 2-1. Is grounded through the left side, a base hit. They're going to stop Torres at third with one out. Giancarlo is on for the third time. The Yankees with men at the corners and one out for Gary Sanchez, who already has an RBI to his name today. Sanchez with a little dribbler out in front of the plate. The throw home by Walker. And sliding around the tag is Torres. Safe RBI for Sanchez, and the Yankees have taken an 8-2 lead. I can't really blame them. With a swinging bunt like that off a bat of Gary Sanchez, I mean, what else does Taijuan Walker to do? I know Sanchez doesn't run all that well. But safe at the plate is Torres. Yankees have a 6-run lead back. On the first pitch, Aaron Hicks flies out to center. Who down now in the inning for Luke Voigt, who already has a homer tonight. See Voigt pop this one up. Now ground up along the lefty batter box side is Austin Romine, and he'll make the catch and end the inning. But the Yankees get another run on the RBI fielder's choice, I guess, if you will. And that looks like what they called it, and it'll be a 8-2 Yankee lead as we go to the fifth inning here in New York. Game 2 of the series will be tomorrow. That'll be our 8:45 game. I'll have the call with Cookie Eater. Cookie will be on the call with me. Ryan Yarbrough will go against the southpaw Mike Minor. It'll be a good one. A couple of southpaws duking it out. Also have the Astros
leading off with
and the Mariners coming up at 7 o'clock tomorrow. Carlos Zimmerman, Jordan Smith on the call there. Wei-Yin Chen against Zach Greinke. And the Phillies and Marlins, the late night game tomorrow at 10:30. Zach Godley against Jordan Yamamoto, Mike Anthony, Greg Atherboss on the call there as the first pitch of the fifth inning to Yandy Diaz is flied out to left, and Gardner there. A one pitch, one out here in the fifth inning. And that'll send up the center fielder for Tampa Bay, and Kevin Kiermaier. I was making a point earlier, and I totally spaced on what I was saying. I don't know what it is. Sometimes, whatever it is in my brain, I'll start talking about something else, and like my brain just short circuits and forgets whatever the immediate thing I was talking about before. And it's a frustrating occurrence. That dementia does run in my family, so it's probably not a great sign for me long term, but I guess it's better to have a sense of humor about it now than later, but hopefully that's not the case. Don't want to get too morbid tonight as 2-0 to Kiermaier fouled away. It is now 2-1 on the center fielder, but if I ever remember what in the world I was saying, I will get back to it as Kiermaier drives one out to right. Judge going back, and it looks like he's run out of real estate, and indeed he has. Another solo home run for Tampa Bay. They have 3 hits. They're all home runs. What is going on? This is like opposite day. The Rays have all their runs on home runs and all their hits for that matter as well. While the Yankees have done it a little bit of a mix and match of both, but Kiermaier a homer. And the Rays have again at the lead back down to 5. It's 8-3. This one hit a mile high into right. Finally found some refuge. The back end of the right field seats. Right around there was where I sat to watch Didi hit that home run against the Twins in the wild card game as Austin Romine grounds out to second. for the second out of the fifth inning.
Shortstop, Willie Adames.
And speaking of old Yankees, we brought it up earlier with that trivia question, and CC Sabathia being that answer, the only player to lead both leagues in complete games. I think it was complete game shutouts, maybe. Instead, for a season, that being CC Sabathia. But a little story about CC. My dad actually has had the chance to be around CC and his wife Amber quite a bit. As the count 1-1 on Willie Adames, I shouldn't say quite a bit. A couple of occasions, he has early in CC's tenure with the Yankees as count out 1-2, a swing and a miss. Sabathia was looking for a nursery for one of his kids, and my dad at the time was working for the local Jewish Community Center as their CFO, and CC moved in. Really, I guess it was a town over from me in New Jersey as a pop-up. Adames to Gary Sanchez, and the side retired, but the Rays get another run on the homer by Kiermaier. We are halfway through. Yankees an 8-3 lead. The Bronx. Brett Gardner will lead off for New York here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Gardner, LaStella, LeMahieu against Taijuan Walker, who is now on for his third full inning of relief. As Gardner takes inside 1-0. Gardner 0 for 1 with a walk and a ground out. But CC moved into the area and was looking for a special nursery for his kid. And ended up finding out that the therapeutic nursery at the JCC in New Jersey, where my dad worked, was the perfect place for his kid, as there's a line drive out for Gardner. One away now in the inning. And CC and Amber, you see the horrid line for Charlie Morton tonight. We talked about it earlier. Putting up 7 runs on 7 hits in an inning and a third. A big blow, a 3-run homer by Giancarlo Stanton that knocked him out. Stella 0 for 2 tonight as Walker trying to continue his impressive night on the mound in relief. But CC and Amber held multiple big benefits to raise money for the nursery there. And my dad helped sort of put it all together with CC and Amber once. Did it at this huge mansion in Alpine, New Jersey. It was right around, I shouldn't say right around the corner, but it was fairly close to where I grew up. And it was a place that was built, and it was just this ridiculous place. And no one ever lived there. They built it for someone to buy, and it was like so expensive, no one ever bought it. No one's ever lived there. They just had like functions. I think they've shot like music videos and stuff there. They had the first event that CC ever did for the nursery at the JCC there. And he got all the Yankees guys to come out. Jeter was there. Teixeira, Robertson, Gardner. Yeah, he's been around that long. Robinson, Cano was there. As you see, LeMahieu unable to hold up there as he strikes out. 1-2-3 for Taijuan Walker in the fifth. We go to the sixth inning in New York. The Yankees still comfortably ahead, however, 8-3.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
Yankees making an interesting call to the bullpen here. Ramon just 81 pitches through 5 innings. But the Yankees will go to a long reliever, as bot ball managers are one to do, and it'll be Jay Happ on for New York. He pitched well in real life last night for the Yankees, surprisingly, against the Red Sox. Happ making his 13th appearance out of the bullpen for New York, as there's a strike to Brandon Lau, 0-1. Happ 8-8, a 5.18 ERA. I guess it makes sense. First 2 batters in the inning are lefties for the Rays, but I guess he'll stick around for the 7th if it goes well, as the count quickly 0-2. But to get back to the story on Sabathia before my brain does that thing again where it forgets what I was talking about. They had this great function, and Jeter was there. This is before Hannah Davis days. This is when he was still dating Minka Kelly. There's strike 3. Brandon Lau dispatched on 3 pitches by J-Hap. And that'll bring up Austin Meadows, who has homered twice tonight. 2 at-bats, 2 homers against Domingo Germán. We'll see if facing a lefty will yield a different result for New York as Meadows takes low for ball 1. My dad's line was everyone wanted to take photos with Derek Jeter because that was just the year 2011. It was right around the time Jeter was going for 3,000 hits. This was a few weeks, months, I guess, actually before Jeter actually got to 3K. And everyone wanted photos and autographs of Jeter. My dad's line was, screw that, I wanted to get a photo with Minka Kelly, who was Jeter's obviously girlfriend at the time. But the big thing about that night was so memorable as strike 3 called on the inside corner. And Meadows down on strike. So how about J-Hap coming on out of the bullpen? 7 pitches, 2 strikeouts of Lau and Meadows, who has terrorized the Yankees tonight. And that'll bring up Hunter Renfroe. Is Hap trying to work a 1-2-3 6th inning. But it was night of the function was Game 6 of the 2011 NBA Finals. LeBron's first year in Miami against Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks. And if you remember, the summer before was, when LeBron signed in Miami and the Knicks were big chasers after him. And CC, who had become friendly with LeBron in Cleveland when LeBron was with the Cavs and CC was with the Indians, he was big on trying to sell LeBron the idea of being in New York. And of course, CC having won a title in New York his first year, what it's like to be on top of the world in New York City. And apparently, legend goes that CC, during this party, made sure that there was a room set up where he could get a TV feed where he could watch the game. He could sneak off into the back and watch the game. And my dad saw the end of Game 6 of the 2011 NBA Finals with CC Sabathia in this back room, with CC calling out LeBron for going the easy way to Miami, apparently. My dad apparently has recanted the story some in terms of how hard CC was going at LeBron after the fact. But either way, it was a very funny night. The fact that he was there is outside ball 4 to Hunter Renfroe, so the Rays get a 2-out base runner here in the top of the 6th inning. So there was that, but they also held another function for the nursery a few years later at Yankee Stadium when I was in college already at that point. And I was in school, so I couldn't go to the event. And my dad actually ended up getting a photo with Derek Jeter and Andy Pettit, and A-Rod was at this one, I think with, might have been with J-Lo as well at that time. I think it was a brief one. I think that was right around the height of the biogenesis nonsense with A-Rod as Choi pops out to end the inning, but J-Hap coming on in relief does a solid number in the 6th. Yankees a 5-run lead after 5.5. This is the 3rd and final MLB game on our schedule today. And a whole lot of Broadcaster League games from 7 until just around 11:15 tonight. And we switched over back to a regularly scheduled programming, if you will, as Gleyber Torres takes a strike, 0-1. And takes another 0-2. Torres 2 for 3 with a single and a double tonight. But earlier today, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 8-0. Mookie Betts leading LA. Boy, has he been great for the Dodgers out on the West Coast since the trade. And the Indians beating the A's 5-4 thanks to Frankie Lindor. 1-2 on Gleyber. This one fouled off and he'll stay alive. Into the final line for Domingo Germán in just a second. 1-2 pitch. Another one fouled away. And Herman, 5 innings, 3 runs, all earned on 3 hits. The 5 innings, 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. All 3 of those hits, however, were home runs. The 2 to Meadows and the 1 to Kiermaier. He leaves in line for the win tonight, as the Yankees have a 5-run lead in the 6th inning, as Torres strikes out for the opening out here in the 6th inning. Taijuan Walker has done a really nice job out of the bullpen. Taijuan now 3 2/3 innings, 1 run, 3 hits, no walks. He has struck out 4 after that punchy of Torres. 1 away for Aaron Judge, who has walked and singled in this ball game. Drove in a run back in the 2nd inning and has scored twice. Struck out his last time as he takes a strikeout on 1. I think I've told this story before, but Aaron Judge is my reason for why I'll never be an MLB scout. I remember seeing him in the Cape League 2012 and thinking he was absolutely awful. He hit less home runs with juiced baseballs. Yes, that's an actual fact. 2012 Cape League season, much like Major League Baseball was talked about last year, they actually did cut open the baseballs that summer in the Cape League. Chuck Sturdivant, who I believe is now still the league president in the Cape League, who was our GM for the Bourne Braves that summer. It's a ground ball fair underneath the glove of Choi. In the right field, a base hit. Judge rounds first on his way to second, and he is there with a 1-out double. Oh, the Judge. Another extra base hit for him. That is his 52nd of the year. And the Yankees have a man in scoring position with 1 out for Stanton, who is 3 for 3, 2 singles, and a 3-run home run. That is really the difference in this game tonight. But, yeah, they were juiced baseballs in 2012 in the Cape League. They cut them open, and, you know, the way it was wound so tightly, the ball was traveling further, and with all that, Judge only hit 5 home runs that summer playing for the Brewster Whitecaps on a team managed by John Altobelli, who was one of the people who died in that awful helicopter crash that also claimed Altobelli's daughter, Kobe Bryant, of course, and his daughter, Gianna, and 5 others that awful Sunday morning as the count now 2-1. And was really a precursor for what would become a bleep storm of 2020. As this one fouled away, it is 2-2 now on Giancarlo. But those guys were on the team. That was really a good team in retrospect. But he hit less home runs that summer in the Cape League in a comparable amount of games and at-bats. And Colin Moran, who is a nice third baseman on the Pittsburgh Pirates, who was one of the guys who went over to Pittsburgh in the Garrett Cole trade, ironically enough. And a guy by the name of Mason Robbins. And if any of you know who Mason Robbins is, you're either a diehard Southern Mississippi baseball fan or someone who is very actively involved in following the White Sox minor league system. Mason never made it to the big leagues, as much as I loved Mason and worked with him, and really wished all worked out with him. Reminded me a lot of Ed Frazier appearance-wise in retrospect, as the pop-up from Sanchez in the inning. Yankees get a double, but can't do anything with it. We're through 6. They lead it by 5, 8-3.
Leading off for the
Yoshi Susugo, Yandy Diaz, Kevin Kiermaier scheduled to bat against Jay Happ here on the top of the 7th. Fans, we're reminding you to donate to Meals on Wheels tonight as a part of our year-long project to do this all for charity. We want to help out those in need, as we mentioned. 2020 has been, for lack of better words, a bleep storm. I know I'm allowed to curse in reality on Twitch, but whatever it is, and maybe it's just life of being a broadcaster, whenever the headset is on, just not to not really able to consciously swear as Susugo walks on 4 pitches here to begin the 7th. Not how the Yankees had envisioned the 7th inning beginning here with Happ's 2nd inning of relief. But trying to do things for others and try and help those who may not be as fortunate as some of us during this time. And one of the charities we have really honed in on, particularly over the last several weeks, has been Meals on Wheels. As that one misses, and it's now 5 straight out of the zone from J. Happ here to begin the 7th. But Meals on Wheels, for those of you who don't know what it is, it supports more than 5,000 community-based programs across the country that are dedicated to addressing senior isolation and hunger, as now 2-0 on Diaz. 6 straight out of the zone. The network serves virtually every community in the U.S. and enables America's seniors to live nourished lives with independence and dignity, and that is so important, especially during this time of COVID-19 where we are isolating a little more and staying away from one another, and, physical separation and social distancing and all those kind of things can be tough, particularly on our brothers and sisters in the senior citizen communities, and make sure to keep an eye out for them. So if you can lend a hand to Meals on Wheels, we would certainly appreciate it. We'll have a link to donate in our Twitch chat. And also you can always log on to the Meals on Wheels website as well if you would prefer to donate directly to them that way. Anything in all donations is possible if you have $5 to spare, $10, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be big or small, whatever you can do, if you can. As Diaz fouls another one away. Full count on the Rays third baseman. Happ trying to avoid putting the first 2 men on in the inning, as this one spanked out into right center field, and this one off the base of the fence. First hit for the Rays that isn't a home run is a double by Diaz. And there's runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out for Kevin Kiermaier. Just a line drive into the opposite field, a pitch that but too much out into that right center field gap. And now here is Kiermaier, another home run from him. And this all of a sudden is a 2-run game as Kiermaier takes high ball 1. Happ, who has thrown a lot of innings this year, the rotation and now in the bullpen, is a part of MLB that shows tribute to Scott Proctor in terms of just trying to blow up bullpen arms, as Kiermaier flies this one in right, and with the great arm of Judge, Susugo will not dare tempt him as everyone stays put. So 1 away now in the 7th for Austin Romine, the ex-Yankee. Not what he looks like anymore. He's just another one of those former Yankees that leaves, signs with a new team now with Detroit. And Romine now sporting the early caveman lumberjack beard, whichever adjective or descriptor you want to go with, as you see Jonathan Holder, Tommy Canely up in the Yankee bullpen. Yeah, Romine's got the full Grizzly Adams beard rocking now, as this one is fair down the left field line and into the corner. Gardner having a lot of issue picking it up down the line. Susugo scores. Diaz scores. It's a 2-run double for the former Yankee, and it is a 3-run game here in the 7th. And once again, the long relievers pouring gasoline on a fire, and the Yankees' insistence on using Happ for a 2nd inning backfires tremendously, as now the tying run is on deck, and they will have to rely on Jonathan Holder to come on and pitch in relief. And that has been also part of the problem. The Yankees have not used any of their good relievers as of late. They have fallen in love with sort of the same 3 guys as Aaron Boone, as Holder misses up and in 1-0. The series over the weekend against the White Sox. Garrett Cole was relieved by Jordan Montgomery, I should say. Adam Ottavino pitched in relief of Tanaka on Saturday, and then Jay Happ threw on Thursday, as did Ottavino, as this one lined down the right field line and foul. And honestly, I think at this point, the thing that we need to start doing or look into doing is just not putting anybody in the long reliever role. Just leaving everybody as either a middle reliever or a setup man, because it's clear the game cannot be trusted to appropriately fit in the long man when necessary. As the 1-2. Grounded back through the middle. Backhanded there by the second baseman, LeMahieu. Will make the play for the second out. Moving to third is Austin Romine. So it is 8-5. The man at third, that runner, no responsibility on Jay Happ. I guess there's a strike on the outside corner. Oh, I want to say it is possible to have not have a long reliever at all. Well, that might not be as possible anymore. It may have been possible in previous years because it was a 25-man roster. Now the 26-man roster. I think you're now required to carry a certain number of pitchers. I think maybe 12, 13, something like that. I mean, the game may now also require you to carry a certain number of pitchers. That one in the dirt, blocked by Sanchez. No advance from Romine. Because I want to say, definitely in past games that I have played, when I have done things similar to this by myself without a stream, there's a swing and a miss there from Lau, and the side retired. Jonathan Holder able to keep the Yankees in front by 3. The Rays, though, add 2 more to their tally. They are down 3 as it's time to get up and stretch in the Bronx.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rays, number 46, Jose.
Out of the bullpen for Tampa Bay as Jose Alvarado come on in relief. But maybe I guess I'll have to tinker with it maybe myself and see if I can find a way to do it before I bring it any further. But I want to say definitely in MLB The Show 19 you could go without a designated long man in your bullpen. But that may not be the case now in 2020 with the new roster rules. I have not played my own version of the Dynasty, a regular Dynasty mode, franchise, whichever you want to call it, as these days. I think we're going to reach the point in video games where we're going to start calling different modes based on generational things. You know, like the Angels, I've learned everyone calls the Angels their location based on generations. My dad only refers to them as the California Angels because that's what they were for most of his life. Most of my life, I've known the Angels as the Anaheim Angels, as Aaron Hicks strikes out on 3 pitches here to begin the 7th. Good start to Jose Alvarado. And then, of course, more modern fans, or even people the generation just beyond me, remember them as the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, or just even the Los Angeles Angels. But yeah, I'm pretty sure EB, at least in previous versions, you can go without a long man as Luke Voigt takes outside ball 1. And yeah, I mean, maybe it's changed this year. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. I'm not one of these broadcasters or pundits that's going to come out here and say, this is absolutely what it is, 100%. I can't be wrong. No. And there is a very distinct chance, and probably a good chance I am wrong. As you can ask anyone that has spent most of their lives around me, they can guarantee you I am wrong a lot. Or just anyone that's listened to my broadcasts in the past, whether it be in Botball or in the real universe. But I am wrong frequently, so I could be totally off on this. But I think it's possible. I definitely think it was possible in past iterations of the game, but maybe not in 2020. I could be totally speaking out of my rear end. And it's Luke Voigt 2 for 2 tonight. There's 2 and 2 the count. Is that now 3 and 2? He's 1 for 3 tonight in this game with a home run. Dead center, where he actually homered for his first of 2 homers at Yankee Stadium tonight against the Red Sox. A game the Yankees also won by 3 as Voigt walks here. He is on for the second time tonight. 1 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 7th for Brett Gardner. Yeah, I have played a lot more of the show this year than in years past. Usually my extent of the show is playing other friends' Diamond Dynasties and doing Dynasty stuff sort of similar to this on my own, because usually I'm working during baseball season and I free time to play video games to dedicate anything really to the show is minimal, if anything. So with no minor league season this year, I've played infinitely more of the show than I ever have. So I've done more of that Diamond Dynasty stuff instead of the Dynasty thing. But because of the lack of the minor league season, I wanted to talk about this. And I wanted to talk about this because it's going to... I just wanted to see the responses. So some of you who have been around here for a while have noticed that I have not done as many games recently, and my schedule's been a little wonkier, and I've had to opt out of some games that I had originally signed up for in time slots. Part of that is because of a new job I have, working at baseball games, but I'm not broadcasting, believe it or not, as there's a strike 3 and 1. I'm the official scorer and running the line score for these baseball games, and I'm sure many of you know it's Little League, local rec league. What is going on that you're doing something baseball related? What is happening? Well, here is what has happened. In the New York, New Jersey area, there are 3 local independent league teams. Not very many affiliated teams in the North Jersey, southern New York State area, as Tommy LaStella pops this one in right, and he'll make the catch is Austin Meadows, facing the first pitch there after back-to-back walks from Alvarado. A little foolish from LaStella, but is retired 2 away now for DJ LeMahieu. But the Rockland Boulders play in Pomona, New York, which is just into New York State. Palisades Parkway. There is also the New Jersey Jackals, which is in Montclair, New Jersey, and the Sussex County Miners, which is in Augusta, New Jersey. There are 3 independent league teams, all play in the same league during normal times. We're all set to play, I believe, in the Frontier League of this coming season for the first time in 2020. And because everything has stopped and there are no games, they have created this makeshift league. There are 3 stadiums, 6 teams. Each stadium has 2 teams. So the Rockland Boulders are the main team at Palisades Credit Union Park in Pomona, New York. They also have a second team called the New York Brave. They're the Sussex County Miners play at their stadium in Augusta, New Jersey. They also have the Skylands Cardinals as their second team. And then the New Jersey Jackals play at Yogi Berra Stadium with their second team, the Jersey Wise Guys. As see DJ LeMahieu walking now, the bases are loaded, and Alvarado has walked them loaded. Here in the 7th inning, 20 pitches, just 8 strikes, and now Gleyber Torres with a chance to put the Yankees comfortably ahead again. Gleyber 2 for 4 with a single and a double tonight, struck out leading off in the 6th. But they've put together this league. It's been running since late July, July 23rd, somewhere around that weekend. And they've been playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They have allowed some fans because the health situation, at least in the New York, New Jersey area, has gotten to a point in which they have deemed it safe enough to open it up to about 500 fans with social distancing and masks and all of that. It's mostly just players, families, friends, people of that nature that are coming out to the ballpark. But it is a viable option. Anyone can come. There's no, limit to, what type of people can show up to these games. But this has been going on, and they've added some very bizarre little intricacies into the rules to, switch things up a little bit in 2020. Obviously, Major League Baseball this year has adopted some minor league things, the 7-inning doubleheaders, the international tiebreaker rule and extra innings with the man starting on second, as Torres will not drive anyone in as he pops this one up into center. And Alvarado able to escape a major jam here in the 7th. Yankees leave them loaded. They have stranded 9 through 7. It is an 8-5 Yankee lead as we go to the 8th. Looks like they will leave Jonathan Holder in, which is an interesting decision with Austin Meadows, Hunter Renfroe, and G-Man Choi scheduled to bat in this inning. You figure they would want to go with Zach Britton, particularly against Austin Meadows, to lead off with a lefty. Meadows with 2 home runs tonight as Holder was this one fouled away 0-1. Meadows struck out against Happ his last time. But in this league, in the All-American Baseball Challenge, 6 teams, 3 stadiums, 4 days a week. They are limited to 18 active players a day in order to, keep the dugouts safe and keep people separated and people away from the ballpark if necessary as well, as down 0-2. But here is the kicker. There is music playing over the PA system throughout the game. Meadows strikes out here to begin the 8th. There goes my idea of questioning Aaron Atoon, whatever nickname or you want to give a virtual version of Aaron Boone, sticking with Aaron Holder, or Jonathan Holder here. Now going to Zach Britton, interestingly enough, to face a righty and Hunter Renfroe. What logic does this make? I've got none. But, in this league, music plays throughout the game, low, not blaring. They do play music throughout the game, except for if it's a close game. In the 8th and 9th innings, they will turn the music off and make it more like a normal game. However, their extra inning rule is totally bizarre in this league. As he swing and a miss, 1-1. The joke for a long time has been that, for Major League Baseball to follow suit like hockey to finish their games, if games go long, finish it with a home run derby, like the shootout they have in the NHL, in the regular season. And, they have taken that word to heart, and they have done that in this league. And that is what happens. There is no extra innings. If you are tied after 9, you pick a batter, you get 5 swings, and whoever has the most home runs wins. As you see the strikeout from Renfroe. So, again, what do I know? They leave a righty in to face a lefty, strikeout. They bring in a lefty to face a righty, also a strikeout. So, I got nothing else to say for that. It's totally a wackaloon. Here's G-Man Choi, the switch hitter. 0-for-3 tonight with a couple of punch-outs as Britton drops into strike 0-1. They have been doing the home run derby. So if it's tied after 5 swings, they will bring up a different hitter. And, the first team will have 5 swings to hit a home run. So if they hit it a home run in 3 swings, the next team would have 3 swings to match that home run. G-Man Choi ready for an 0-2, and this one line and in the right field, Judd towards the line makes the catch, and Zach Britton and Jonathan Holder combined. The 1-2-3 8th inning. We go to the bottom half. Yankees looking to add some more with the heart of their lineup coming to the plate. Oliver Drake, graduate of the United States Naval Academy, will step to the mound for the Rays here in the bottom of the 8th inning, taking over for Jose Alvarado. By the way, get you some final lines for relievers. Alvarado, 1 inning, no runs, no hits, 3 walks and a strikeout tonight. Jay Happ, an inning and a third, 2 runs on 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts in this ball game. And then how about Taijuan Walker? What a great job he did. Tampa Bay, don't get it twisted, he was fantastic tonight. As Judge swings and misses 0-1. Walker in this ball game, 4 2/3 innings of relief, 1 run on 4 hits, no walks. He struck out 6. And the only reason this is a save situation potentially for the Yankees in the 9th is because Walker has kept them in this game. But looking at the Twitch chat, EB would rather have the home run derby than the man on second. I disagree as someone who's seen now both, in a weird way to say, both in the minor leagues before this and obviously this year in Major League Baseball as Judge strikes out. I don't mind it. I particularly don't mind it in the regular season. You know, some of these games go too long. The players don't want to be there all night. The workers at the ballpark especially don't want to be there all night. Forget, the broadcasters, but the people at the stadium, the people who you don't even see, the people that clean up the ballpark after a ball game. There's a lot more that goes into it. So I think the regular season, sort of like hockey with the 3-on-3 overtime, I'm fine with it in the regular season. Just do not put it into the postseason. And it has to be decided, like hockey is, 5-on-5 until, until the break of dawn. Got to play 9-on-9, no frills until the break of dawn. If you got to play 24 innings in the playoffs to get it done, got to play 24 innings in the playoffs to get it done. But in the regular season, I could understand it. But especially for this year, it made sense because there is no minor league season. You can't just call up guys from AAA and AA on a whim like you could in years past. Yeah, they're playing at these alternate sites, but they're sim games, their inter squad games, the level of competition and the mental fortitude for these players in those games is not the same as it would have been competing against opponents of another team during a minor league season. So for that reason alone, it was necessary, not even that it was an idea. It had to be done by Major League Baseball this year. Now, whether it will stick in 2021 and beyond when Major League Baseball returns to a 162-game schedule, we'll see. I think it'll depend a lot on what the overall fan reaction is. I think after the first week, what's the best word to use for it as you see Sanchez strike out to end the 8th. The viciousness about it has subsided some, and people are a little more accepting to it now than they were the first couple weeks of the season. As you see, Aroldis Chapman on to try and close it out for the Yankees in the 9th against 6, 7, and 8 in the Tampa bullpen. Zach Britton faced 2 batters, a strikeout and a lineout. Excellent job for him. He picks up a hold. As Yoshi Susugo will dig in 0-for-2 with a walk tonight. And I think the other big factor is whether or not the players liked it and whether or not they like the fact that, maybe games are wrapping up a little more concisely, a little faster than they would had games continued into the 10th, 11th, 12th innings. And I think it's also a good thing potentially down the road in the game is people talk so much about, I think I've mentioned it before on Botball broadcast, that everyone who's in favor of the pitchers hitting in the NL, and the big argument against getting the DH in the NL is, it's going to take away the strategy from the game. double switches and all those little things, the little facets of, strategy and gamesmanship and, mind games, that's part of baseball. Well, wouldn't that strategy also work in that same regard for this extra inning format? As you see a 4-pitch walk from Chapman to begin the 9th inning. But that one was strike number 1 to Susugo, but allegedly not, says the home plate ump. That'll bring up Yandy Diaz 1 for 3 with a double. As we are nearing the 1 o'clock hour here in the East. Justin Rock with you here on a Monday night into a Tuesday morning. Yankees and Rays. Yankees with a 6-run second inning. Only scored once since then. That was in the 4th. The Aroldis Chapman, a lot like J-Hap in the 7th inning. Thrown 6 consecutive balls here to start the night, and I have to throw this caveat in because I've said it a lot of times when he pitches. Is this a line drive to left caught by Gardner for the first out? I have seen both of Chapman's blown saves this year. He has been successful 24 of 26 times. I was on the call for his first blown save against the Cardinals. Then watched him blow a save before a broadcast of mine against the Mets. And neither of those were at home, though, so it's another factor you have to see in this situation as Kiermaier can't connect 0-1. But I don't hate the overtime, the extra inning rule. All the things I guess it's my exposure to minor league baseball, and I'm so accustomed to the 7-inning doubleheaders and the international tiebreaker rule and extra innings that it just doesn't faze me, and it doesn't bother me as much as fans that maybe haven't been used to seeing it at maybe a minor league park local to them. Or as you see, Kevin Kiermaier could have given them the door to the clubhouse, and he wouldn't have made contact with that swing. That was It's 1 o'clock in the morning in the East, and Justin has forgotten how to spell U-G-L-Y, ugly. I don't know what in the world I was trying to spell, that I was starting with E. As Austin Romine takes a strike at 0-1. Yankees strike away from taking the opening game of this series against Tampa Bay. 0-1 from Chapman inside, 1-1. But regardless, there's still double-digit numbers of you still with us here on this Monday night, Tuesday morning, wherever you are in this great country of ours, or maybe across this beautiful blue marble of ours. Don't have to be limited to the United States. This one grounded to third, picked up there by Listella across to first, and the New York Yankees taking the opening game of this series. They hang on and defeat their divisional rivals tonight. Final score, the New York Yankees 8 and the Tampa Bay Rays 5. Good pitching from Domingo Germán. Just enough from the bullpen. Some impressive offense early. And the Yankees take the opening game of this series and improve now to 77 and 48 on the year. And now 4 up on the Rays in the American League East. And depending on what happened with the Twins today, I'm not sure whether or not they played. They could be as close as 5.5 games back. They could be as far as 6.5 games back. This Barry Basher chiming in saying, oddball finishing before real life Major League Baseball tonight. It was very funny seeing, Tommy Listella's a guy I've worked with the Chicago. He rehabbed with us with the Smokies for 2 years. Obviously, I've mentioned several times that grew up in the same town in close to New Jersey. I went to school with his sister, stuff like that. And I get alerts for whatever he does. And I was getting alerts of his home runs while he's playing for the Yankees in the Bachball universe, and he's hitting home runs for the Angels in the real world. But the player of the game tonight, no surprise, Giancarlo Stanton, 3 for 5, a homer, 3 RBIs. Boy, was he great tonight. As we take you through the game that was, and Tampa Bay, believe it or not, had the lead at one point tonight. Austin Meadows in the top of the first after the first 2 batters struck out. Homers into the bullpen. gave the Rays a 1-0 lead. That was his 22nd homer of the year, but lead did not last long. The Yankees tied it in the first on a Gary Sanchez base hit, and then in the second inning, leading off Luke Voigt's home run into Monument Park, made it a 2-1 game. Voigt's 24th of the season, but that was just the beginning of an offensive explosion for New York. DJ LeMahieu, an ex-Daytona Cub, would line a base hit into center field. That would chase home another tally and give the Yankees a 3-1 lead. Then Aaron Judge stepped up, ripped this one into right center field. That scored yet another tally, made it a 3-run affair, 4-1, and the very next batter, Giancarlo Stanton. Look at where this one ends up. Way back into left field, looking like it hit off the facing of the upper, or that second deck out there, and the Bronx's 41st made it 7-1. Rays answered back, though. Top of the fourth, Austin Meadows, his second home run in as many at-bats. That was his 23rd of the season. Made it a 5-run game. Yankees, though, get another run immediately back, made it 8-2. Kiermaier, though, followed with a run of his own, a home run down the right field line. That made it 8-3. Kiermaier's 13th of the year. Trimmed it down to a 5-run game. The Rays in the 7th were able to pull to within 3 as Austin Romine scalded this 2-run double down the left field line. Brett Gardner had some issues picking it up down there. But the Rays would get it to a 3-point game at that juncture. But that was as close as they would get. After a leadoff walk in the 9th, Aroldis Chapman shut the door. Kiermaier looking silly, chasing a sinker for the second out. And then Austin Romine grounding out to Listella, to end the ball game as the Yankees beat the Rays tonight by a final of 8-5. Our winning pitcher tonight, Domingo Germán, he improves with the victory to 5-3 on the year. Germán going 5 innings tonight, gives up 3 runs on 3 hits, all 3 the home runs. 1 walk, 7 strikeouts in this game. Losing pitcher tonight for the Rays was Charlie Morton. He goes an inning and a third. Gives up 7 runs on 7 hits, walked 2, struck out 2. Saved to Aroldis Chapman. That was his 25th of the year. Morton with the loss, now 11-7. By the way, in this one, final line scores tonight. Rays 5 runs on 5 hits, no errors. They left 4. The Yankees 8 runs on 11 hits, no errors. They left 9. The final time of the game tonight, 1 hour and 41 minutes. So that'll wrap up our schedule today. As we mentioned earlier, the Dodgers beat the Cubs 8-0. The Indians beat the A's 5-4. Of course, we got our broadcaster tournament leading into our Yankees-Rays coverage tonight. For tomorrow, a 6-game slate on tap for you starting at 1:45 Eastern Time here on twitch.tv/MLBotBall. You can tune in at 1:45 to catch EB from Toronto. You see him in our Twitch chat right now. He'll be alongside Brandon Ross. It'll be the Cubs and the Dodgers, two division-leading teams in the National League. Yu Darvish and Clayton Kershaw. Great matchup there. Another fun one at 3:30 in the American League Central. Twins and White Sox. White Sox playing a little better. Into Maeda going strong for Minnesota. So they'll do it at 3:30. Jeremy Goldstein, Jaden Becker there. A's and Indians at 5:15. The bullish Zach Plesac against Mike Fiers. Justin D'Ambrosio, P. Mr. 3 will have the play-by-play for that one. Astros Mariners at 7 o'clock. Zach Greinke and Wei-Yin Chen, Jordan Smith, Carlos Zimmerman on the play-by-play for that one. I will be on the call again for the Yankees and Rays tomorrow at 8:45, not 10:30. It'll be me and Cookie Eater 45 for that one. Ryan Yarbrough against Mike Minor. And then at 10:30, late night bot ball, Mike Anthony, Great Aether Boss, Zach Godley against Jordan Yamamoto as the Phillies take on the Marlins. So that'll do it for us here tonight on twitch.tv and the Bot Ball Network. I know our guys behind the scenes will be busy doing their late night moves, whatever is needed to get done, all the grunt work that is necessary for us to be successful tomorrow on the air with our videos. So we will hand off the reins to them. So with that being said, my name is Justin Rock. We hope you had some fun with us here tonight. Throughout our coverage on Bot Ball this evening, from the broadcaster tournament to the Major League games. Hope you had some fun. Hope you maybe learned a thing or two as well. When we hope to have you back with us again tomorrow afternoon, 1:45 Eastern Time. We'll be here bright and early. EB and Brendan Ross will have the coverage for you then. But until then, Yankees beat the Rays 8-5. We'll see you tomorrow.
Inside the Show with Justin Allegri.
Hip-hop ain't really bitch found me. Little bit of little bell for the homies. Got a little green ball, the beam for the Faldy. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got enough for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. They smell like the man running sound. Lucas smoke. When I hear my hurt, the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from House the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might jump or flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, bass in my similar. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangsta shit. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious shit. I like big, fast whips, anxious shit. Mansions and white, Mike Jackson shit. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happened on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay your mission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. The wondered bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, 'cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join that pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, let you shade into the eyes. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never.
I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a when bang, 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 no one warned you, ain't no time for no bang, bang, bang. When you sleeping on the stretcher like lay, lay, lay. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The strappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and explodes up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on, I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on, I'd rather be service I'm bored. And I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang, bang, bang. You sleeping on the stretcher like lay, lay, lay. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. No reason I'm
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. Catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit boy, she hit the door. And them hundreds be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngin' with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And I'm about to go villain. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dummy so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in they head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. 360. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? 2 ain't anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang odds, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Nag, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna be in the car?
Two in the back of the black Cadillac, like yeah. Back is to my mama hatchback, like I'ma let the roof back, put the L in the dash, like put a smack on the gas, but I hope I don't crash, like
Check me out now. Tony, yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair, yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer, psych. I go to sleep in yikes, telling it honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. Till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. ITD like Coach Carter. Ain't talking about no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning head. I close the curtain when she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking vertical clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sucker rich, the clothes off.
La 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 bamba. Jaded. Yeah.
What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spend it like it my last. Yeah, spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it bad. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah, she doing hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah, she pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be catching. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. La bamba, say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spend it like it my last. Yeah, spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba, shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign, bad in LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bomb. She say yo te amo, she just want that Louis Vuitton. Came for me in the fair lane. Keep you though you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah, what you gon' do for the bag? Yeah, spend it like it my last. Yeah, spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah, all the cash up for grabs. Yeah, there's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah.
I'll be on the drums.
Long hair girl with Selena, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah.
Hey. Y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Yo le,
Hey. Go ahead, girl, with your brickin' on, yeah. Long hair girl with Selena on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One of one, Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why's hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the pump, hit his bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top, Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I'll make it hot, boy. I was really on the block. And now they see me on the top.
no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Yo le, hey, ma, ¿cómo estás? Yo sigo en este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa, solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare. Yo le OB on the drums, yeah, Paulo Londra. Los mayores, Cristo Man, yeah, Young Nas con flow, I'll be on the drums.
I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the park. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the MB on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from? I don't care about you, I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Yo traje todas las herramientas para bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta, que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien, que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos
pop ain't really bitch found me. Little bit for the homies. Got a little green, bought a beam for the foul beat. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scared. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up and smell like the man running town. Lucas Smoke. When I hear my heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe or Mayhem. When we get new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a flip where the is at. Might where the women at. Baby, bass in my Similac. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangster. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast with conscious. Mansions and white Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay admission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Might dump a clip where them is at. Might where the women at. You're in too deep to go back again. Cash is pay to play. You want more hits than lemonade. No, you don't own me. You don't even know me. This vagabond with a two-part path to the great beyond. Stay genuine, a ground floor up, I can help you find. You're a dreamer, call me when you're Bieber. And when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. The wonder bond don't work no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong. Cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, Now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry. The